Hi everyone and welcome. We are so excited to present you the very first edition of Firestorm MDI in BFA Season 4 Awakened. The tournament will last 2 days and I, Maso, together with Hothead, are going to be the casters throughout the whole event. So let's jump straight into what's been going on in these last few weeks, shall we? Once we had our 6 teams qualified from the Phase 2, the whole tournament brackets have been filled, pairing random teams and random dungeons. Hothead.
Absolutely. Hi everyone, I'm Hothead. So this tournament is going to be double elimination. So if they lose in the upper bracket, they can still make a comeback in the bottom bracket and come back up in the grand finals. We had a 3-phase tournament. The first phase was on the actual realms. They played together, ran keys, got up to at least a 3k IO, pulled them onto the tournament realm, and they ran the keys for 4 weeks with the affixes we gave them. And we took the top 6 teams from there, and those are the teams you will see today and tomorrow.
Exactly. Today, for example, we will be covering the first and second round of both upper and lower brackets, while tomorrow we will resume from the upper finals straight until the grand finals. The first match of the day will feature High MS battling against 12AQ Rabbits, and the first dungeon will be King's Rest with affixes such as Tyrannical, Bursting, and Necrotic. Hothead, let's check if the teams are ready, shall we?
Absolutely.
I'd like to also announce that in 2 days, Firestorm is finally releasing Shadowlands. So I really hope that you're ready for what's coming next, because we're getting so many differences from BFA, and since we're mentioning it, also the new affixes that are going to be present, such as the seasonal affix, such as the Spiteful, which is going to give a lot of issues depending on the comp. Besides that, Hothead, how are we doing?
Looks like our teams are just about ready.
Okay. So let's check if we can actually start the very first match of the day. And this is it. Match is finally starting now. IMS versus 12AQ Rabbits. King's Rest 21, Bursting and Necrotic, Awakened. They seem to...
Yeah, these are some tough affixes.
Yeah, for King's Rest, I think Bursting and Necrotic are really a bad combination. Necrotic will give so many issues to the tank since he really has to chain pull, right?
Absolutely, and the Tyrannical on top of that, these bosses are not very forgiving at all already, and then you add the Tyrannical to it, so they're really going to have to work at it.
Yeah. I think the biggest issues they can have is right before the second boss, because there's so many oozes, right, that will apply Necrotic to the tank, that will also explode, so if they don't manage to have a CD of big defensive or immunities, they'll probably die there, right? There's no way they can do it.
Absolutely. The bursting alone in that room is incredible. It's the turtle on the hunters is a great way to kind of combat it, but other than that, Crazy Monk and Oshigo are going to really have to work at keeping everybody alive there.
As you can see here, both teams pulled the entire room, and they're just about to proc the boss event. Oh, actually, High MS pulling the 2 golems right before the boss is spawning.
Yeah, it looks like High MS pulled ahead there a little bit.
Yeah.
Looks like they're going to possibly pull those 2 guardians. Yeah, they're pulling those 2 guardians right onto the golden serpent there.
Yeah, they totally are. In fact, the rabbits, they're not using that strat. They're not caring about getting the 2 golems at the start. They would probably have to gather some more percentage later on.
Yeah, high MS may look to do the skip on the bridges and try to skip some trash later on and make up time.
Yeah, there's
They'll
also a
definitely be
golem
ahead
right
in some
there on the
percentage.
bridge. Maybe they kind of have a
Yep.
strat in which they pull it. Who
The
knows?
big thing about that Guardian skipping him is if you happen to have someone die, you either have to battle res, wait until combat's over and res them, or they're going to have to run all the way back because not killing that Guardian negates the fact of having that skip to be able to take the Pterodax back over.
Back. You can see Camp Dwarf from Higher Mass is running at 33 stacks of Necro. He got a taunt swap and now he's back to 0. That's a pretty way to do it. I've probably Crazy Monk taunted it from him, got a few melee hits and got back to 0 stacks. Both bosses are really close percentage-wise. IMS is a bit lower though, probably because they had the 2 golems to deal with. That's why they had less single target damage on the boss. That's why they are sitting at 33%, while the rabbits are at 25 now. They're totally going for it.
Yeah, they're both doing a really good job of monitoring the gold over there and not letting it drop near the boss.
Yeah, that's actually true. That's actually true, because dropping a blob towards the boss will totally compromise the run, because if the boss absorbs it, they're just gonna have to either deal 1 million more damage, or I don't know what. But
yeah, absolutely, that's a good way to wipe on Tyrannical too. It looks like 12
that's
IQ
funny.
is going to down.
You can see the HP going down. They had a 3% gap. And we can see that Rabbit killed the first boss in 3 minutes 35 seconds, while for Higher Mass it was in 3 minutes 43. So it's an 8 seconds difference, which is not that much actually, considering the really Higher Mass got 2 golems on it.
Yeah, I think that's what's going to make up the difference in the end, is that High MS got that early percentage, so they're able to skip more at the end, whereas 12 IQ is going to have to actually pull some of that stuff at the end and take up a little time pulling it.
Yeah. You can see this damage meter is all green. 3 hunters, 1 warrior, and 1 monk. That's pretty much the
damage.
meta composition for this kind of dungeons. I'm pretty sure we're gonna see some DKs in other dungeons, such as I think Waycrest Manor, but the usual random dungeon comp is 3 hunters, or either 2 hunters and another class. You can see that they're done with the second pack of the King's Room, while actually IMS has pulled the remaining 2 golems. They have pulled all 4 now. They got all of them.
Yeah, it looks like High MS is trying to get all their percentage at the same time, get those doors. So, oh, camp goes down though.
Oh, that was. What did he get? Did he get a frontal from the Guardians? He's getting rest from Ragnas. He's back up. They didn't lose a lot of time because these rooms are timed, so it's not even that bad. So they added 5 seconds to their timer.
Yeah, it looks like the necrotic wound just was chunking him down and keeping him from getting healed up, and then the channel lightning hit him pretty hard.
Yeah.
Almost 100k damage. That's a big hit. The channel lightning there is big damage, even on Tyrannical.
It is.
There's only a few ways to get rid of it. The Ring of Peace is a great way to get rid of it, but if that's on cooldown, you just have to kind of arrange it or damage him down.
Exactly. We can see that they are 10% difference. IMS sitting at 50, almost 51, while the rabbits are at 40. That's gonna impact the game a lot later on. I really don't know what they're gonna skip with all this percentage, but most importantly, what the rabbits are gonna pull to get the remaining percentage.
Looks like rabbits are actually gonna pull this first or the second pillar right here and try to do the skip on the bridge.
Yeah, they're not popping the pillar on the last boss. They're playing it a bit safe, I guess. While High Mass is still trying to deal with the King's Room last wave. They're just gonna gather even more percentage now. They're gonna hit 55.
Yeah, 12 IQ's strat, it's a pretty smart strat too, taking only 3 pillars onto that last boss, because King's Rest is another dungeon where you don't really have anywhere the monk can kite the pillars around. So you either have to down all 4 as fast as you can while also fighting the boss, or try to kill some off ahead of time so that it's not so much work on the healer and tank there. And pulling this fear, that is
I think it was
one of the best ones there to take.
It was a really good idea, mostly because in a 21 tyrannical, you really do not want to be feared. Maybe into the boss cyclones, we don't. But they just go for the big ooze pull. They're just gonna gather so many stacks. They pull the boss on it, they just need to get the construct done as fast as possible before he casts the Entomb.
It looks like High MS is going for the same strat. They're both just pulling straight to the boss and trying to bring everything down.
Both teams popped around 16 stacks of bursting. Rabbit survived it, same goes. Almost Crazy Monk drops really low by 16 stacks of bursting, but is actually alive. But they still have a construct alive. If you don't kill it fast enough, someone's gonna get entombed, and it's really not what they want for this boss. It needs to die before the entomb.
Even 1 DPS getting entombed is big on Tyrannical.
They got it. They got it.
IMS gets him down, but 12 IQ still has one of the constructs up.
Yeah, that's unless it's on hunters that have their Feign Death available or their Shadow Meld available, it's not gonna be fun. Okay, they just killed it. They managed to do it. That's good. I've seen them like practicing this dungeon in +19s during the time trials, and they were having some good progresses. Problem is that this is a 21. The HP is kind of different, a bit different, enough just to give you some more troubles in this boss.
Oh yeah, both teams had really good time trial times on this, but like you said, going from the 19 in time trials up here to the 21 in the tournament, that's a big health and damage jump that they got to try to work with.
Oh. So we have High MS on the boss having 44% HP, while the rabbits are now actually losing the lead. They are at 48, and they also have less percentage, around 12%. That's a lot. That's really a lot.
That's a big jump. You have to pull the Shadow Azul there before last boss, but he gives around 4%. So even with him at the end, that's a good difference they're going to have to make up on that bridge with 12 IQ rabbits.
Oh. It's not even fast to kill the Shadow Azul because it has a lot of HP. It's really going to be a waste of time. Boss running at 15% for High MS, while 21 for the rabbits. They're kind of closing the gap.
Oh yeah, High MS, their damage is... Those hunters are just pumping the damage out. They're doing a great job.
Do you think they're gonna have a third Bloodlust? Because right now High MS has 30 seconds cooldown on their Bloodlust, so they're actually able to use it. Do you think they're gonna use it on the last boss?
I think with the pillars, that's the best place for them to use it. It's dangerous to use it too close to that last boss, but it can also depend, because that third boss, that one takes a long time, having 3 of the NPCs on there, 3 bosses. So it depends on how confident they are that their 3 hunters on both sides can do enough damage to make it up.
Exactly. That's really gonna be a tough call, because they pop Bloodlust in 2 different times. Because High MS has it ready, but the rabbits have 40 seconds cooldown. But I think they're just gonna pop it on the last boss, just because they're having, at the moment, they have 3 pillars available.
Camp went down again.
It went down. They should have a rest available. Yes, Ragnas is getting it up.
Yeah, it
Problem is that there is a hunter casting the poison on them. It has to be dispelled, but Crazy doesn't have... He has revival available, but he actually decides to dispel Ragnas. But he still has the debuff. Yeah, he had to use revival, because he didn't have a dispel available. He had to revival himself.
Yeah, another big thing with this hallway is those raptors right there. You see Crazy Monk using that Ring of Peace. When they do their leap, their bloody leap there, and start thrashing, you can either stun or push them and it'll cancel it. But the hunters have to be able to focus on the ones that are really taking the tank down and try to slow them down for them, so it's hard for them to multitask that. But it looks like they're doing a better job of cleaning it up now. And 12 IQ still, they pulled the Brute in with that pack.
Yeah. They're actually getting the fear, what is the tank guy, so that they're not popping it on the last boss. Oh! Barbecue rabbits.
Oh no,
Upheaval goes down. He got cleaved. What did he get? From the Brute, I think? Oh no, it's actually the actual pack. He's getting rust.
Yeah, it looks like the pack.
But Oshigo is really having some troubles getting all the damages from the ads because they're probably focusing him. And the Brute comes back again. Rabbits are really having a hard time here. While Higher Mass is almost ready to pull the third boss.
It looks like they did pull it, and they brought some ads on there with it.
Oh, they actually did it, yeah. The axe is on Fragan. He manages to feign death and avoid the nasty debuff because it's a tyrannical. Having an axe debuff on this boss is really not that good for hunters mostly, because it's physical damage and it scales with your armor type.
Yeah, the positioning on this boss is really important because, like you said, if you get hit by one of these axes, it hurts. But not only that, it can knock you off the edge if you're not careful and knock you out of your position.
And now 12 rabbits are now finally pulling the boss with the pack. They have one priest, so they have also to be careful interrupting the ad. Upheaval going up with stacks. As for the high MS, they seem to be pretty fine with dealing with Cola as we speak. And it's about to go down. There's a huge time gap now because Rabbits just pulled, while High Mass is already onto Zanazal.
Oh, for sure. So it looks like they pulled their percentage off. Pulling that Brute and a couple things extra on that bridge closed that gap of percentage. Now they just have to close that boss gap. If they can close that gap, this is going to be really close.
Keep in mind though that High Mass lost 10 seconds, while Rabbits just 5 seconds, so that timer is also important for us. For now, High MS have 27 minutes and 25 on the clock, while the Rabbits have 27 and 25 now. So yes, you can see the 5 seconds gap, which might actually impact on the last boss once the dungeon is over. Zanazal and Kola are about to go down.
Yeah, Zanazal going down. They're going to go into that third boss on this pull here, while 12 IQ is about to get Kola down.
They didn't. They used the revival. They let the cast go through IMS with no problem because they had revival available, and they let the boss cast through. Then they deal with totems at the very end, and now they deal with the last guy, Akali.
So this boss here is that barrel through can do a lot of damage. However, looks like they're doing the meld and feign death, so they can actually keep him doing barrel through if they just wait until just that last second and either meld or feign, and he'll switch targets. And if they keep doing that, he's not going to move.
They're totally doing it. Like, I don't see the boss charging ever. It's on Crazy Monk. Who knows? Maybe he's gonna even shadow meld that one. He won't. He's saving it.
They might be planning to use it right after.
Yeah. Probably for the skip, which is happening soon, because they already have 90% and 2 pillars alive. I think they still need something. But taking a look at percentage now, you can see that Rabbits are now have the lead. They have almost 92%. And their timer looks even better on the clock. Problem is, they still have the last guy to nuke down. That's the difference there now. Besides that, it's going great for both teams.
Looks like 12 IQ is doing that same feign death strat there.
Are they gonna pull the Shadow of Zul? IMS? Magnus died for the cause. They're just resting him up. I think they didn't do it correctly, the skip, so they had to sacrifice him.
Yep. So they're going into Shadow Azul there. They're still missing a little bit of percentage. They'll get about 4% off of Shadow Azul, so they're going to have to pull something at the end.
Yeah, they probably have to. I think Shadow Azul plus the 2 remaining pillars is enough, isn't it? Maybe not. No, that it has to be enough. I don't think they are aiming to actually go back after the last boss is dead.
Well, High MS, I believe they only pulled 1 pillar, so they should have 3
they
still.
they only did
IQ
1.
pulled 2.
That's exactly. They didn't pull the tank guy. That's why. So their High MS is sitting at 93.50%, about to pull the last boss with 3 pillars. It's actually 4 pillars. They didn't even do the fear guy. So High MS is going full pillars. They have to make sure they don't get feared into the cyclones, kick the spider, and also avoid the crash from the tank guy. All of this while moving. They pop Lawless and they're trying to nuke down Samrek, which is the fear guy right now, as fast as possible before the next fear comes through. They also need to be keeping an eye on the spider, which actually casted on the tank, which is fine, it probably reflected it. Right after the fear guy goes down, they just focus in the spider and eventually the tank guy. Everything is almost dead flawlessly. Instead, rabbits are almost done.
26 stacks.
Yeah.
So as long as he can manage his health there and his stacks and avoid that tank buster, they can pull this off.
Rabbits just pulled the last boss. They're having 2 pillars now, since they cleared the first 2 at the start of the dungeon, so it's a bit simple for them. So they don't have to actually cleave that much. They just need some interrupts on the spider, because everything else is not that deadly, since they're all ranged.
It looks like they have 3. They opted to not kill the tank buster when they pulled it to the other boss.
Yeah. King Dazar sitting on Dazar now. They just need to make sure they don't get feared into the cyclones. And the leap from King Dazar in Tyrannical 21 is not that soft on hunters.
No, absolutely not. And also the talons from Raban, which High MS is already taken care of. Raban is down. But if he leaps and starts hitting you on Tyrannical, it's going to take your health away pretty quick and take you out of the fight.
Percentage-wise, we have Rabbit at 85% still in first phase, while the High MS team actually broke for second phase and they're on third phase. No Raptor anymore, they just need to push till 0. There's nothing else. They just need to avoid the spears falling from the ceiling.
Yeah, they're in the easier part of the fight, but one step into the spear can change it real fast.
I don't see how this can go wrong from now on. I really don't. As long as they keep distancing themselves from the boss and from each other, they should be totally fine. Speaking about High MS. Raban goes down on the rabbit, so now this seems a bit easier, but they still have to manage to enter phase 2. While the boss is sitting at 8% for High MS, 7%, they're almost done. Percentage is cleared.
Like High MS is going to pull off the King's Rest.
They totally have it. Yes, High MS
coming back
wins this round for sure.
Coming back from those few deaths too. Those hunters pumping the damage, and Crazy Monk just doing everything he can to keep them alive, especially through all that bursting and necrotic.
Yeah, they totally had the lead on that. So you can see on the ladder, High MS won the first round. Second round would be Freehold in a few minutes. We're just waiting for the teams to get ready. But yeah, from the start of the dungeon, I thought they were gonna have like a really close gap between teams. I was sure they were not gonna have that much of a difference. But I think those two deaths they had, the higher mass didn't impact as much as the death that rabbits had, because they had the death from the tank on top of an entire pack, which had a crusher, a hunter, and the raptors, so the healer had to kite all the way through. So that was the actual reason why they really had issues, don't you think?
Yeah, I think it was a combination. Definitely Camp getting hit by that lightning in the beginning took a little bit off there, but they recovered from it pretty quick, and even the death for the last bridge there, they did a great job recovering from any deaths or any mess ups they had. So I was really impressed with the way they did it. I was still impressed with 12 IQ. Taking the loss there hurts them, but moving into the next dungeon, I think they can look at what they did and just press from there.
Teams are getting their characters ready for the next dungeon, which, as I remind you, it's going to be Freehold, and the affixes will be Fortified, Bolstering, and Skittish. What do you think of Bolstering and Freehold, Hothead?
Bolstering and Freehold can get real dangerous really fast. There's so many mobs, and it's hard to not want to just pull to that first boss area and nuke everything down with some Death Knights or BM Hunters. And bolstering makes that really hard to do, adding the damage and health onto those mobs every time you kill one.
Yeah, that's for sure. That's for sure. They cannot chain pull into, for example, the crushers that are patrolling the area. They really can't, for example. Yeah, teams have entered the dungeon, they're getting ready, they're buffing. We should keep an eye on them, right? Hothead, why don't you check if they're ready? And we can actually start the second game of match 1.
All right, looks like teams are almost ready. They're prepping their keys.
Almost ready. We're seeing that they're having a swap on the tanks, so we're waiting for them to just join the dungeon and we will see what's gonna happen. I think the count will still be the same. I'm pretty sure they're gonna run with 3 hunters again, but nothing is too sure for now.
Yeah, the hunters are a safe pick. I mean, the damage they can put out consistently, their cooldowns are always up. The DK is nice to have a lot of times just because of the multiplicative damage they can do, but at the same time, their cooldowns just aren't as consistent as that BM Hunter, especially when it comes to single target. The BM can put out the AoE damage as well as the single target at the same time.
Yes, that's the benefit of playing Hunter right now. Okay, we have the teams ready. They are about to start their key. They have to be running 3 hunters. There's no way they can run anything else than that.
Yeah, it's just too reliable to not run it.
And here they go, they're starting. Freehold, bolstering, and skittish with fortified. Let's see what's gonna happen.
Yeah, the hunters also give them a big benefit with the misdirect here because the skittish makes it hard for that tank to keep aggro, and having 3 hunters with misdirect just make it so much easier.
Those are
like
way two different strats. High MS doesn't seem to be skipping, while the rabbits just pull everything close to the first boss spawn position.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to get that first boss spawned and down a little bit earlier, whereas High MS is trying to take it slow and get that early percentage.
Yeah, they both pop Bloodlust right now, but the difference that is the rabbits are actually pulling the boss with Bloodlust, while the High MS are still trying to deal with the ad, so they're losing that Bloodlust. You can see the first boss is already at 70% in phase 2.
You can see on 12 IQ rabbits there, Upheaval running all that Twilight Devastation makes that Prot Warrior damage just go insane. And looks like High MS is doing the same thing, but IQ's boss damage with it is just insane on Upheaval there.
IMS just started pulling the first boss while the rabbits are almost done. Boss is at 25%. But if we check the percentage though, the odds percentage, they have 28%. IMS is still having the lead on the percentage, which seems to have been the best choice since Skin's Rest. They did the same thing, they're trying to clear as much as possible at the start of the dungeon.
Yeah, and these bosses, they're nothing to joke about on a 21, but a Fortified makes it so much easier for them to make up that boss damage there after taking out those extra adds.
So first boss goes down for the rabbits in 1 minute 54 since the key started, and now they're just approaching the weekly event, which is the drink one. So they just need to drink and they can proceed to the second boss. They just need to make sure they do not bolster some kind of big ad, even Swabby that is sitting right down this house. That one, if you pull it wrong, like at the end of a pack, that's gonna punish you really good.
But High MS looks like they accidentally pulled that pat onto the boss. That's going to be bad if they get the bolstering on Sky Captain.
And boss gets bolstered, he gets one stack, which is 20% more HP. That's gonna... He gets a second stack. If you're not careful with the
bolstering, you can turn this into a tyrannical boss real fast.
Rabbits totally have the lead right now. They're rocking this dungeon with no problem. Second boss is almost down, at least for Raoul. They just need to get Jolly. First boss is down for the High MS team, approaching the event. And there we go. They're pulling it back, the rabbits, just because...
they're pulling a little bit onto him.
Yeah. Oh, the healer is about to go down, Hoshigo. He actually cocoons himself and he gets out of danger in some kind of way. It was like sitting at 5% HP.
Yeah, it looked like he ran over there and spinning crane kicked some more mobs. It looks like they're trying to get as much cleave damage for those hunters as they can. Trying to get some of that percentage at the same time of being careful not to bolster these bosses too much.
Yes, and in fact...
it looks like they got him down.
The boss is dead,
and burning.
They totally got a better timer because they pulled the back on it, and the back is almost dead as well. So that's free percentage, that's really good.
Yeah, and High MS now pulling... Looks like they're trying the same thing. They're pulling some stuff onto these bosses here in the council.
Yeah, so you can see the hunters that hunter is the best class for chain pulling and pulling ads that are really far away from where you're at. They can misdirect the tank, they don't have anything to fear. They can just misdirect the tank, pull from really far distance, and everything's supposed to be fine as long as the tank and everyone else goes in an LOS. This week is gonna be hard just because you have the harpooners. So for example, every ranged, which of course we have hunters right now, they have to be close to the pack, otherwise they get gripped into and they also get damaged from it.
Yeah, it looks like High MS downs that pack and they have actually taken ahead on percentage. 12 IQ is still ahead on those bosses being taken down, but High MS is really just mitigating the time they need and utilizing as much percentage at once if they can.
You can see 6 stacks of bolstering for rabbits. The tank is actually getting some good hits. Upheaval is having a hard time with his ads, which have a lot of HP right now. 6 stacks of bolstering is like 120% HP more, isn't it?
Yeah, and he's doing a good job, and Oshigo's doing a great job keeping him alive. He hasn't popped his shield wall there. He hasn't had to fear him or last stand or anything, so they're doing a great job. He's taking some scary hits, but they're doing an amazing job taking care of it.
It seems that both teams assigned a hunter to start the event, because as we know there is a dog event that the sooner you start it, the less time you lose. And we can hear it that the NPC is talking about the arena, so they're just waiting for the dog to come, and I think it's still the same guy that's just gonna complete the event in solo. And as you can see, the high MS is actually keep pulling every single time. They are sitting at 60% or 62 now. And as for the rabbits, they're actually facing the Ludwig van Dolen, which is the mini event, but still sitting at 43%. That's gonna impact the overall gameplay of this dungeon.
Yeah, just like with King's Rest, it looks like High MS is going to be able to skip straight to that last boss and start dealing with their percentage there. But if they're wanting to do the Mistweaver Monk kite strat, they're going to have to be really careful with what they don't pull on the way.
Exactly, because no teams ever started a single pillar. I think they're both going for the monk strat, right? They're probably gonna go kite.
That's the way it seems.
Crazy Monk got bumped from the turtles, and he's dead. They totally need to rest him, but if hunters climb on it without turtle, exactly, Fragans use the turtle because there is a high chance they get targeted by the NPCs that throw food at them and kill them. That's how Crazy died.
And it looks like that's going to be... He already used his Way of the Crane to start off the big healing there, so he's going to have to use everything else he's got to really pull this healing off with that bolstering on Ludwig.
Bolstering stacks are starting to ramp up for high MS. I'm pretty afraid the Crushers are just going to get so much bolster. They're already sitting at 4 stacks and still at 20% HP. I'm afraid that if they don't single target them down, it's going to take so long. Good thing is that they proc the boss now, so they have 30 seconds to wait unless they're planning on pulling something else.
Yeah, and 12 IQ, they've already downed Ludwig. They're pulling the extra trash to try to make up that percentage gap between them and high MS. And so far, they're doing a great job of it. Now high MS, they've got their percentage they want. They're comfortable. So they're having to sit this time and waste all this combat time. Whereas 12 IQ is doing their best to utilize that RP time to get their percentage during that time. So that explains why they were doing so many skips at the beginning.
Exactly, the boss just spawned for the rabbits and they're about to pull it. Making sure everyone is in the room, because if they're not, someone's gonna get shot at by food and die, just like what happened to High MS with Crazy Monk. They need to be all inside the room. We have the good thing of playing with 3 hunters on this boss, of course, is having one guy, every guy can simply kite the shark with no problem. We can see from rabbits and from High MS, we can see both Fragan and Pioneer just kiting the shark with no problem. But Fragan gets targeted down by the shark and dies. I don't know if they have a rest, do they? It seems that they don't.
It doesn't look like it.
Doesn't seem they do. Exactly, they have no rest.
They're gonna have to do this with just 2 DPS.
Even if they had, they pulled it back. Even if they had a rest, Camp needs to stay on top of him, because the shark is gonna target the guy that is resting. But no, he's actually standing away from Fragan with no problem. But there's no way they can rest. They have a rest available, but they cannot rest because the shark is actually targeting the guys there.
Yeah, their only option would be to turtle and try to res him, but then they're losing that second DPS, and pulling on top of Trothak like that, they're already getting him bolstered. It's really dangerous to lose that extra DPS just for the battle res.
IMS has the boss at 18%, while the rabbits just killed it. That means we have, of course, a percentage gap of 20%, sort of, even more than 20%. But Rabbit is just gonna make up for it, just pulling the next pack. And they don't have a dead guy now.
Yeah, just like I said before, they're doing a great job of utilizing their time, trying to stay in combat as much as possible, keeping that percentage. And looks like High MS is almost done with Trothak. They just bolstered him some more, and that's gonna hit camp so hard.
It will. It totally will. They're not having a great time there.
High MS brings Trothak down. Fraggin had to release and come back, and they are on their way to that last area with the last boss.
I wonder what they're gonna do now for the skip, because they have 91%. Let's see what HMS has in plan.
Yeah, if they're skipping, it looks like they're not going to skip here.
Oh, it looks like it is, because the tank just got all the aggro. Yeah. He's gonna Shadow Meld probably, and they will start the last boss.
Yeah, it looks like they're not going to be able to actually kite. They're going to have to kill all 4 of these right here.
Got the odds coming onto the tank. Yeah, this is going to be hard for the team. They probably decided to do it since Fragan died, so they cannot waste Crazy Monk's damage here. They're just trying to get everything dead as soon as possible.
Yeah, having that slime
getting close
putting those puddles on the ground with the fear is just so much harder for them to work with here.
The good thing is that having Hunter's Turtle and the Revival can avoid 2 fears, so as long as they focus it down, they can actually break it. And in fact, the fear guy is dead. They just have the tank guy and some interrupts for the spider, but it's almost dead. Yeah, it is dead right now. And they only have to fear the tank guy now to deal with. While the rabbits seem to have a double pillar here. They decided to do double pillar before the last boss, which is probably gonna cost a lot of time, but the last boss is gonna be easier.
Yeah, you can see High MS here. They missed this one, but no, they got it. The ad that spawns on Harlan here in the back, that Grenadier, if the Hunter throws the Frost Trap between them and that Grenadier before it spawns, they can negate that AoE damage that comes out from him completely. This is just another big reason you bring these BM Hunters. It looks like 12 IQ Rabbits is going to pull this stuff before last boss.
Totally. I'm pretty sure they will. They're so far ahead.
Well, High MS is still missing a few percent there, so they're going to have to try to pull that last little pack there and get their percent as soon as Harlan goes down. If they're really careful, you can actually utilize these cannons right here to pull those and let the cannons kill the ads. The problem with that is you have to be careful not to bolster Harlan too much when you do it. And it looks like he's going to. He's going to pull him onto Harlan. Now it's just up to the DPS to
they're getting a lot of percentage
on him.
Ashigo goes down and the tank is actually he's suffering a lot. People is almost dead. He's dead right now. It's a wipe. It's a full wipe.
As long as High MS can pull off these ads right here with Harlan, they're going to sweep this 2-0. And they did it.
And the boss is dead. That means High MS wins this match and they're just gonna proceed into round 2 against the Pleats. That was a really good run.
Absolutely.
Percentage-wise, there's still the gap. They have 2 different strats for this, but they managed to pull it off.
Yeah, they really showed that they had the knowledge and the preparation, and they've done the work to make sure their routes were prepared for any situation they needed to pull back from.
And I guess now we have the other match, which is Stomp battling against Man Batman, starting soon. We're just getting the teams ready. And we will be back. What dungeon do we have on Stomp and Man Batman? First dungeon seems to be Waycrest Manor. And I'm telling you, the affix on Waycrest Manor, that's totally not pleasant to have. Because it's going to be a tyrannical dungeon, first of all, with raging. Just raging itself is a big issue.
Oh, absolutely. So all of these teams had very impressive times on Waycrest Manor. A lot of them sub 10 minute, sub 8 minute, or sub 9 minute, and those are really good times going into this. So as long as they can adjust themselves from that 19 to this 21, I think we're going to have really close times here.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Waycrest Manor is gonna give us a lot of entertainment. Because that's one of the dungeons in which you can actually do so many strats, because it's an entire house, and there's so many packs that you can decide to pull and not to pull. The percentage is a lot. You really can pull as much as you want. There's the basement that you can decide whether to pull it or not, and I'm looking forward into seeing what's gonna happen on this. We are trying to get the teams ready. Let's see where they at. Yeah. So in round 2, we will see that the Blitz is gonna go against IMS now. But there's not a problem for the Rabbits, because as we mentioned, this tournament is a double elimination bracket. That means we have a lower bracket in which the Rabbits are being sent to, so they still have a chance to come back.
Absolutely. That lower bracket is a big part of these double elimination tournaments, getting the opportunity to come back from that loss and still make it into the grand finals and have the opportunity to still win the whole tournament.
Let's check on the team, shall we, Hothead? Let's see if they're ready.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we are gonna have a totally different comp for this dungeon. I'm pretty sure we're gonna see DKs, and there's no way we're not seeing DKs on this.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to see some DKs in here. Like I said, they have really quick time, so as long as they can work on those explosives and not let some of those go off and wipe them, they're going to absolutely destroy this tyrannical dungeon here.
Yeah, this one, in my opinion, is one of the funniest dungeons I've ever played in BFA. There aren't many, but when it comes to Waycrest Manor, I never say no to just go into a key. No matter the level, I just like to just pull everything and just look at them explode. The only problem in here is that we're having the explosive aspects, which is going to give some issue, I'm pretty sure. Not gonna be
the hunters,
fun.
They can Cobra Shot or Kill Commando and it'll kill them pretty quick, but they also have to be helping out and doing this single target damage, because the thing about Unholy DK here in BFA is that their AoE damage can be insane, a few million DPS, but on single target, if they don't have something to cleave off of and feed that Festermite, then it's going to be hard for them to do that single target.
Yeah, that's for sure. That's really for sure. So are the teams ready? Do you think we can start, or they're still gathering some players? All right. Can't wait to see how many pillars they're just gonna pull on the last boss. Because if they go 4 pillars, I don't know how that's gonna turn out to be. I really have no idea.
This one's dangerous.
And they're starting. Let's see how it turns out to be.
Stomp running the double DK there, whereas Batman's just running the 1, trying to feed him. The big thing about those double DKs is if one's feeding off this Festermite, the other one might not get as much because things might just die too fast.
You can see Stump and both teams have just pulled all the ads on the boss. Because right now, of course, this is not Freehold, there is no boss turning. They have all the reason to pull everything on the boss. Only problem is that, of course, they just need to handle the etch on the tank, the drain essences, and also kick the boss. Because I remind you, this is a tyrannical key. This tyrannical key is really gonna hurt people if you let the cast go through.
Yeah, for sure. With it being tyrannical, those ads die super fast, so they get their Festermite stacks, but you can't reset that timer. So once they're gone, these
DK goes down damage. From the Man Batman team. They have DKs down. They just got rest, so they're down to 0 rests right now. So another mistake and it's over. The monk gets the debuff from the sister and he just needs to top himself up. They just use the rallying cry trying to help him, but I don't think there's a way. I really don't think he's sitting at 30% HP trying to top himself really hard. He just needs to get to 100 and he's gonna be fine. He just did it. He lost the debuff. That was a really scary debuff.
Yeah, the big thing, like you said at the beginning, is these kicks here. And having 2 hunters makes it a lot harder because their kick cooldown is super long compared to the melee. So that's what ended up killing BDK there, was a Ruinous Bolt got off and it hit him pretty hard.
Two bosses down for Stomp, while still 1 sister down only for Man Batman. But we can see that Malady is sitting at 10%, they're just gonna cover the damage. But there's already a huge time gap. They're still missing 1 entire sister, while the other team, Stomp, is pulling the rest of the graveyard, everything, on the boss. They're going crazy on the boss. They have so many casts, so many explosives to kill.
There's potential that this Goliath goes down pretty fast for these guys as they both feed those Festermites onto him.
And you can see damage meter. You can see the damage meter. Michael here is just hitting almost 2.5 million per second.
Yeah, the Hunter has to try to stay as close as he can, because if he gets imprisoned or rooted by the boss there, the melee are going to have to move over there to try to get him out. So if he positions close, it's going to be just cleaving off, and it's even another way for them to feed a stack or 2 of Festermite.
So not only Stomp has a lead in bosses, of course, because they killed the first boss around 40 seconds, almost 50 seconds before Man Batman, but they also have a 20% gap. They're sitting at 33, almost 34.
Yeah, you can see here they did that early damage feeding that Festermite to those DKs, so it brought Goliath down pretty quick, but now they've lost that Festermite and they're losing that single target damage. You can see their damage starting to go down, whereas Man Batman, as long as they can get those hunters to keep feeding their cooldowns there, they have a chance there to pull this boss a little faster.
Yeah, probably having the 2 hunters will work a bit better when it comes to bosses. Because right now, for Man Batman, the boss is sitting at 65%, while the other one is at 38%, but they still can manage to get some better damage, single target wise, while the actual Stomp team is still pulling, chain pulling onto the boss, so that the double DK are actually gonna pop Festermite and just nuke down the boss as well from the explosions of the swords.
Yeah, it looks like Man Batman's taken quite a bit of damage through that pull there. They've already used a lot of their personal defensives and their externals, including Cocoon.
Stomp getting the boss at 15%, but they just got the fire on the boss. They just need to heal it up. They just pop Rally and some personals. They managed to get through with it.
Low.
Yeah. Klaus tank is getting low mostly because he had 2 debuffs from the maggots, which are so deadly when it comes to raging. Because when the maggots go below 35%, they pop raging, and a single debuff on any classes that's not a tank, it's really, really nasty.
Yeah, for sure. They get that Goliath down, and now they're moving in here and pulling Raw with all this trash again. They're doing a great job of maximizing the use out of those DKs here, getting the percentage while already on the bosses. They're going to have a really impressive time here if they can keep it up.
That's for sure. That's for sure. Man Batman is still dealing with the second boss while Stomp started the third, and it's already really down. That's 65% in around 20 seconds or so. The DK difference, you can totally feel it. Even though running 2 DKs on this with that kind of pack was not that worth, since you can see 1 DK is totally benefiting from those deaths, because he's sitting at 1 million, but of course running the second DK, he has less damage. He cannot have all the damage.
For sure, and that kind of goes back to what I said at the beginning there. If you have both DKs popping at the same time, only one's going to get benefits, and it's almost a waste of cooldowns. So as long as they can manage that and really manage the use of their offensive cooldowns there and stagger them a little bit, they can still burn this boss real quick. Oh, it looks like Nepera running into the other room. They're pulling more to try to feed those DKs again onto the boss there, but they have a couple explosives in the back.
Man Batman just lost their hunter.
Off.
Man Batman just lost their hunter on the third boss. We have a breakdown here. Tank is getting the interrupt. They're all enraged. That's
going to be a wipe.
That's a wipe.
That's going to be
couldn't manage to get the explosive dead and also to get all the spits and handle the damage of those spits and also interrupting the silence. That's what caused the wipe. But it's still not over. Totally not over. They still have a good time.
Yeah, definitely. So looks like Stomp is going to take down Raw, moving that Rune Carver. They're going into Kitchen to try to go ahead and go downstairs. Looks like they're going to pull that blob pillar, take it down there, and use it as the skip.
They're getting rid of the blob, which I think it's one of the best ideas, since it will just get the whole last boss room dirty.
2?
They pull 2? Yeah, they got the tank
so
guy. Yeah.
I've used this strat. It's a really smart strat because these 2 right here are not that bad as long as the tank can mitigate all of that damage from the tank buster there and kite that blob. This is a really easy 2-pillar pull here.
Yes, because as we know, the last boss room is so tiny that having the tank guy and the blob done before that, it's really gonna help them a lot. They're gonna run out of space otherwise. We can see Man Batman actually started again with the Ralph the Gluttonous, and just like before, they're pulling everything. Hopefully this time they're just gonna kill them for good, as it's happening right now. Deep DK is using all the defestimate attacks he's getting and just nuking down the boss as much as he can. But we can see there's a lot of difference right now. Percentage is the same, 79%. That means once Man Batman is done with that boss, they can just proceed. I don't know if they're just gonna do the same 2-pillar strat so they get rid of them. But it's not ideal considering what just happened since the wipe. But who knows? It's still gonna be a hard boss.
They're gonna have to work to make up that time and hope they can pull something dangerous off here to make up that space there.
Stomp pulling the boss room with the third boss all together. As long as they manage to get the Soul Charmer interrupted on the Soul Volley every time, they're just gonna be super fine. They can feint that, they have Shadow Meld, they have everything. This boss in a Tyrannical 21 should hit a bit harder when it comes to last phase. Oh, but they're just pulling even the dogs from upstairs. One guy goes down. It's a wipe from Stomp, is it?
This could be where Man Batman pulls in this gap. That boss is really dangerous because
yeah, that's a really dangerous one, and they're starting again. They're trying to get through with it.
Yeah, they're trying to make their way back down there. The big thing about that boss is that spell goes off on that last boss, and it can absolutely chunk your tank. But if they have that spell reflect up, they can actually send it back at the boss and do a good big chunk of damage to him.
And Batman is done with the boss, and they're getting the 2 pillars, I think. I'm pretty sure they're just gonna double pillar it.
Yeah, they pulled the tank buster here, and looks like they are pulling Blood of the Corruptor over there with Urgrot.
Yes, they got the blob as well, yes. Same strat for now. 2 different wipes. Same percentage. That seems like a really even match. Both teams wiped. But there is a difference now that, of course, Man Batman still has to go through the 2 pillars, while Stump actually can start the boss while pulling the ads on it. We don't know if they're gonna pull the dogs again and risk it, just like 2 minutes ago. Doesn't seem like so.
No, looks like everyone's down here fighting this boss here. They don't have all the defensives for Clouds that they had the first time they pulled it, but having just Lord Waycrest isn't too bad. Looks like Man Batman downs the Blood of the Corruptor there, and they're taking Urgroth, and they look like they're doing the same thing. They're going to take him downstairs and use him to skip all that.
Exactly, while the Lord Waycrest is... both Waycrest are in... They're not even in last phase yet. They're still in phase 2. They're missing another switch, another health transfer, and then they're just gonna hit last phase. As for percentage, they're hitting 88. That means I'm pretty sure they have to pull these mollies before the last boss, the ones that spawn.
Yeah, it looks like Man Batman is actually going to be able to get higher percentage right off the end of the pillar here. But Urgroth looks like he reset. He jumped up top. He's coming back down now. Looks like he may have followed a pet there.
Yes, that's probably it. He chose another pathfinding.
Yeah. He's on his way down. They're still able to get the skip there. They'll be able to jump out here, get ahead a little bit on percent, but they're still going to have to down Lord and Lady Waycrest really fast if they want to make up that gap.
And they killed it. They're about to start the 3rd boss finally, the 4th boss. And I'm pretty sure they're just gonna pull everything, just like Stomp did. Who knows if they're gonna pull the graveyard as well, I hope not. But should be fine.
Yeah, the big thing here is the difference in the timer there because of the deaths here on Stomp. So even if they're a little bit off on that boss health, they still have the potential to pull it off or make it a close match just based off of that death timer.
They have 3 deaths difference for now, 15 seconds. But the Hunter goes down, Atal'Dazar goes down from the Man Batman team. He's getting another res. Just needs to get buffed. The monk had some issues on dispelling that. He was totally busy getting the tank up. They're having some hard time on the 4th boss, while Stomp is, as I would say, stomping the last boss with no issue. They're just pulling everything on it.
Yeah, it looks like they brought those Gloom Horrors from upstairs down on top of it, and they're trying to feed those DKs and bring this boss and these pillars down as fast as they can.
They lost, and they're just gonna get feared probably into this. Just the Hunter, and 1 pillar is already down. They just need to kill the fear guy, Samrak, and that's just full damage on the boss. Into this, probably DKs will benefit more since there are some ads that spawn during the boss. They don't even need to burn them down once they die, because they will just boost the DK damage. They're just keeping them and not burn them. And Madman's still trying to get... They just got into last phase of the 4th boss, while Stomp is almost done. Gorak sitting at 38%. I don't see any chance of wiping now. Now that the pillars are dead and the DKs are perfect for this kind of fight. You can see Hunters though.
Yeah.
The Hunters are... Nappa is just annihilating the ads, getting some resets. That's why even them, they can have so much fun in this dungeon.
Yeah, as long as they're getting the stuns, they can keep these ads alive and let the DKs feed.
And I think this is it. Gorak Tol on 1%. And it's over. Stomp gets the first win in Waycrest Manor. That was a really good dungeon. There were so many things that happened that were unexpected. 2 full wipes? After I saw Batman wipe, I'm like, what's gonna happen next? There's no way Stomp can wipe, and then it happened on the 4th boss, so both teams were really close to each other after that.
Yeah, it was definitely really close up until the end there, and that's where that double BFA kind of just pulls that damage ahead.
Next up, we have Atal'Dazar now, and Atal'Dazar will be with Bolstering and Grievous. That's another one that is... And then Batman needs to get their revenge, because I'm pretty sure both teams died in that dungeon. They can totally have their revenge. And as we speak, both teams are now leaving the dungeon and getting ready for Atal'Dazar. What do you think of the composition on this dungeon? I'm pretty sure they do not run 2 DKs. There's no way Stomp is not gonna run with 2 DKs. Same goes for Batman. I think that will just go either 3 hunters, maybe a demon hunter, who knows? There's so many comps that you can actually choose. It's not that restricted on 2 hunters in that. Let's see if the teams are getting ready. They should be teleporting into the dungeon soon.
Yeah, they should be just about ready. We'll check on them here in just a minute. This Atal can get dangerous. This dungeon they're moving into, the fortified bolstering Grievous. The bolstering alone, having those little swords, the tiny raptors, they can bolster a mob pretty quick.
Yep. Yes, exactly. Small swords, those are really nasty on this dungeon. The affix that was chosen for this is really punishing. They cannot do as much as they want into Atal'Dazar. Okay, we should check on these teams now. See if they're about to get ready. They should be. They're just logging their new characters. I'm pretty sure they actually. I think they're still running a DK. I just took a peek and they're still running a DK for Atal'Dazar. That's. I don't know if that's actually a good idea, but considering the affix, it's still bolstering. So maybe DK can actually wipe down the odds altogether. Doesn't seem like a bad idea. Yeah. We should check on the teams, shall we, Hothead? I think they're almost ready.
Yeah, for sure. Let's jump down and see if they're ready. It looks like they are just about ready, doing all their final preparations here.
Then I guess we can start checking. And should be starting soon. Yes, I can see them, they're starting. And let's jump right into it. Atal'Dazar, Fortified, Bolstering, Grievous, and Awakened. Let's see what's gonna happen. Both teams are running at least 2 hunters, I see, but Stomp is actually running with 1 DK, just like before. And they seem to be pulling triple pack. The thing with this pack is actually the Ogres. They're not supposed to start casting Fireball / anything else that can kill all the party, but they seem to wipe them down so easily. But they seem to have an issue with bolstering, because there's a Juggernaut fully bolstered, and if that guy hits a guy, he's gonna die. 7 stacks of bolstering, there it is. It just dashed into them.
Mathis and Delay both go down.
It actually happened because they stunned the Juggernaut after the leap was cast. So they stunned it, but after the stun was over, the Juggernaut completed the spell and will blade them. They just died out of it. 7 stacks of bossing, there's no way you can survive it. Not even in a 19 or plus 18.
Yeah, they still dealt with the pack pretty quick. You got Batman just now finishing that last Juggernaut, and he is raging himself with all that bolstering, just like Stomp had. So if he gets this assault off like that right there, luckily they managed to mitigate it right as it went off. So if they can bring it down, they can still come up to the top and make it up.
Stomp right now is actually pulling all the packs before the boss and getting rid of them just because of bolstering. They cannot pull the boss on this, even though it doesn't even seem like a hard pack with bolstering, but they really cannot pull it on the boss. That's why this dungeon is gonna be a little bit longer / harder on some things, such as these packs. But they're done with it, they pull the priestess, they have so many blood pools ready to be taken for when she's gonna leech blood from them.
Yeah, that's one of the best parts about pulling those ads with this boss is you have all those extras in case you can't stun or CC that Spirit of Gold. You have some extra opportunities to get in the blood puddle.
Batman is still having some troubles with the ads. Just like before, a Juggernaut still has too much HP for the bolstering stacks he has. They need to single target it down, which is what we're actually doing. And you can see the monk is getting hit by the Juggernaut for some reason.
Yeah, and looks like Batman opted not to pull these onto the boss here, so they're still gonna have those priestesses on the side to pull with her, but not pulling these ads on top of there. Batman goes down. He gets hit by that merciless assault. And Stomp bringing the priestess down here and moving on already.
Grievous will hit hard on the tank on this. He's sitting at 4 stacks. The moment he enters combat, is gonna be annihilated. If they don't get the interrupts correctly or any ring of peace, anything. Tank totally needs some good healing, some good defensive on this if he wants to chain pull like this. You can see the benefit of the DK just burning down the ads with bolstering when it comes to swords it's a really good class when it comes to killing ads all at the same time.
Yeah, it looks like they CC'd the Sky Screamer so that it wouldn't get that bolstering when they pulled the swords there. Now they're pulling it with this other pack, and they don't have those swords there to easy bolster them, so they're going to have a little bit easier time bringing these down.
So when it comes to those priestesses that Batman left on the sides, they actually decided to pull them on the boss when it reaches low percentage. They're trying to kill them at the same time so that bolstering is not gonna impact the boss HP. And Batman just finishes the priestess. They're moving on to the next pack. Daily DK just goes down. He gets targeted by the Honor Guard because the tank was not close enough or something. And they don't have a rest available, so he's forced to release. They're just gonna lose some DPS now, unless he manages to skip, maybe running into the pillars and trying to find a way to go back to its team. But they miss an interrupt. Stomp misses an interrupt on the double Sky Screamer. They're losing some time in here, but who knows what they're gonna do next. They have Rezan just beneath them, but they seem to be pulling the swords again. They're not going on the... They're actually skipping them. No, they're just pulling double swords.
Yeah, it looks like they're pulling both sword packs, and again, just like before, they're skipping that Sky Screamer, keeping it CC'd so that it doesn't get bolstered by these other ads.
The damage they're taking is so huge. Mathies goes down again, and they have no rests. This dungeon is really punishing. It's punishing a lot. The swords are not being baited good enough, so they have to... They will jump on the players that are on the pack. That's why they're getting so much damage.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to try to stack a little closer so that they're not triggering that leap as often. Looks like Mathies He's back, so they're going to try to go ahead and pull Razan here.
And Stump
And the big
gets
thing
his
about the
on.
way they're pulling this is you can keep it right there, and when he does his fear, you can LOS the back side of that pillar there and not get the fear, and that boss doesn't have to move.
Exactly, as you can see, the hunters are also popping the adds, the raptors that spawn from the bones you can see on the ground, just to boost both hunters and DK damage, because hunters gets reset and DK just gets so many stacks of strength. They're just gonna annihilate the boss thanks to these adds that keep spawning, thanks to hunters popping them. Both teams are doing the same strat on this.
Yeah, man, Batman, they're a little behind on the percentage there, a few back, but being able to come back from Stomp losing those couple players, Dyle and Mathis going down there, man, Batman closing that gap a little bit.
Yes, we can see that the percentage is really close to each other, but when it comes to boss percentage, they have a 30% versus a 40%. It's also the death counter is quite high for Stump right now.
Yeah, the big thing in the end is going to be that death timer, losing all that. You get 5 seconds off your time per death. So that could come into play in the end here if they get real close.
You can see that the charge is on Dyle, the fixate is on him, so he actually has to kite because it seems like the Mathis, the monk, cannot heal him through it. So he actually has to kite and lose some DPS in there. They all got feared on Man Batman. They all got the fear from the boss. Both boss and the Sky Screamers, probably because they didn't actually manage the interrupt rotation for both Sky Screamers. They're now just chaining stuns. They're in diminishing return, they cannot stun anymore, they need interrupts on this. Boss goes down from Man Batman.
Dealing with these Sky Screamers now, while Stomp is up here moving on to the next ad pack.
Both bosses died at the same exact timer, 7 minutes 54 and 53 seconds after the dungeon started. The difference now is that Man Batman needs to pull this back to just gather the remaining percentage gap that they have. They drop a binding shot, that's a really good strat when it comes to kiting these Horrids. They shouldn't get any punishment from this, and they do not have a DK, that means it's gonna take some more time. You can see that for Man Batman they have a Horrid sitting at, starting from 8 stacks, 9 stacks, that's why it took a bit longer.
Oh man, Batman here, they're opting to pull these with this Sky Screamer, and with as fast as these Saurids die, this is, before the dungeon started, this is what we were talking about. If those Saurids die too fast, they will bolster that Sky Screamer so hard. And it looks like they're going to be able to do it. They kill that Sky Screamer, and now they're just working on those Saurids.
They managed to, they just single target that guy. As for Stomp, they finally activated the Samrak pillar, which is the fear guy, and they're moving on to the Old Cal. That's one of the best way to skip all these ads since they're sitting at 74%. They need nothing else, I bet. There's just gonna be one pack downstairs and then it's straight into the last boss with the other pillars. Who knows what pillar they're gonna keep for the last boss.
Yeah, this is a smart one. I say any dungeon, this is a smart one to take down and not have to fight with that last boss, because getting feared on any last boss, but especially one as close quarters as Atal'Dazar, is really bad for any group.
They seem to approach it in a different way. Stomp decided to get the pillar onto the next boss on Volcal and break it there, while Man Batman actually are trying to get their way through the stairs so that they're actually skipping that pillar. Who knows if they're gonna activate it or just pop it on the last boss. Right now they didn't. And as you can see, they got these stalkers now, but they are full HP, so they need to make sure that they lower them down before the rest of the pack dies, otherwise the bolstering is just gonna punish them a lot.
Yeah, last star goes down again, and that's just gonna add to this death timer that's keeping them having this big gap between them and Stomp.
They still have 2 deaths less than Stomp, but they're not ahead. Stomp still has the lead because they're on Volcal on 60%. Then they have the Bloodlust ready, they're probably gonna use it on the last boss, both teams, just to get rid of the pillars ASAP. As for percentage, though, it's gonna be the same probably, but Man Batman got rid of the ads downstairs earlier than Stomp. As for this boss, it's not a tyrannical key, but it's still a 21. That means with Grievous though, standing in a puddle for more than 1 second will kill you. The ticking damage of those puddles is really high.
Yeah, this just goes to what you were saying. Being fortified, it's still a 21. These bosses, their mechanics, even their auto attacks, they hit real hard, and if they don't manage it, especially having that 4 stacks of Grievous on Klaus there, they can easily wipe on a boss in fortified.
Man Batman got rid of Volcal and they activated the Spider Pillar. They really don't want any interrupts on the last boss, because the last boss already has an interrupt mechanic that you have to deal with. Having a spider as well, considering you have 3 hunters that do not have a 15 seconds interrupt spell, will only make things harder. So that means I think they got a really good choice on this just by popping the spider.
They pulled Urgroth and
they double pillared it actually. So what pillars is remaining for the last boss?
Looks like just Blood of the Corruptor.
Yeah, looks like so. I think they even used it for at the start to get to the priestess.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Stomp here using a death skip on Klaus to get out of the Volcal room and not have to worry about those honor guards, because they hit hard on this fortified, especially with the bolstering. So they had to add another death to their timer, as well as the time it takes them to res them back. So if they're not careful, these deaths could be what brings Man Batman ahead in the end.
Stomp is still dealing with the percentage. As you can see, they're LOS in the sorted jumps as much as they can, but when it comes to a DK, they're just gonna pull them, stun them in one place, and they're just gonna explode right away. Man Batman just started Volcal, while that is a huge stand cap here.
They with Stomp already moving on to Yasma, just having these couple pillars, you killing these Sky Screamers during this RP time to try to utilize as much of this time in combat as possible.
Atal'Dazar just got hit, goes down from the leap, and Beef Hunter was trying to rest him, but he got a leap on himself. It's really hard for him, but the healer gets him now. These common mistakes seem easy to avoid, but when it comes to trying hard to damage the totem as much as you can, maybe it's not that easy just to take a look around you.
Looks like they're gonna lose a couple here on the way up to Yasma.
Stomp decided not to use the pillar and simply walk all the way through the stairs, but those stairs, if you don't use the pillar, are so deadly. One spider tech, if you soak it, that's just gonna kill you most of the times.
Yeah, that's gonna be dangerous on this boss here too, having so many spiders on the ground.
Stomp pulls it, pops Bloodlust. We have the Blood Corruptor, the tank guy, and the spider. They're pretty much gonna focus the spider first, because there's so many kicks, interrupts to be done. While Man Batman is still stuck on the Volcal.
Yeah, Stomp doing a really good job here. They've already got Voidweaver down. Blood of the Corruptor and Urgroth are going down pretty quick here on the Yasma pole, where Man Batman still got Volcal just under half health here. It looks like they're doing a pretty good job of managing the spiders here, not dropping too many puddles in the way of the tank to kite around, especially having Blood of the Corruptor dropping more puddles. One bad spider can make it really hard for Clouds to kite around here.
Most of the pillars have gone down, they're just missing the blob, but that seems to be easy now, way easier than before.
Man, Batman goes down during this full call pull here. And that's going to be just another DPS down, making this boss take a little bit longer. Clouds gets low, got that cocoon on. Oh no, he uses his Psychic Shell. He's still got 4 stacks of Grievous, as does Nepa. But Mephi's doing a good job of bringing everybody back up and maintaining their health here on Yasma. Yeah, it looks like Batman's choosing to use this pillar to skip all the way to Yasma.
Yasma on Stomp side, it's really going low. It's sitting at 16% already. I don't think there's a way for Batman to just cover up both percentage. Of course, those are the pillars, but also the boss percentage from 100 to 0, there's no way. Batman just went down. For some reason, I think he didn't use the pillar just to skip the spiders or something. But
it looks like they did the
Stomp
pull
managed
everything away
to
from middle puller.
But Stomp managed to finish the dungeon. They got both matches done, they won both matches. That means Stomp is proceeding to round 2.
Yeah, they did a really good job of anytime someone went down, they got them up pretty quick and got back into the fight. And I mean, their damage was pretty consistent, making sure they stayed ahead in these pulls. And as long as they can do that moving into round 2, they got a pretty good chance of going to these upper finals.
And now we're actually on to see the start of round 2, which will feature High MS, which won against Barbecue Rabbits versus the Pleats on Underrot. That's another interesting dungeon when it comes to Tyrannical.
Yeah, that second boss alone, if you're not careful, he can be really tough. If they blow the lust here in the beginning of the dungeon, moving on to that second boss, they got to make sure they're pulling ads to get that timer, because not having lust on that second boss can be dangerous.
Teams are getting ready. What do you think of the comp? Do you think that they're gonna run another DK? Even if it's different teams, do you think it's gonna be a DK in Underrot?
You know, I don't think it's a bad idea, especially moving into that second boss room, but there's so many times where a hunter is just going to be so much more useful going in this dungeon, more consistent, and I think they'd be better just opting for the triple hunter again.
That wouldn't be a bad choice, going triple hunter again. We've seen how hunters can perform in these dungeons. Team should be logging in and ready for the dungeon. Let's see one thing.
Check on them here, see if they're ready to go.
Let's check.
All right, looks like they're doing their final preparations. They are ready to start these keys.
Okay, let's see. They're about to start right now. They are ready.
Yeah, moving in here with this necrotic, having all these ticks bring more necrotic stacks onto him can be really dangerous. And having the raging any of these mobs is really dangerous in here, but especially the Blood Matron, the Fetid Maggot. If they get too big, get that enrage, and they don't burn it quick enough, it can really do a lot of damage to the whole group.
Exactly, as you can see, we still have Raging from Waycrest Manor, let's say, and Necrotic now. That's really gonna hurt teams right now.
Yeah, Camp jumping out at 49 stacks. Looks like they opted to pull quite a bit here in the beginning. Percentage is going to be close, but they're going to have a little bit more than depletes going into that.
The difference here, though, is that depletes didn't use their Bloodlust into this, while Higher Mass decided to. They still have it available, it just ran out. They're probably going to use it on the boss, since it's a tyrannical key. Who knows if they're going to pull anything on it, so that they don't waste it. Having 3 hunters, the more adds you pull, the better the damage. Combining a Bloodlust into it is just gonna have a better performance.
Yeah, the big thing with popping the Bloodlust here, like I said, they're going to have a hard time. They're going to have to try to get that timer down going into second boss, because that second boss is going to be really rough without that lust on them.
And in fact, exactly, the police decide to pop Bloodlust into this. No ads pulled from other bags, nothing. They just want to burn the boss ASAP.
Yeah, and this is another good one where it's tyrannical, so the boss, if their cast gets off, it does quite a bit of damage, but as long as that warrior can call it out on either side, Camp and Millisuta, they can spell reflect it and do a good chunk of damage back at Elderly Exit here. Looks like HMS is getting him down a little bit quicker and has that little bit of percentage going in. So moving into this next room, they get the advantage here with the time. So
yeah, HMS totally got more percentage here. They are sitting at 19%, almost 20, yeah. And they're about to pull everything. Who knows, the spider here with Raging and Necrotic, who knows what's gonna happen. They're pulling double spider gets stunned so that they don't charge right away, and they're just gathering on top of each other, trying to nuke them down ASAP, because if they don't, unless they have a binding shot or anything so that they avoid the charge, they cannot do anything. In fact, you can see binding shot drop, Tocino just getting targeted, he just moves away, the ad is stunned, cannot move. They just need to kill them now because they're popping Raging. They hit any of their targets, they're gonna die.
Yeah, and the Disease Lasher, if any of those casts get off, that's a bad one, because if he uses Detox and another one gets off, he's going to have to either use Revival or sit there and pump heals into the person to get rid of it. So they did a really good job of DPS and everything down fast enough. They didn't have to worry about either of those mechanics giving them issues.
IMS is pulling more and more. They're done with the entire room almost, they're just missing one back.
It looks like Depletes is being a little more careful not to pull too many spiders or lashers on top of it, but they still have that Fetid Maggot in the back there doing its frontal, and if that hits the group, being Raging, it can really do it can melt this whole group real fast.
Tank sitting at 40 stacks of Necrotic, he totally has to reset soon, he's in fact running away. But he has to make sure that Koi Hunter doesn't die from the spider because he's fixated, but Demelfa dies out of the breath and the puddles on the ground.
Yeah, they're gonna have to get that B-Res off, and looks like IMS is already moving into boss, pulling some of these ads with him, trying to get some more cleave and pump more damage with these BM hunters.
Demelfa goes up, they're trying to finish the ads and pull the boss right away. First boss second boss goes down almost. Where's the boss? Oh, there it is. It's coming back. In the meantime, we have the Bleed still dealing with the ads, but also targeting the boss as well. They just need to get them done ASAP. They still have a spider targeting Amadeus, but he's actually running away from it. He also cocoons himself just to make sure he doesn't die out of anything. While HMS is having a hard time on Necrotic mostly. Camp is almost dead. He dies. He just
they had too many ticks there.
They totally had.
Not stepping on the ticks when they come out, and especially in the tantrum there, it makes it really hard.
They had a full wipe. They still have to come back from it. What do you think was the cause? They couldn't manage to get all the ticks and squish them before they would spawn?
Yeah, that's what it looked like. They just, with the tantrum going off, there was a lot of ticks, and then you have the frontal going, and they might have another wipe here just being on the way.
Couldn't manage to actually skip the entire dungeon, but Crazy is actually rezzing them. They seem to be wanting to get... Oh no, okay, Camp was actually in combat. And that's another full wipe.
That's another wipe going in.
On the other side, the Fleet is finally getting the hang of it. They started really low on the timer, but now they actually took the lead and dealing with the boss, which sits at 43%. They seem to totally have it under control.
And it looks like they're going to get back into combat again. They're having a hard time skipping these ads. That just shows how unforgiving this play style is here in these competitions. You do a lot of skips and a lot of crazy pulls, and if you have one thing go wrong, it can turn your whole dungeon around.
They're still back at it. Camp is waiting for the team, which is waiting for Crazy actually to just get everyone up, because I don't think they can actually skip correctly because of the mask. I think the mask gets everyone in combat somehow, so if they don't have all the shadow melds and stuff, they cannot do it. And Kragmau's about to go down, and here it is, 7 minutes 34 seconds after the dungeon started. We'll see the Fleet. Are they taking the pillar? No, they're actually skipping it. Probably pulling a lot in here. They got the worm, they paralyze it. Are they gonna pull it on the boss?
Yeah, it looks like they're pulling all these ads. They're going to try to bring these defilers down. No, they're not even going to pull the defilers yet. They may pull it once they get the boss. Yep, looks like he taunted them. They're going to pull this all onto boss. They have to be really careful with those defilers putting the totems down. If they drop them, they got to start moving around. And with the tank having to be careful of shockwave, it's going to take a lot of work.
The defilers are really, really deadly because they have free spells. And all of them are deadly. Maybe the totems you can avoid it just because you have free hunters. But when it comes to the curse that increases your damage down by 10% per stack, that's, if you do not interrupt it in time, considering you have free hunters, that means you don't have that many interrupts, you're gonna have a hard time. The Shadow Ball volley as well, but they actually managed to do it and kill them.
Yeah, for sure. They're doing a great job of cleaning up here and making sure they didn't drop the totem too close or let those stacks get off, and they're doing a good job of cleaning these mushrooms up as well. Looks like they had revival on cooldown. The great part about having a monk here is you can let one phase of full mushrooms go off. It's not a big deal. He can just immediately revival it, and you're safe and can keep on DPSing the boss down.
That's one of the benefits of having a monk into that. It's a must dispel, no range, must dispel. Kragmau sitting at 30% for HMS. They still seem to have some hard time clearing the ticks, because we can see one spawned here, but many of them were about to spawn. They got it at the very end. While the Bleeds are still pulling. They pull the skeletons from downstairs. They seem to want to be actually skipping till the last boss. Probably not even using a pillar, because they are 77%. And probably gonna hit 85 after these skeletons go down. But the tank
goes down. He stepped in
down.
too many mushrooms there.
He decided to actually soak the mushrooms, even if he didn't need to. Because when you soak one of the mushrooms, you get a shit ton of damage, and you cannot do anything. It's better to dispel it solo than just soaking it as a tank.
They do get the boss down though. They're getting the res up and moving on, so not too much of a loss there, being able to get that boss down.
Both teams are about to get the Bloodlust ready. When it comes to higher mass, they already have it. Just like this, maybe they even want to think about Bloodlusting this. They do the same
if they want to
exact
make up
ball.
that time, they're going to have to do something. And it looks like they're pulling, instead of waiting till during the fight to pull these onto him, those extra guardians from downstairs, they're just pulling them now and trying to get it over with.
Same thing, the Filers go down pretty easily. The only thing is the enraged guardians that are breaking the tank, but as long as they die, Camp will be fine because he's sitting at 40 stacks of necrotic. Unless he has enough defensive, which he just ran out, cannot survive it, but they just managed to AoE them down. He has 46 stacks of necrotic. Maybe Crazy Monk will try to swap taunt if needed. Otherwise, I think he can survive it pretty easily. The Pleats decided to do one pillar, which was the spider, I guess, getting the remaining percentage of skeletons plus the guardian and one worm. Maybe it was actually a mispull. They were not supposed to pull the worm for some reason.
Crazy Monk going down. They're getting him back up. Fraggin getting low though.
Yeah, they're having a lot of issues on that boss for some reason. Because the only damage you can get from that boss, unless you do not soak and stuff, is the debuff that it puts on you.
Yeah, moving in, this Eye of the Corruptor that you see under camp here will increase damage the more it's doing to him, and it looks like he did a great job of just popping his Spell Reflect to reduce that magic damage taken, and he survived it and kept on going. They've already used their revival here, so they have to be careful and make sure they get rid of as many mushrooms as they can.
Yeah, there's a huge difference right now. They still have a Guardian alive, but shouldn't be an issue because it's almost dead. But the Bleats is about to start the last boss, having 2 pillars available, while the High MS team is still dealing with... they just finished the 3rd boss, 14 minutes, 24 seconds after the dungeon started. They pop Bloodlust, and they're trying to nuke down... I think that they're simply nuking down the boss. The pillars are not a big issue in this, such as the blob and the tank guy, because having 3 hunters is a huge benefit for this kind of pillars on this kind of boss.
Absolutely, and with the hunters, you can actually keep the tank from getting hit by that smash from Urgroth there. They can pet taunt, it'll smash their pet, and then it moves on back to the tank. And the tank doesn't even have to do anything except move out of the circles.
It seems like they actually focus the tank guy. They really want to play it safe, which is not a bad idea considering the whole run was not that bad at all. They just managed to take the lead right after High MS was pulling everything on the 2nd boss. That one mistake, I think, is gonna cost them this entire match. Dragon Hunt goes down from probably the frontal. Kampdwarf is actually sitting at 47 stacks on necrotic. No way for Crazy to taunt all those ads. Camp just needs to survive it for some reason. He's getting the tentacles, just needs to move out. Sitting at 5% HP, 55 stacks on necro. There's no way he can survive it. And he goes down. But all the ads are dead. Crazy Monk can just rest them up and proceed onto the next boss.
Yeah, that was a great job of him and Crazy Monk making sure he could stay alive as long as he could and let Rek and Taos just take down those ads there.
The Pleats just going really safe. No problem for them, they're still going pretty fine. This is one of the longest bosses when it comes to Tyrannical, because it has 3 phases and every phase lasts for a lot.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially you trying to burn his shield down and bring his resource up so he can spawn these bloods, but it's just a long phase waiting on those bloods to spawn.
Look at the damage they actually have to do just to get the boss to 0. Look at the hunters hitting 20 million damage. This boss has a lot of HP. It's also worth mentioning the tank damage for this dungeon. Both tanks are sitting really high.
It's gonna have another wipe going here onto last boss. They tried pulling all 4 pillars, and it's just so dangerous pulling all 4 on this last boss in this room.
And victory goes to the Pleats. That means we're gonna have to go to Tol Dagor next. That was that's inconvenient, but those things happen every time. It just happened in the previous dungeons. Teams are used to preparing for plus 19s, but when it comes to 21, no matter how much you practice, there's still something that can happen that you didn't see coming at all.
And moving into this Tol Dagor, they're gonna have a real rough time getting in there. It's a small confined space, having Sanguine and Quaking, and they're gonna have to really be careful on their positioning here.
Teams are totally getting ready now. AMS, I can see from the chat, they really want their revenge. They had some issues that really destroyed the run. They had multiple wipes, but they're ready to take the challenge further. Next dungeon will be Tol Dagor, and Tol Dagor featuring Fortified, Quaking, and Sanguine. What do you think of Quaking, Sanguine in Tol Dagor?
Yeah, they're definitely going to have to work on positioning here and making sure they're not dropping Sanguine all over or even quaking each other, and it's going to be a chore for them, but I think they'll do a good job of pulling it off.
Do you think you're still gonna go with 3 hunters? Tol Dagor?
Yeah, I think it's a good idea. They're going to have to be really careful with Twilight Devastation here, pulling through the walls and pulling through the ground. It's a sad part of corruption, but it can work in their benefit or really do some damage to them. I'm going to check on our teams here and see if they're good to go.
They're still trying to get... I think they're still talking about how they're just gonna do this kind of dungeon, because they really want to get this done in the smoothest way, because IMS is really determined on winning Tol Dagor, I can see, and the Pleats is sitting on the throne right now. They just need one more dungeon win and they move on to the upper finals. Teams will be ready soon. They're still discussing about it and getting some of the class I can see from who's logging in. They're changing the count for a while.
Alright, looks like they're doing their final preparations, getting the key in here, and we're almost ready to go.
It's alright. Yeah, both teams are ready to put the key in, discussing the remaining things. I'm totally looking forward to the outcome of this dungeon, for sure. And here we go. They're starting. Tol Dagor fortified quaking sanguine awakened.
Yeah, being fortified here, these mobs do a lot of damage, especially at the beginning here. The parasites and the crab putting the dot on you, the vice jaw, doing a lot of that tank damage. But if they can pull these onto the boss, being fortified, these DKs can really melt Sand Queen here.
IMS managed to pull everything. Same goes for the Please. They pop Lawless, then they're trying to nuke the odds as much as possible. They're not running any DKs when it comes to the Please, while IMS is running 2 of them. You can see the DK damage. Look at that, 4 million from Fragan is just nuking down every single ad and then onto the boss. That was a really smart choice probably to just go with at least 1 DK for this kind of pull, and I'm pretty sure it's gonna be worth even for the next pulls in the dungeon.
Yeah, being able to pull all that on there and use them to stack that damage onto Sand Queen with the Festermite is an awesome job. But even looking at Depletes running the 100, they're burning us down pretty quick still.
Odds are still alive when it comes to Deplete, but they're totally trying to nuke them down ASAP. Even though, as I told you, like, there is no necrotic now, they don't actually have to rush and kill the ads. As long as they manage to get the boss away from the sanguine battles, they will be fine. And having 3 hunters, that's totally the difference. 3 hunters means less quake cleaving, but when it comes to having 2 DKs plus, of course, the tank, it's way more risky when it comes to quaking, because if you stack with other people quaking, since it's 8.3, it's gonna hit way more than before. First boss goes down for MS, 1 minute 56 after the dungeon started, while for the Depletes it's just 4 seconds after. That really looks good. No deaths on the counter.
Yeah, definitely. The risk reward here for these DKs, having that sanguine and trying to avoid it while also not avoiding quaking your tank, really challenging. But at the same time, the damage they're going to get from these DKs is just going to be amazing.
There's still some gap in here, because IMS managed to get the pillar already on top of the building on the first floor. When it comes to the Depletes, instead they just started it. They're trying to damage it and probably kite it inside the prison.
It looks like Depletes pulled a little more on the beach there, trying to get that 3-ish extra % there, where IMS is going to have to pull it inside. That's a small pull, but something they're going to have to worry about down the line.
Depletes has, yeah, that 3% more, which will probably get them able to skip maybe some of the last ads. But Tol Dagor has some weird pulls that you can actually choose to get when it comes to low keys, when it's a 21, and even though it's fortified. That's the thing. You don't want to pull that much, because when it comes to Sanguine, if you don't stack them correctly and move away as a tank, also using Ring of Peace / Binding Shot and grips from DKs, you might actually end up killing them back to full. As you can see, IMS managed to get that out of the Sanguine thanks to the Ring of Peace from Crazy. And but it's another point of view, like totally from the Beats, which are pulling the Crocs. They kind of want to get the percentage out of these kind of ads. That's
looks like they're going into this next pillar here. Whereas Depletes is still working on some trash after that first pillar, and IMS is ready to move on with this pillar going to the next floor.
The Blitz is about to probably start the big pack. They have every cooldown ready. The healer though doesn't have Crane, but it should be fine since it's all tank damage on this. And Kusher just pulls everything. Hunter just follow by and probably nuke them down the moment the tank gets enough aggro. As you can see, tank is getting targeted by strikers, and as long as they're there, they're not gonna just heal back to full, but considering their position, the hunters are not able to attack them, so they're gonna have a 100% HP striker no matter what.
It looks like some of them are getting healed up by that Sanguine, so they're gonna have to keep trying to move a little faster and pull them out of there. Whereas High MS is already on next floor, and they're starting to clear this area, getting ready for Jess Howless.
Getting everything, even the odds that are not supposed to even engage in combat the moment you go past them, but Camp doesn't actually care, it just pulls them and they get gripped by the DKs. The only thing they have to worry about for High MS is the Warden that is slowly approaching to them. And if he arrives and casts a lockdown and they get it, they're just gonna wipe 100%. Now, Sanguine, we can see 6 stacks of Sanguine, like most of the pack is getting healed. That was not a good positioning for the team. The boss
not
phased.
interrupting those salt blasts. They're just gonna stay inside that Sanguine until they can get gripped or they can get interrupted there.
The doesn't look like a big of a deal, but when it comes to these types of ads, such as the C speakers that cast the Absorb Shield, that's when the real issue comes through. Because if you let them cast, no ad's gonna die and they're just gonna give you some more issues. As you can see, they can't even proceed and just damage the boss. They can't even kick it. The boss is gaining damage stacks while they're stuck on damaging these ads.
Yeah, this is the downside when you choose the utility of the Shadow Meld over Horde. Not having that Arcane Torrent or not having a class in general that can sit and purge those off. They have to sit and damage as much as they can and burn those shields off.
They still have Bobby damaging them, but it's probably useless damage because running 2 DKs means faster interrupts, less cooldown on the interrupt, so that means they can actually handle. On the other side, Triple Hunter with Bobby and Jess casting, that might actually require an interrupt rotation. Both teams have their ballast ready in 3 minutes, but it's pretty much like every single dungeon, they're probably gonna pop it on the last boss. Crazy getting stunned, just got freed by Rekness and getting kicked.
Yeah, it looks like that time it took them to burn those shields down allowed Depletes to bring themselves back up, and they're catching up there on the percentage.
Yeah, they still have more.
Trash percentage
exactly.
by 1.
The Bleeds run seems a bit safer, but a bit slower, of course. Safe in this case means slow, because Camp's team, IMS, just decided to pull those C speakers back into the boss, and of course that failed. For some reason, they didn't manage to LOS all the ads before Sanguine. Both bosses go down at pretty much the same timer. 8 minutes and 3 seconds for High MS and 8 minutes and 7 seconds for the Bleeds.
Yeah, that shield, not being able to get rid of that shield without just DPSing it down, it puts such a hamper on your timing because you're having to worry about destroying that shield. While the other group, they pulled smaller, they pulled a little slower, safer, but they managed to get it and managed to catch up, and they're already moving this next pillar on.
On the other side, High MS doesn't decide to get the pillar, they're simply probably going for the cannon. Quaking just nuking down Rekness. That's the real issue of Quaking, as mentioned before.
This right here is a great way for this group to go ahead and they can misdirect the tank, they can ring a piece these ads inside of here and just use the cannon to burn them all down real fast.
Totally 2 different strats on this, as High MS decides to get the hold back onto the cannon and getting shot at, while the Bleeds simply pulls something else, the following pack, and they're probably gonna cannon it down. Maybe even with the previous pack. They're actually skipping.
Looks like they managed to sanguine heal this officer up, and they have another officer on the inside using handcuffs stuck inside of there. So he's going to actually walk through all of those stacks of sanguine and probably heal up pretty good.
That's pretty much, I think, what's happening. I think Tocino just taunted the officer so that he wouldn't walk on top of the sanguine. So that when the officer on the cannon is dealt with, Camp is just gonna leap onto it or just getting gripped so that they can kill it without it getting to full HP. On the other hand, the Blitz is almost done. They just missed one Marine. They managed to LOS and get it out of there. They don't have a DK. That means they don't have a free grip in case of a misplay, in case of a wrong LOS. So they really have to play it correctly.
Yeah, we can see the Blitz moving on to this second pull here to the cannon. Still pulling safe, pulling that right side there, and hopefully being able to burn it down without anybody losing it. The character here and IMS being able to pull both sides there, and they're going to try the same thing but with a bigger pull.
They've managed to stack all the outs together so that they can shoot them dead. Both teams are running the same strat onto this, and they're probably going to cap their percentage now.
Looks like they're going to go inside and meld these off. They don't want these ads on the boss because this is a small room. If you put Sanguine in here, the tank has to be moving this boss around a little bit, and a little bit of Sanguine can throw off this whole pull.
Totally. You also have to remember they have Quaking, so not just Sanguine they have to move out of, they need to move out of each other. Every single shot probably of the boss, they have a Quaking. In this case though, I see that boss percentage is pretty low on when it comes to IMS. They're already at 50%. But Kusher goes down on the Blitz. He gets shot at by probably the battles. Gets rest. They have a Sanguine pull close to the boss. And he's getting healed, and he's also casting Ignition. He's getting so much heal right now. He goes back to 74%, 78, 82. The boss is totally gonna get back to full 100%.
Yeah,
there it is.
This is what we were talking about. It's dangerous pulling those ads into this room with that Sanguine. If the boss goes to cast and happens to be in Sanguine, they're just going to heal back up. It's like IMS is doing a pretty good job of using this whole room to their advantage and not getting hit by those barrels, not letting her kill any of them. And with the pillars, they have the opportunity here to skip all the way to last boss, finish the pillars, and take the win here.
And IMS manages to reach the last boss with a huge skip. That means they're proccing 2 pillars on the last boss. Keep in mind this boss is totally not that easy when it comes to adding pillars into it. Camp pulls and gets into position, everyone is fanned out. There's a spider and a fear guy.
Yeah, this is where it's going to come into their advantage, having this hunter here. Being able to get that first interrupt at range and allowing it to come in toward the tank. It's hard here having the Quaking and the Sanguine. The Sanguine isn't so bad because they didn't pull ads here, but the Quaking is really going to hurt them having that cross pattern on that mechanic.
You're trying to get rid as fast as possible of the fear guy, because if they get feared, keep in mind if they move on with this boss, they're just gonna get stunned. So getting feared is not ideal for this boss at all. You can see that with the Bloodlust they managed to get the fear guy down, and the spider is already at 40% HP.
Yeah, Semrak is super dangerous here with his fear because you have that cross pattern mechanic on the ground. If you're standing in the black portion, it'll shoot you, and on this 21, it's going to insta-kill you. So they did a great job of burning him down before they could get feared. Not to mention they have a movement mechanic where if you move too much, you get stunned for a short duration, and having that fear really stacks that up quick.
Boss still at 60%. Doesn't even look like it's fortified, but takes a long time, even in Bloodlust. Probably because they had to focus the pillars and the boss still sits at high percentage. The Malfa goes down. It probably got the puddles or something from the ooze, or maybe even the cast from the spider.
Yeah, it looks like he stood in the cross pattern there we were talking about. It will absolutely one-shot, even not fortified at this 21.
On the other side, high mass. Oh,
this might be a wipe here for the
down.
Fleets, and it could be a win here for High MS real fast.
Pretty sure they're giving up or something. They have 2 DPSs down and boss is still sitting at 68%. It's gonna take so many minutes.
The boss is just too high health here. High MS is going to take this win, and that moves them into map 3.
And they do. They totally do win this. IMS got it done. And they got their revenge. Let's see what's gonna happen. We have the last dungeon for this match, and see who proceeds on to the upper finals.
Yeah, that was a real clean run by High MS there. Being able to make sure they utilize those DKs, getting their interrupts and pulls, and the use of the cannon was great.
Next up, we have Workshop, which is the new dungeon from 8.3. They actually added it. They put both Junkyard and Workshop, and Workshop this time has Bursting. And Skittish, that's the... I don't think it's gonna be a big issue Bursting for Workshop, since there aren't so many ads for Bursting. Like, I think only the second pack. I don't know what else can actually be an issue for these teams when it comes to Bursting. Let's check on the teams for now.
The beginning here, they can get a little dicey with the Bursting, but it's not too bad as long as they're careful. After that, like you said, there's not too many spots where Bursting can really burn them.
Teams are getting ready, they're changing their characters, because it looks like for Workshop they're running... I see some DKs into this. I don't know why, but I think I'm seeing a Blood DK? I don't know. Might be Blood DK for Workshop. As I can see, teams are still discussing about what to go with. I think I'm pretty positive about seeing a Blood DK for Workshop. I don't know what the other team is gonna run to, but I don't see another Blood DK in the other team. That sounds really interesting to me, because last time I saw Blood DK, I don't know, I think it was, when was it, season 1 invested? Don't remember, honestly. Honestly, don't remember. Okay. Do you think the teams are ready, Hothead? Think? Okay. Okay, they're getting ready soon. Okay, now. I'm no longer positive about DK, it was just a weird idea.
Yeah, they're doing their final preps, getting their keys ready to go, and we're moving into this workshop.
Okay, so they are actually ready. Let's see. What do you think of workshop with bursting? I don't think it's gonna be a big deal for them.
I don't think it's going to be too bad. Bursting can be managed in here pretty big. I think the worst part is going to be skittish, which having the BM hunters really helps them mitigate that the best they can.
And they started. Let's take a look. Bursting skittish, that means as long as hunters keep misdirecting, they should be fine. But skittish has proven to be a really nasty affix if you underestimate it.
Absolutely, and they're doing a good job of utilizing this hammer here to bring these ads down.
That's totally one shot, because the hammer actually calculates the amount of NPCs underneath it, and the damage is multiplied by those numbers. That's why they all got one shot, because they're sort of 6 targets, 7 targets at once.
Both teams moving into first boss.
Bloodlust.
It looks like Deplete's got the ads down just a second or two faster, but moving in, IMS is doing some great damage as well, burning them down. Utilizing again the hammer to try to bring it down even faster.
Not a smart move from
both
the
managed to
Beats
get it
into
down before
this.
Vent Jets.
Kusha didn't manage to get the Platinum Pummeler out of the hammer before having all 5 people inside, because the more people, as I said, are beneath the hammer, the more damage it's gonna do to the boss. As you can see, just fell down to 45%. As long as it's 5 people triggering the hammer, the boss is just gonna die really fast.
Yeah, it looks like High MS is doing a good job of making sure they do that, and they're going to get this first boss down pretty close to the same time.
Exactly the same time, 145, both teams. That looks...
Pulling within a second or two after and still managing to do it at the same time. They're doing a great job.
That's really good. Both teams. They ran down the pipe and they're ready to just pull the next back. I'm pretty confident they really want to pull everything and just get rid of the stacks with turtle and stuff, because the bursting is just gonna hit out. Exactly. They're pulling everything.
All this. Big thing is they need to make sure when those living waste die that they're LOSing that pillar. That living waste damage can, as you can see on Crazy there, it can do a lot of damage.
The hunters actually decided to turtle that one, so they didn't even have to LOS, but when it came to Crazy, it's either he got hit, but I think even the bursting, he had 15 stacks of bursting. It was really hard for him to top himself up. And all that remains is the 2 processing units, while the actual Deplete team is already on the boss at 50%. This boss doesn't look scary at all, but if you do not bait the box that falls from the sky, you can actually run into issues, because it's gonna explode.
Yeah, and you got to be really careful. If you get one person not paying attention, they get it on that box, you lose the box, and that's an instant wipe. Uh, it's really easy to mess up this mechanic and wipe this boss. But Deplete's doing a good job. They're already down real low, getting ready to burn this boss down and move on. Whereas High MS is just pulling it, just getting past that first crate.
Yeah, that's when the time difference hits hard. You can see Kujo's at 77 for High MS, while for Deplete it just died. 4 minutes 2 seconds after the dungeon started. I'd say Deplete seems to be very confident about this dungeon. They probably practiced really good when it comes to bursting.
Yeah, you can see the work they put in.
They managed to not waste a single second when it came to the second ads, to the second pack of ads, yes. They killed the first boss at the very same timer, but look at this, second boss. There's a huge gap now.
It does look like the way they got ahead, though, they skipped that whole tunnel, whereas High MS, they opted to go ahead and take out all those ads, and it cost them a death, cost them a little time there, but they have all this percentage now that they can skip at the end.
Yeah, I wonder what they're gonna pull. Like, they probably have to pull the ads before the last boss, which, in fortified bursting, they're gonna hit hard.
Yeah, they can, if they're careful, and they skip them, they can go kill last boss, get King Mech down, and then come back outside and start the pull, because as soon as they hit that 100%, everything else just starts evading and ends the dungeon. So if they're careful, they can pull it off and still make that timer.
I'm still dealing with the second boss, while the Bleeds already got to the second wave of ads right after that boss. They're just missing one, which is the big mechanical spider that, if not dealt properly, you're just gonna have some really hard time because it's gonna one-shot people. As you can see, the hunters are baiting it away and they're just gonna move out when the frontal goes through.
High MS having a hard time with this boss. They've almost got him down, but they're still gonna have to take that time to move on to the next area.
Yeah, it's a particular boss because you do not have so many windows in which you can actually damage it. You have to AFK for a long time when you have to hide behind the box. But as you can see now, the percentage totally needs a refill when it comes to the Depletes, so they're probably gonna have to waste some time just to get the gap done. They're activating the tank eye pillar so that they don't get it on the last boss, but the real reason is not just that, it's also so that you can actually skip all these alarm bots, because this particular path, it's really nasty when it comes to timer, because you're gonna lose so much time because there's no way to skip it. No other way except just doing the path correctly.
Yeah, the smartest strat here is to pull Urgroth and go ahead and skip these bots. Like you said, someone steps in those bots, it pulls them right back to the start of those bots there, and that's a lot of time wasted waiting on everyone to move across. They're doing a great job of burning them down, trying to keep them there so that when they come out, they're in that steam. That way, if anything comes in or anything gets too close, they have that opportunity to be in the steam and not pull anything. They're not going to hit those bots. And now they can just start on these ads and pull them straight into this boss here.
Yeah, exactly. The other team members waited inside the Nazot realm so that the tank could pull the ads without endangering them from any possible Giga Wallop casts. And now they just need to damage the boss. Hunters can even use the turtle that absorbs 99% of damage. Only problem is that they have some cast that they totally need to interrupt, but Underrot just gets wiped out from the flames. They may be able actually to res him, and they actually do it.
Really dangerous in there with all those mechanics going out and trying to make sure none of these ads kill them, trying to interrupt these wall-ups, and it really came back to bite Hunter Tabio there, and now they have to take that time for the res. Looks like High MS opted to not take the pillar, and it got camp hit by the alarm bot.
Well, I'm pretty sure the team just got the pillar. The problem is that they wanted tank to be outside of the pillar so that he can pull the ads. Because all other 14 members are inside waiting for him, but he actually has to play the whole path.
And it's really dangerous here.
It's a real maze for Camp. Camp is actually having some troubles here. He actually has to wait at least 5 more seconds for the bot to reach him, and then just go over him. Here this Camp is actually ready. While on the bleeds we have the boss sitting at 33%. They totally have the lead. And they're over with the ads. There's nothing else that can happen except getting wrecked by the cogwheels running around the room and the flames. They should still have one more rest just in case things go south.
And this is another good reason they pulled all that in the beginning. They don't have to grab those ads and get gigawalled or worry about any of that during this boss. They can just burn him down and start moving on to the next area.
The Blitz manages to get the third boss down after 10 minutes and 25 seconds, while High Mass is still at 50%. They have Lawless ready in 10. I don't think they're gonna use it. They're still keeping it for the last boss. Or maybe not. Who knows? They have it ready now. Now boss is sitting at 34. They're just gonna wait for it.
Yeah, High MS, they're doing a good job of burning this boss down, but they're going to have to do a lot of good work here at the end to make up that time doing the alarm bots and slowing down on that second boss.
High MS still has the lead. Has the lead on percentage because they still have that 4 more percent.
Yeah, when they get the last boss, they're going to have to be really careful. I mean, that Blood of the Corruptor alone is going to be rough going in. It looks like they're actually going to come back and pull these ads.
Yeah, they actually decided not to pull them on the boss for some reason, even though Camp was running through them.
If only you could accept the truth. The curse of flesh has run rampant across Azeroth, and I will replace.
Now we'll see what the Bleed is gonna do to cover up the missing 40%. Pulling this defense bots MK3, that's the real damage for the group. As long as they stay inside these turtles, they're just gonna be fine, but if they don't, Amadeus is gonna have a really hard time healing that.
Yeah, and despite the little squirrels they put out, the squirrel boss that explode, you can negate their explosion by stunning them when they start casting it and they'll just disappear. Or you can stay inside the shield, but you have to be careful because if you tap target and hit that shield, you're getting rid of it and it can spell trouble for the whole group. They're doing a good job of burning them down, and I imagine they might go ahead and just pull those ads. I'm not sure this is going to be the full percentage they need. Those defense bots give quite a bit.
Exactly. As for High MS, they should be fine, 83%. They probably can go pillar and go to boss after this pack. They should be fine. But the Bleeds actually has to finish the whole area and wipe down all of the ads because they're still at 75%.
Yeah, Deplete's doing a great job of utilizing those shield generators, standing in them to reduce all this AoE damage going out from those defense bots. So far, it's a pretty smooth pull for him. High MS going ahead and grabbing this Void Weaver, trying to pull it toward boss and skip the rest of this bridge.
Yeah, both teams are actually pretty close to each other, catching up on each other.
And here we go, High MS pulling onto aerial unit here, using that skip. Pulling all 4 onto boss here. This is really dangerous in this small room. I mean, we've had a good rash of all these dungeons here being dangerous. Reknus goes down, immediately hit by those mechanics. He's got to be careful there.
Exactly. Having all these purple puddles on the ground and having the electrical charges onto you, if you do not bait it correctly and away from other players, you're gonna get yourself killed. Reknus gets rest, but he rests on top of a puddle again.
Oh.
I don't think they have rests available. They have to go with 4 people.
Yeah, they're doing a pretty good job of making up that damage. Fragan getting hit by a cast from Void Weaver, though. Chunked him pretty good, and Camp goes down. There's still a possibility for the Depletes to win here.
If they play it safe, they will totally get this done. Problem is that they're both in phase 1, so they also need to pay attention to everything, but the blob is dead. That means they're no longer getting slowed by the purple puddles, and they can actually avoid the charges. Because that's what actually deadly. Camp got rest, and the whole team wiped at the very end, so they're actually out of rests now. They have nothing else. They just need to start again and hope that the Depletes doesn't manage to complete it. But I see that very hard. As long as they keep a defensive for the hammer, it shouldn't be a big issue for them.
Yeah, so far, they're doing a great job of avoiding those mines, making sure to not hit each other with the beam. And as long as they keep that up, they pull this off and they can move up to those upper finals. Doing a great job of avoiding the hammer there. Keeping themselves away from it, away from the mines as they're pulled back.
Hunter Tabby goes
they get
down.
Hit by there though, and Hunter Tabio down.
They still have a rest available, so they should be resting in, but the problem is the timings on resting, but they managed to do it. Kusher also got double hit from the electrical charges. He was almost dead. But for some reason, maybe just used a defensive, but he managed to get through it. Boss is almost dead. That's the King Mechagon going out of it. And that's done. The Depletes gets this game and they actually move to the upper finals. While High MS, they're just gonna go to lower brackets and try to find their way through to the lower finals.
Yeah, Depletes did a great job of taking it slow, taking it careful, and making sure they knew. They had a couple crazy deaths there that could have been avoided, but they came back from it and pushed all the way to the end.
Really a great job for both teams. Real problem was that last boss, the double pillar for High MS was too hot to handle, and they just got themselves burned.
Yeah, it puts out a lot of damage on that boss already, even unfortified, and they just have to make sure they're being careful, getting out of those puddles, not beaming each other, and it's just a dangerous pull all around.
Next up, we're gonna have Stump going versus 3-2-1, a new team that we still haven't seen so far. Both teams are getting ready. We're giving them a few minutes just to get their strats done. When it comes to this dungeon, which of course it's a junkyard. What was the worst affix for junkyard? I'm pretty sure that it's the one that we have right now, such as Sanguine. Just one affix can compromise the whole dungeon, and that one is Sanguine. Not even bolstering, not that the Sanguine is the real issue for this dungeon, and that's exactly what we got. There's nothing else we can do. Both teams just need to adapt to this, and we're gonna see who wins. Both teams are still getting ready.
Yeah, looks like they're putting their keys in, doing their final preps, just about ready for this key to start.
It's good. Still taking a look at them. Actually having some technical issues with the other team with Stomp right now. I was gonna wait for the last players to online. Exactly, hot. That's the same thing to me. Let's just let's get this team. Actually.
Yeah, so while we get this taken care of, everybody, we have Shadowlands coming out soon. This is a server or content that everybody's really been asking for, and we're finally able to get it out there for everybody. Really looking forward to being able to get everyone in here and enjoy Shadowlands.
Yeah, as I mentioned before, we're gonna have a total different game. The difference from Shadowlands to BFA is huge. I also mentioned the Mythic Plus changes, and Also check the class changes. It's like playing another game to me. Yeah, let's check if Stomp is actually ready. Seems to be a problem with Stomp. We're still waiting to fix that. Let's see. Okay, we should be up and running. How, Ted? Did we manage to get it running? I got mine sorted out.
It is looking like it's good to go now.
There we go. Yeah, we had a technical issue with Stump. They should be up now. And let's take a look.
Make sure they're ready to go.
As mentioned, this is Junkyard Sanguine, fortified, and serious. That's serious, right? Are the teams ready, Hothead? Can we start?
Yeah, they doing their final preps.
That's good. They should be up and running in 10.
All right, we are underway in this junkyard. Fortified, Sanguine, Grievous. Man, this dungeon, tyrannical or fortified, both of these are really dangerous. The bots in this dungeon are what make it such an awesome dungeon to play and to watch. You get this damage bot that's zapping them all the time, or you get this haste bot that's giving you so much haste the whole time. And it's especially with these classes that already scale off of haste, that zap bot just goes crazy.
Yeah, we just had a few delay, but yeah, they just started, they went to Trixie right away and got the whole pack with 1 DK. And 2DK is on Stomp actually, wanted to get done with Sanguine. Keep in mind we also have Grievous this time, so along with Sanguine they also have to make sure that nobody gets too much damage or actually sustained damage for the teams. Otherwise they're just gonna run into some more issues. Only one team popped Bloodlust, which is 3-1 on that huge pack. But when it comes to Stomp, they just didn't even wait a single second, they just went to the boss, popped Bloodlust, and they're just trying to nuke it down while 3-1 is just trying to finish all the percentage as much as possible. I think they just want to get it done with.
Yeah, burning that percentage ahead of time is a good idea. You can just go into the bosses, start burning them, and like I said, with those zap bots on these haste classes, it makes it a lot easier to push through this dungeon.
Trix is about to go down 4% HP on when it comes to Stomp, so Nano's gonna be empowered and just start to slash everyone up. Blade wide damage, and considering there's Grievous, they need to kill it ASAP, otherwise you can see that health pool just dropping down. And Nano goes down.
That brings Clouds down. 4 stacks of Grievous, low health, but they burned him so fast.
As for 3-1, I think they're just... I don't know if they want to get rid of percentage now or simply even pull Gobbamak, which is something they actually did. They pulled Gobbamak on top of the bullies, which if you do not dodge the frontal, the shockwave, you're just gonna get yourself killed really, really fast.
Yeah, and it's a great idea to pull these onto him, because once they get that electricity and they bring that bot and all those zap towers up, they can burn these ads down real quick. They just have to make sure they're pulling him onto the Sanguine, and so far so good. Yeah, it looks like High MS pulling all of that with that first slime. They burn it down, they're moving on to the next slime, and still pulling more, and they're burning everything down efficiently, quick, and moving right along in this dungeon.
So the trick to this dungeon is not just getting the right packs, the right positions for the boss. It's mostly about one thing, which is acquiring the bots as soon as possible. For example, the Zap bot. The moment all 5 members of the team get the Zap bot, the damage done overall and simply it's just gonna ramp up so high. That's pretty much what they've been doing since the key started. They just rushed to the Zap bots at least and got them, and then managed to gather up into the packs. As you can see, 3-1 is now about to pull Trixie probably. They still don't have the Bloodlust ready. Sky gets his Zap bot, which he missed from the start of the dungeon, and they pull it. Having 2 hunters and 1 DK instead of 3 hunters just helps with the interrupt rotation, even though Trix is just getting nuked down because it's fortified, so it shouldn't be a big issue. As long as they can keep up with the damage done by Nano once it's empowered on Trix's death, that should be more than fine.
Yeah, and him getting empowered, he puts out so much damage, but with as fast as they're burning Trixie, odds are pretty good they're going to go ahead and burn him down. They tried to keep her alive as long as possible, but the cleave just wouldn't allow it. But they're still burning him down just as fast.
On the other side, you can see the real issue with Sanguine. Sanguine in Junkyard is just a problem for one type of ad, which is the Toxic Monstrosity. As you can see, the Stomp team just pulled the Monstrosity, but ads died on top of it once it was casting, so it healed up almost back to full. But now they managed to kill it and probably proceed to the Gunker boss.
Yeah, and it looks like they're grabbing all these ads, so that as soon as Gunker comes up, they can pull right onto him, and that the DKs can go ahead and start building up their Fester money. The big part about this boss is those bots you see going around. One of them just got gooped. You want to make sure you keep those either from getting gooped or that you grab them and get them out of it, because if you're inside of it, you yourself won't get gooped unless it lands directly on you.
You can see that when DKs pop, even the frame rates goes down. Like they're trying to, I don't know, destroying the ads every time they spawn.
And you can see HiMS doing a good job of making sure that they're not getting gooped. They're staying in the bot, staying close, and burning this boss down.
Humnal Fund goes
they did
down.
have one get gooped.
And on the other hand, 321 is actually having a really hard time with the ads. They managed to get the monstrosity down, but now they're sitting on Sanguine. We also had a DK death, actually a Hunter death. As for Gunker or Stomp, it's already at a 19%. They totally have the lead.
Now, the downside to the way Stomp did this is they have to go all the way back over to King Gobamak, whereas 321 worked their way from King over here to Gunker, and they can go straight from here, get their percentage, and go to last boss.
Yeah, they have sort of a 10%, 10 ads percentage difference. So yeah, they totally have to clear some ads, which don't even award you that much of a percentage, but you have to deal with them no matter what. Unless you want to pull some different packs, but there are some tedious ones that can actually punish you that much if you decide to pull them.
Yeah, it looks like Stomp is opting to take Samrak and take him over to Gobamak so they can skip a lot of this trash and not have to fight it on the way.
Yeah, we can see that Samrak is already at 50% HP, even 40, and they're dragging it on Gobamak, which is the almost last boss, because they totally have to go there no matter what they want. But I'm pretty sure, who knows if they're gonna just pull the ads before the boss or just pull boss on ads. Because it shouldn't be an issue as long as they manage to deal with Sanguine. And Gobamak,
I would say playing it smart.
Gobamak only has one big cast, and as long as you don't have ads dead on it, you should be totally fine.
Yeah, I'd say pulling all these ads, which they're gonna go the heavy route, pull all these ads, and doesn't look like they're pulling boss yet.
And they are.
They did.
I'd say almost goes down.
Boss.
He gets cleaved. Got 5% HP. But Metis managed to get him through. Sanguine stacks popping soon. As you can see, Klaus is doing a really great job getting the ads away from the boss, so that when they die, they do not heal him up from Sanguine. He's also soloing the cast, the debuff on the tank, and it really drops so low to 5% as well. But for some reason, he just used Last Stand to manage it. He probably knows what he can do in a 21-40 fight.
Yeah, it's dangerous only allowing the tank to grab it because now they can't grab all these towers in this bot. But at the same time, they're not having to worry about the rest of the group taking that damage and Mythis having to heal everybody back up. So it was honestly a good part on their good play on their part, but they're gonna have to make up that damage now. Although, it's also a smart idea because now they have all these ads for these DKs to keep feeding off of constantly through this whole fight.
Exactly. They are not using the debuff to overcharge the pylons so that they can actually stack all the ads on the boss and DKs will only benefit, yeah. I really cannot tell who's in the lead right now. I really cannot tell. Because they have two different paths and they both killed almost all three bosses. Yeah, exactly. They are so close to each other. 73% though for Stomp, while 321 is already capping at 80. They probably don't need anything else except the pack before the last boss and eventually all the pillars that they left alive.
Yeah, they have a couple packs they'll need to pull here, but yeah, like you said, for the most part, pulling these standard packs here and going straight to the boss is more than likely just going to get their percentage for them. Looks like they're in the same pull now. HiMS burning those ads so fast with those DKs.
Yeah, they totally used the Ring of Peace to get the coil bearer out of the Sanguine, otherwise it would have been a real issue getting it back to full HP. And now they're capping at 97%. It should be enough for popping all the obelisks on the boss, and they have a total of three entire obelisks.
It looks like 3-2-1 has a little bit too much percentage going in. They still have pillars to pull on that last boss.
3 pillars on that boss, considering that you don't have a lot of room. You have to dodge the tank explosion, the blob, and also the boss that are actually spawning every now and then. It's gonna be hard for them to move around unless they stun them and manage to disengage or move away.
Yeah, this is... so far, every dungeon we've seen has been really dangerous for them to try to pull extra or move around on this last boss with these pillars. So they've all done a really good job of mitigating that damage, making sure they're moving these mechanics, and still burning this tank buster down.
And you can see 3-2-1 decided to get all 4 pillars on the last boss, while Stomp only got 3, probably to be a bit safer, but taking a look at the timer, it looks like it's really good. And they have 1 less pillar to deal with. Now they have the intermission.
That buster down just a little bit quicker. Move down the next part, the next phase here. Trying to get this tower down. Both sides still have lieutenants up here, trying to make sure.
And this is an intermission phase. Both teams are trying to disable it. The moment they do, they need to totally destroy the boss in one phase. Otherwise, they have to do it all over again, having the bot spawn and going back and back to the center of the room. But it seems like they're all ready. The tank stays in and finishes the cast, while all hunters and DKs are just burning down the boss to 0. They have to do it. Both teams have enough percentage. Stomp totally has the lead for a few seconds though, and Stomp gets the win. They totally got the win. That was really close.
The percentage, the timers, everything. Both strats were very well played out. Doing a great job.
And we can say that Stomp actually managed to pull it. And they got their win. I was really close. I think it was 10 seconds out of each other. I was really close. Can't wait to see what's up next, because they actually have Shrine of Storms soon. The ladder has finally been updated. You can see Junkyard's been done. They need Shrine of Storms, which is gonna have teaming and quaking in a fortified environment. So that's totally gonna be interesting to play, because Shrine of Storms in teaming, it's teaming and bolstering. I'm sorry, that's totally a different play than a simple Shrine of Storm that you do when you log into Live Realm. That's totally different when you see bolstering.
Yeah, Shrine of the Storm can be very tough. These adds in here, whether tyrannical or fortified, they hit hard. They have a lot of casts going out that you have to make sure you're interrupting or somehow mitigating the damage from, and it can be very unforgiving.
Teams are now getting ready for the next dungeon, swapping their characters. Bolstering and Shrine is... I'm not that worried about bolstering, maybe teaming, but no, I think it's the bolstering that makes the teaming important. Otherwise, you would be just pulling more adds. As long as you have enough interrupts for the healings and the tidal waves, you should be more than fine. And it's a fortified environment, so even the first boss and stuff, it shouldn't be a big issue for them. teams are now gathering up and getting their keys, soon to be teleporting inside the dungeon.
Yeah, this one's going to be tough. There's a lot they have to work with, and they both had awesome times here. Their time trials times in here were great. But they're going to have to work really hard at keeping these ads down, and I watched some of them practice, and they're doing a great job on these interrupts and making sure the casts aren't getting off. They just have to make sure they keep doing that here.
We should check if the teams are ready, shall we? Maybe they already got everyone inside the dungeon. 3, 2, 1. Yeah, the comp doesn't seem that different from the previous one at all. We can see 3, 2, 1 is ready. We're just waiting for Stump.
All right, teams are making their final preparations, getting their keys in, and they are just about ready to go.
That's good. So what do you think is going to happen this dungeon? Do you think 3, 2, 1 is going to get the revenge or not? Because it was pretty close in the junkyard.
Yeah, that junkyard was super close all the way up until the end. I think 3, 2, 1 might pull this one and take it to map 3. 3, 2, 1 had a very impressive time trials time on this one. They had the best time trial time by a good little bit, and as long as they follow that same strat, adjust for the 21, I think they can take it to map 3.
So both teams are trying the same strat, except one team is pulling left. No, they're actually putting all of the stairs into one single spot, trying to get all the cast interrupted, at least the heals, and the tank just needs to survive all the damage from the wash away and the water blasts. And
both sides DKs doing so much damage, burning all these ads down, and 3, 2, 1 moving on to the next pack already.
The difference though is that 3, 2, 1 actually had to use Bloodlust on that, while Stomp actually saved it, probably for the boss.
Yeah, that's pulling it onto the boss is, I think it's going to help him quite a bit, lusting on the boss, getting all these ads down, being teaming. There's so many more ads in here and so many more packs you have to pull, and that Bloodlust might just be needed here on this boss.
3, 2, 1 is going super massive pulls, same goes. They totally have the same exact pulls though. There isn't much you can do when it comes to teaming Quaking. Okay, look at the difference here. Having 2 DKs here, they just got the ads exactly when the boss spawned, so that when they would die, they would just increase their own damage towards the boss.
Yeah, I definitely think even without the Bloodlust, they're burning him down so quick, getting all these ads down, moving into that next phase, and pulling ahead of Stomp here just a little bit.
But as you can see, even if Stomp Bloodlusted this boss, they're still far behind. They just entered phase 2 while 3, 2, 1 is almost done and just has 2 ads alive. They're keeping the Wind Speaker alive when it comes to 3, 2, 1. I don't know exactly why, probably because of the haste buff. But that's going to be used later on, probably onto the boss.
Yeah, the Hunter can stand in it, get that haste benefit. As long as they're not letting too many of those casts go out, it's not a problem to have that Wind Speaker up and just let that Hunter get the benefit there.
There's a small
Next time
gap.
goes down though.
Oh. Doesn't seem like they're going for the rest. Probably because they think the boss is almost dead, but that's a lot of seconds that you're wasting into that. You just got rest.
That's gonna They rezzed him up. That's going to let 3-2-1 pull ahead quite a bit, though, and they're moving on to their next pull already, getting ready to move on.
They got lucky because running double DK actually managed to get Einstein Michael just rezzed because he fell off the cliff. No other classes can get him up, except of course Warlocks, Druids and DKs. As for 3-2-1, they're already done with the boss, they're in the room, and they just pull out everything close to the rune and doesn't even need that rune. They don't do that much of a damage since it's soul tank damage unless you soak the wave.
Yeah, it looks like Stomp elected to skip the Windspeaker pack and keep on moving.
I've noticed that before they started the first boss, they had a 1% gap from the ads. So I don't know, maybe they missed something or it's simply what they are aiming to pull. I'm simply afraid they might need some more percentage at the end of the dungeon that maybe they didn't actually check at all.
Yeah, they're doing a good job of utilizing that rune on the ground, though. Everybody can stand inside of it. The tank keeps the ads just outside of it so that everybody takes that reduced damage and can just stand there and not have to move. Even the quaking won't do that much to them as long as they're standing inside.
It's the quaking, exactly. As for 3-2-1, they pulled every single ad on top of the boss. Same reason, DKs. Look at the damage that they're just pulling thanks to all those ads pulled. If they didn't have them, they would be just wasted damage.
Gale Caller already down, moving on to Brother Ironhole, and they are just tearing these bosses apart with these DKs.
They've pulled the Ritualist, which means as long as they're inside the rune, they don't even need to interrupt it, but the rune doesn't even last for that much, so they actually need an interrupt rotation, because it's also fortified. The Ritualist can maybe not kill them, but bring them so low, even the tank can drop really low.
So it looks like they're going to not skip. They are doing the Spell Reflect strat on this, so to those in chat who don't know, that elemental right there, when it does choose somebody for its dot, if the tank is the only one out there, he can Spell Reflect it back at him, and the elemental will actually burn its own health down. So that elemental is already down to 50% health and just melting there.
3-2-1 is done with the second boss after 5 minutes 43 seconds. They're moving on to the next pack as at 71% already done. They have a lot of percentage for being a teaming dungeon.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to keep on moving, and yeah, they're just going to meld this off and skip these packs. Stomp jumping into second boss here, using quite a few ads there, but didn't quite pull as much, so the DKs didn't get to feed quite as much onto that boss.
So 3-2-1 decides to pull the whole bridge, which has a total of 4 casters, the Deathbringers, and if those casts go through, those are gonna hit really hard. I'm looking forward to seeing how they're gonna interrupt all of those casts.
Yeah, the tank has to make sure to stay in melee with those tentacles or it's going to start slamming everybody, and so far they're doing a good job again, using those DKs to burn these down, build Fester Mites, and just burn those tentacles down.
They've set a rotation on interrupts and stuns, and guess what? No one's managed to cast any damaging spell.
Yeah, they've practiced this dungeon quite a bit. They have these interrupts down, and they are absolutely showing it here.
They're now sitting almost at 85%. They're pretty much done. I don't even know if they're gonna pull these mole tentacles that are gonna spawn right now. Pretty confident they're aiming for a skip. And they're not. They drop D&D and they just nuke them down.
Stomp getting Gale Caller down, moving on to Brother Ironhole here. They've got quite a gap here they gotta close in.
Indeed.
They're gonna have to really work.
Brother Ironhole is still at 52%. They're doing the same chain pull onto the Ritualists. So far, I don't see any possible differences, except of course how the packs are handled. But when it comes to pulling, kind of seems the same for both teams, what they're pulling. 3-2-1 started.
Yeah, the downside
Downside
to the way 3-2-1 pulled their pulling those ads before going to Storm Song, they don't have anything to feed this DK, so they're going to have to really rely on Squash here to do as much damage as he can on Storm Song. You're doing a great job so far, dodging all these orbs, making sure when someone gets the mind control, they burn the orbs and get burned back out so that they can keep damaging Storm Song.
Yeah, as you can see, like even the orbs are not all stacked up together, because you can actually do a mistake here. If you're standing in the same spot every time and you eventually stack the orbs together, the moment a guy gets mind controlled and needs to be damaged by those orbs, he might get 1 or 2 more many orbs that he doesn't need, and it's actually gonna die. He will break the mind control and also get damaged by multiple orbs every single time.
Yeah, Stomp here taking Semrek. Instead of just jumping in and fighting all these ads, they're grabbing Semrek and taking him to the bridge, it looks like.
Yeah, it looks like they really don't want it spawning on the last boss, probably because of the fear. I would have chosen a different strat, but we will see. Because I think that the most dangerous pillar in this dungeon is actually the spider. Once players get phased out, they cannot interrupt the spider, and the spider will still keep casting on random players, and they cannot do anything about it.
Yeah, the big part about last boss is you want your healer to be able to keep all those stacks so they can do even more damage. It's so much damage a healer can put out. If you have Voidweaver casting and hitting the healer, it's going to one-shot him and throw your whole hole. Here we go, 3-2-1, looking like they're going to pull all these eels. I don't know if they're going to pull them on the boss. These eels are so dangerous, they do so much damage. They're pulling the denizens and onto Volzith. They're going to use as much of this DK power as they can. The Hunter already pulling over 1.4 million there.
That goes really, really low.
Over 5.
They popped Lawless, and they managed to kill the spider right away, right? Because I'm not seeing it here.
Yeah, and they, I mean, Volzith sitting at so low a health going into phase 2.
It's already at 38. Exactly. While Stomp is still finding their way through the third boss, they're still clearing the trash bags. As long as Whippy keeps his 7 up to 9 stacks and damages the boss, the key should be theirs. And even if he loses the stacks, it shouldn't be an issue, because the boss, as you said, is sitting at 38%. I'm pretty sure they don't even need all those stacks to kill it.
Yeah, I think they could burn it without it, but having those 9 stacks, allowing Whippy to come out and do even more damage. He's got Way of the Crane up, so when he comes out, he can increase his damage even more. And I think they have this one in the bag, as long as they get these interrupts. They have one denizen down, moving on to the other one. That's so many fewer interrupts they have to worry about there. As long as they're on time getting those.
Oh, Whippy goes down.
They have to wait.
They cannot
res him when they come out.
As you can see, they're not even focusing down the tank yet, even though it just annihilated the healer. But they do not need it. As long as the tank can keep away and keep the boss at max range from it, they will just be able to nuke down the boss. Looks like they're going safe in this. They're just finishing Urgroth and then switching back to the last boss. And we'll see if they can actually clear it with no healing stacks.
So they had these eels, they saved a few of them. They're using them now to build some more stacks and let these DKs pump a little more damage into Volzith.
%10 of the boss. He still has his energy at 42%. There's no way they're not killing it. I can
As
already
long as they keep
say
him away from the ads, they've got it.
they've got
That's
it. E21 got back into the game. They finally woke up after that junkyard. Even though there was a 10 seconds max difference, that was really good. Was a really great job for those.
Yeah, they've practiced that dungeon quite a bit, made sure they had their strat down going in. They knew that was a strong dungeon for them, so taking it into map 2, putting them in map 3 was a great
And
job.
now we have the return of Underrot. Let's hope that they actually learned from the other team's mistake, such as second boss room. That was actually the #1 mistake, right? Let's
Yeah,
really
that
hope they're
second boss
gonna
room
set it.
is just awful.
Yeah, it's either they decide to split the backs or find a better way to stack them on the boss, or it's gonna end up like exactly like the other teams. They're already getting ready there. They're hungry for keys tonight. They're already there. So what do you think was the actual problem that slowed down Stump into this? In my opinion, it was actually the wrong path. They decided to pull an entire elemental on the backs with Timmy, no problem with that. But they just had also less overall damage in general.
Yeah, it definitely seems like Sky, having practiced that so much, they knew where their cooldown usage needed to be. They knew which packs they needed to pull it on, and they just performed it the way they should have.
We'll check if they're ready. Because I already see them
See
inside.
if they're ready.
I don't see many changes into the party compositions. Maybe, yeah, Stomp decided to just switch a few talents, a few racials, just to get through with Underrot. Because with Necrotic, you totally need to remove your stacks as a tank at least. You need to make sure you have the racial trait to remove it. Such as Fireblood or Stoneblood. Looks like teams still have their CDs on cooldown. We just need to wait a few more seconds and we're ready to go. After this, we're just gonna move down into the lower bracket finally and see the outcome of those teams, such as 12 IQ Rabbits, all the other teams, Mad Batman and Hyamas, and eventually the loser of the upper finals. So you think you're ready?
Yeah, they're putting in their keys, getting ready, and this is it. This is the map 3 determining who goes to the upper finals to face Depletes.
And here we go, we just started, just put the key. I'm really looking forward to it because I'm sure they're watching the stream, checking what happened, what went wrong, what could change. I think they really don't want to mess up. Because Raging and Necrotic, that's not a dungeon that you can actually not think about anything. You really have to consider every single outcome of every single encounter. The Maggot, for
absolutely.
example, for Stomp is actually casting on them. They're not even noticing. But Methys manages to heal them through. You can see the difference here that Stomp used Bloodlust in the first pack, into the mask. While 3-2-1 still has it available, probably popping in now, exactly on the boss.
Yeah, this is a different strat than we saw earlier. Instead of skipping all this stuff, they elected to go ahead and go down and attack it, go on to the next boss, and they have that opportunity to skip stuff later. And we've seen with our previous runs of Underrot that one simple thing can really make the whole dungeon go wrong. So far, both teams doing a great job of making sure they get these interrupts and the spell reflects down in this boss. 3-2-1 downing it a little bit quicker, down by 0.8%, but still going to be able to push ahead. Downing Elderly X and moving on. Stomp not far behind.
Yeah, totally just a few seconds, one after the other. They're getting it done. But when it comes to 3-2-1, they're already pulling the second boss room. Let's hope it just goes well. They're putting triple spider. Just need to make sure that they drop a binding shot so that it doesn't charge on the hunters, unless the tank is the only one getting the aggro. But no, Sky gets one of the fixates while Squash gets the other one. But they managed to get out of there.
So many lashers here on 3-2-1 side, and it's so dangerous because if that cast gets off, like we said earlier, Whippy's going to have to really work at getting everybody out of that stun. They burn him down quick. Looking good so far, moving on. Stomp bringing down some ads. Quite a few lower, but they decided to clear that first room before going into boss room.
Let's see if they're actually gonna pull the boss. 3-2-1 is really close to wiping the whole area. Are they chain pulling into the boss or not?
I think they'll chain pull those last few and go ahead and let Matt just really pump into Cragmaw.
Probably after the spiders are all dead, they can
Diley
actually
goes
chain.
down on this pull.
They might be able to rest him. The problem is the raging. You cannot underestimate the spider or any other spider, even the bile from the maggot. If at first it doesn't do any reasonable damage, the moment they reach raging and they hit you with that frontal, there's no way you can survive it, no matter the key level.
Yeah, it looks like after it raged, that Lasher's cast got off and hit him with the Decay Mind, and like I said, that's a pretty bad dot it puts on him. Yeah, it looks like 3-2-1 might be grabbing all those ads. Yep, they're going to pull them right onto Cragmaw. Go ahead and let that DK feast off of those, get the Festermite, whereas Stomp is using the rest of the room to do it. So, do you think that'll pay off for them using the room or pulling those Guardians more now that they can already go ahead and clear those?
As I'm saying, as long as they can keep up with it and know exactly what can happen, what can go wrong, I'm totally fine with it. It's just they're just gonna gain some more time.
Yeah, I definitely feel like pulling that Death Speaker and those Guardians ahead of time with the boss, going ahead and burning them down. Then when the boss is done, they can just move on and they don't have to worry about that pack. 3-2-1 moving into Tantrum already. Whippy doing a pretty good job of keeping everybody's health up. Stop moving into Tantrum. Same thing here. Methys working so hard, doing a great job keeping everybody's health up. They don't have too many ticks on either side. Doing a great job. Those ticks can really build up necrotic on your tank fast.
Yeah, this looks way cleaner than the other time we've seen an Underrot. And yeah, all that's changed. Maybe they are playing it a bit safer, but doesn't even look like so. They're just handling way better than other teams right now. They probably learned from them. The tantrum damage in a Necrotic 21 is still very noticeable. A lot.
Oh, for sure. Necrotic on the tank. It forces, well, I guess it doesn't force them, but it's a great idea for a healer to take Vitality Conduit here because they can heal through the Necrotic. Its Vitality Conduit isn't bothered by Necrotic, but they lose Way of the Crane in the process and have to really make sure they're healing. Doing a great job of mitigating their ticks so far. 3, 2, 1, they're going to go ahead and just ignore these ones completely and tunnel Kragmaw. It paid off. They're ready to move on. Stomp still working, hitting the boss pretty low, but moving into another tantrum.
Yeah, that's gonna cost a lot of time. Because they also have to soak it, even though they have 3 hunters though. That shouldn't be big of issue, but they still have to focus on them. While 3, 2, 1 is already going to the third boss. But Klaus goes down. Klaus went down. Boss is still at 6%. They probably have the pets getting the aggro right now, or even the monk. Problem is that the boss is at 1%. Okay, they're not gonna get punished with another tantrum just because Klaus died at the very end and they had enough damage. But
yeah,
that was very risky.
It looks like the indigestion, he didn't have any defensives up or ready for it, so it just chunked him way too hard.
So this boss doesn't have like a really hard and punishing mechanics for 3, 2, 1. So I'm just interested into what they're gonna pull onto the boss. Because they're wasting a lot of time, it's just single target damage, and they have a DK and 2 hunters that can actually reset with no issue. And if you noticed, they didn't pull the defilers. They're not pulling them, or they're just pulling it way later than that.
Yeah, I think they might opt to go ahead and pull him here at the end. Let the boss get low health so that they don't enrage and drop the totem on anybody. But it looks like Stomp is doing something pretty similar. They pulled the Guardians from the bottom. Other than percentage, they're starting to bring this a little bit closer with Stomp skipping all of that. Clouds' death might hurt them quite a bit there, but for the most part, they're definitely starting to catch up now.
Yeah, but as you can see, there's a difference in odds percentage, about 5%, but also the boss health is like at 30% for 3, 2, 1, and doubled for Stomp. That's gonna matter a lot. Klaus is almost gonna go down with Necrotic and the debuff.
And it looks like Mathis did a great job there. Didn't even have to pop his revival, was just able to keep everybody up and keep on pushing through this boss. Here come another set of Guardians, trying to go ahead and feed as much damage, get their percentage ahead of time so that when this boss is done, they can move on to that final pull before last boss.
Either one has it done with the third boss. They will be moving on. They have 93%. I don't even know if they did anything. They just have the pillar. They're just gonna kill the 2 Guardians there. Because there's no way they can skip them towards the last boss. I think it's sort of an over percentage here, don't you think?
Yeah, with the 2 Conquerors and all those pillars, I think they have definitely more than enough. They're going to pull the extra Conqueror just to be sure. They want to make sure they have their percentage. It looks like he's backing up to a worm, too.
Oh, actually, I forgot to mention that that's why they're not doing it, because the way to open the door to the last boss is by reaching 100%. That's why they
True,
cannot
they
count on
can't
the
use.
pillars. That's why
Yeah,
they're
they
putting
can't use
3
the
of the
pillars.
corruptors on top of a worm. That's pretty hard to dodge. You have 3 frontals and 3 sets of tentacles spawning on top of you. But they seem to be managing really fine. While Stump is over with the third boss, they're now just pulling the worm, probably into skeletons. Actually, no, they have 96%. I think they're just gonna be through with this worm and then move on to the Guardians. This is totally another percentage. Guardians will give somewhere like 5%, both of them. So yeah, it's a bit over percentaged.
Yeah, the 2 Conquerors here are going to be just enough to pull them down. Not having to fight all that extra. They could still bring it back here.
And that pulled the boss with Bloodlust. 3-1 is now managing with 4 pillars. That will be really hard. Mostly for the fear guy into the tank guy. If they get feared into the tank guy, they're not gonna survive it at all. But that's when the revival comes in handy, which Whippy just used, and hunters can turtle it away, and DKs will just AMS it. That's why they can survive multiple casts. Both of them on the same boss, 4 pillars, same goes for Stomp. Now they're trying to get as fast as they can to reach 3-1. 3-1 is already at 75% of the first phase.
Yeah, they're definitely burning this boss
Omnath
super
Hunt
fast.
goes down and gets destroyed by probably the tank guy. Actually, no, it's
Squash is getting low.
yeah, it was the tank guy. Now they cannot avoid any more fears, so Samrek will now just annihilate them unless they manage to kill him. Klaus goes really low HP. They're all getting feared. That's really gonna be hard to pull off.
Yeah, the Hunters definitely got to make sure they are getting rid of those spores too.
And they go
And
down.
Clouds goes down, so does Make. This looks like it might be a wipe.
Nappa is trying to ras. He got the tank.
He's up. Now he's got to try to go ahead and get aggro back. And Mathis is down. Make is still down.
Yeah.
Dile is now down. This is going to be a wipe for them.
That's a
and
wipe.
as long as 3-2-1 can be clean,
That's
they take this.
Full wipe. While 3-1 is still going pretty fine on this boss, they still don't have any more issues because they're done with the pillars. They just need to take care of the boss mechanics, such as the frontal and the debuff. I don't see how they could fail it anymore.
Yeah, so far doing a great job of keeping their stacks down, getting rid of the spores. They took care of the pillars, and now it's just a matter of burning the boss and making sure nobody stands in the extra puddles there.
This boss takes a really long time. They're still in phase 2, 27% energy. Oh, actually, this is phase 3. Okay, that's way better. It's 21 tyrannical, but still the HP is a lot.
Yeah, you can see the Hunters there multi-shotting those spores, trying to keep them away from the group. If they get too close, you get extra adds, or extra dots. You take a lot of damage, so they're doing a great job of making sure they're multi-shotting those down.
They're also using the multi-shot to reset their CDs. That's why in this fight, they're particularly good. You can see Squash hitting 33 million on this boss. While Stump tried again, they started the boss. They don't have Bloodlust, which means it's gonna be way harder to just nuke down all of the pillars. They seem to be focusing the Void Weaver, the spider, without taking care of the Samrak, that's gonna be a big punish for them. Daily Hound
3,
goes
2, 1
down, but
downs
3,
the
2,
boss.
1 wins. 3, 2, 1 got it done. So 3, 2, 1 goes to upper finals, battling against the Fleets. I was way different from what I thought it would have been, but yeah. I wasn't expecting that last boss fail from Stomp like at all.
I definitely thought that was going to be a close one there, and then that wipe at the end just solidified it for 3-2-1, pushing them into the upper finals against Deplete.
Yeah, that was totally unfortunate, like at all. I don't know what else they could have done to get the timer, but after you see that wipe on the last boss, you kind of lose hope, because unless the other team wiped as well, there's no way you can catch up. Not on that boss, because it's one of the longest bosses in the game. And we're done with round 1 and round 2, which means we're finally going with the lower bracket today, round 1 and round 2 again. Featuring first match in round 1 is going to be Man Batman versus Higher Mass in a dungeon we just saw, Shrine of the Storms. They should get ready soon. I see Higher Mass is already there. We're just gonna give a few moments for Batman to get ready. But overall, that Underrot was just got me really excited. And we have Batman getting ready as well.
Tread carefully. Some dark presence watches us even now.
They're actually choosing what to go with. I think they could actually run the same comp as the other teams did 2 dungeons ago. That doesn't seem like a bad idea for them.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a close matchup. Both of these teams doing well in this dungeon in time trials. I mean, they've put on a pretty good show so far. Had some mistakes that cost them, brought them down to the lower bracket, but they're both looking to prove themselves worthy of going back up into the grand finals.
Yeah, they also have some experience with this. Also, just by looking at the stream, they know what can go wrong, what cannot go wrong. Because both teams, of course, they had more than a month to get ready in a +19 though, because it was time trials. But now they only had 1 week to get ready for Shrine of Storms at least, and all of the other 8 dungeons that are into this tournament.
Definitely. Well, let's see if our players are ready to go. All right, looks like they're doing their final preparations. They got their keys in, ready to go with the first of the lower bracket rounds.
And yeah, totally right, they're about to start. Here we are, they just started. First pack. I'm pretty sure they're gonna do the same exact thing every single time. They're just gonna pull all the stairs, they go down, they gather everything in one spot. And they're just gonna nuke them down. But doesn't seem to be actually the case for Man Batman. They just pull on top of the pillar. They're not pulling all the stairs. But you can see that Higher Mass is pulling everything. Not even Only one pack. They just need to be sure that they don't let the Temper's Cast go through and the healing to go through. But one just went. They need to Arcane Torrent it if you don't have it. They also pulled the Elemental. That's totally not the case. Oh, that's really gonna hurt them a lot because of the Elemental itself. Also the healing.
Down so crazy. This is gonna be a wipe here. That was a very dangerous pull to take.
That was
They had to do it, trying to make sure they solidified that win, but they just couldn't pull it off. So now they're gonna have to take a little bit slower.
Not everything is lost. They still can go back at it since they killed some of the odds already, but not all of them, like, at all. Just because of the 2 DKs just helped a bit, just nuking down some of the odds, but they still have the majority of them still alive. As for Man Batman, they're just going, not safe, but simple, smaller packs, and it seems to be working fine for them.
Yeah, they definitely got to be careful there. With it being teaming, having more ads in here, it's already rough with the Spiritualists and the Current, the Elemental, and pulling that much, it just couldn't happen the way they pulled it. So they're going to take it slower, try to pull a little bit less, and see if they can't make up that time.
Yeah, that's a huge difference from what you've just seen with 3-2-1 and Stomp. This is totally different, but let's see how it goes. Caspi gets stunned and luckily doesn't get killed by the Wave Blast because they all got interrupted, but he was pretty close to death into that. Templar on the other side for HMS got the buff, got removed. They're having a really hard time right now. Both teams.
Yeah. Looks like some heals got out on the side of Man Batman. So they're taking it quite slow, having a little bit rough time. You can tell they're not quite as confident. They didn't practice this one quite as much as some of the other teams did, but they're doing a good job of taking it slow and playing safe.
Yeah, that seems to be working the best. Probably because it's lower bracket, maybe they didn't, unless they had the same dungeon into the upper bracket, they maybe thought they didn't have to practice it. They wanted to practice the upper bracket dungeons, hoping that would just proceed into the next rounds, but that didn't happen for these two teams, and now they have to cover it up for misexperience on this.
Yeah, now they pull this on the boss. They're going to let the DK go ahead and feed. Looking like IMS is going to do the same thing. Pulling a bunch of these ads. They're trying not to kill him yet. They're just letting him put those festering wounds on there, waiting for this boss to spawn up.
Oh, Man Batman pulled the Templar onto the boss, but he got both buffs, which means any ad that is close to the Templar will receive 90% less damage. And when they tried to remove one of the buffs, they got unlucky and didn't get the right one, so they're losing a lot of damage right now.
And BDK going down in this pull.
He didn't fall off the cliff though, they should be able to res him.
IMS doing a good job so far, keeping that haste buff there in melee to let everyone utilize it there. Keeping Windspeaker alive just so they can keep that haste buff there.
Oh, Man Batman, both of them, Caspi and BDK, just get the frontal. And BDK leaves us again. They do not have batteries, they have to finish this boss, the 4 of them. They're missing 1 DPS now. I'm pretty sure that's gonna impact a lot, don't you think?
Yeah, that's... Losing that 1 DPS is really big on these bosses. Again, Fortified, even in a 21, is still rough. And losing 1 person can really make that difference on your positioning there. And you can really see it going into high MS here. They've already got the boss lower than Man Batman here.
IMS already into phase 2. Man Batman joining right now. They seem to be... IMS, whether the wipe or not, like, Oh, except that Rekness and Dragon, they both went down. They're having
no.
another wipe now. There's no way they can do it. They have 3 ads alive. Actually 2, but still, only for Tocino and Count to damage them.
And
That's a big
Toget's
risk.
hit there too. He doesn't go down, but he gets low. It looks like they're going to go ahead
And
and
Batman
B-res
dies as well.
Rek.
Both teams are having issues into this fight. I think they're both gonna wipe. But that doesn't seem to be the case for IMS. I think they still want to go through. Oh, they actually managed to res Rekness, so they have no reses available, but they're still 4 out of 5. While Batman had to wipe it because they had no DPSs left. So it's still a good thing for IMS, even though they wiped on the very first pack.
Yeah, wiping early like that, it sucks, it hurts. But if you press on, keep going, there are still ways like this. Just wiping that early isn't as big a loss as wiping later down the road.
And Batman going at it again. I don't know if
This time they're not going to have all
keeping...
these ads.
Yeah, I don't know if keeping the wind speaker is actually a good idea when it comes to, you know, having all these issues in the fight. I know that they soak the frontal, but they're still getting a lot of damage.
Yeah, so far IMS doing a great job picking back up off that wipe. Moving on, they got the first boss down, got one speaker, and now they're going to move on to this next pull here. Looks like they had an issue. Camp might have accidentally used his invis pot there.
Oh. I think he doesn't even have Shadow Meld available, but I'm pretty sure they have to pull this back anyway.
Yeah, they're definitely trying to pull here, but yeah, they'll get it stacked up. I think they can burn this one pretty quick, having Frag and Toe up, as long as they be careful with that rune.
Yeah. What I'm seeing here is, for example, Crazy didn't manage to actually avoid the Tempest frontal, and I don't know how he managed to survive, because I think it was 2 Cyclones towards him, but for some reason he just managed to.
Yeah, man, Batman taking that boss slow, not having those ads to feed the DK and feed the cleave really hurts, but they're doing a good job of just being more careful, not having Wind Speaker on it.
Yeah, seems like IMS is totally taking the lead on this, but we really don't know what's gonna happen next, because there's still some packs that can actually punish them if not played correctly. We can see an Apprentice, you can see that they got pulled, both of them, from Batman. They just want to kill them on the boss, but the boss already at 3%. I think they should have pulled it a little bit earlier, because now they're just gonna waste even more time dealing with these ads.
Yeah, not having them earlier, they're going to have to sit and just 2-target cleave these down, and that's quite a bit of time they're using just for those 2 ads, while IMS here looking like they're going to pull all the way to boss.
Yeah, totally looks like so. They have no reason not to do it.
And here they go, they grab boss, they have all these ads, they gave them time for Tau and Frag to go ahead and build some festering wounds on them, and now they're going to burst them down and start just absolutely melting Gale Caller too.
And Batman seems to have some ads right behind them. I don't know if it's intended, but they're pretty much gonna reach them. They're coming from the start of the dungeon. As for the timers, we can easily see that IMS managed to kill the first boss in 7 minutes 15 seconds, even after the full wipe. Same goes for the Batman team, but it took 2 minutes more, and they also wiped on the boss. And seems like they're gonna wipe again, because the heal went through, and healer and DK went down. So unless the tank is really good at surviving now, he just needs to get inside the rune, and he's gonna make up for it. Healer gets battle rest by the hunter, just needs to accept it. It's probably waiting for the right time, and exactly it comes up. and I think they should be fine now.
Yeah, they need to make sure they are staying in that rune, because even quaking won't do that much damage to them at all as long as they're in that rune. The problem is you have to make sure you kite the ads out of it and then put yourself back in it. And so far, Caspi's doing a pretty good job of that, but everyone else needs to make sure they are also jumping into that rune.
On the other side, Mass has brought Ironhole at 25%. They chain pulled onto the Ritualist and they're pretty much gonna die at the same time. That's really good. They can just move on.
Yeah, so far, even after that first wipe, HMS has been very impressive moving on after that and recovering from it.
While Man-Batman are just having a poorly timed pull with this Runecarver Sun, just being super high HP. Now they're trying to just bring it down as fast as they can, but they're really wasting some time just because of that poorly timing.
It looks like they grabbed the other Ritualist, pulled it on there, and went ahead and burned Iron Hole. They're going to single target down this Ritualist, and it looks like the way Camp keeps positioning himself, they might be taking that pillar to bridge.
Yeah, it looks like they're gonna go with pillar. Oh,
Even Man-Batman go down.
wrong.
Alistar, oh,
They tried to skip it. They tried to skip it, but they couldn't. Even the healer died, and of course the warrior cannot rest because they ran out of battle rests, so they have to wait. Again, this is the same scene we saw in Underrot with HMS. Right after they died, they weren't able to skip the first boss and go to the second one. They just had so many issues. Let's hope they don't have them now, because I think, yeah, they all are out of Shadow Meld. They do not have Shadow Meld except Man-Batman. So he has to be the one pulling the elemental, turtling, and Shadow Melding so that they can skip.
Yeah, and that's a tough wipe too, because now they're going to have to come back from that with HMS already moving on. They finished Gale Caller and Iron Hole. They're cleared some more trash, and now they're going to grab the pillar to bridge.
Smart idea on taking the Fear guy so that they don't spawn it on the last boss. Pretty smart. So I think that's, except the Spider, which is the most dangerous one, but Fear also does some pretty nasty damage. If it fears the healer, it's pretty much dead once he has the stacks.
Yeah, I'm hoping to see a good 9-stack healer damage here on last boss, making sure they get those interrupts out.
Yeah, because as I remember, we lost the 9 stacks from 3 to 1. Whippy died from one of the spells.
And here they go, Man-Batman pulling on to the Council here. Hitting 2 mil, dropping down already as they lose those ads, and he doesn't have anything really to feed off of anymore.
Do you think they were able to use Bloodlust like when it was ready? Because I see it's been ready for some time now. Considering the wipes they had.
Yeah, unless they plan on doing some really big pull between now and their next planned Bloodlust, it would have been really smart to go ahead and use it and get it on cooldown.
I think it all depends on the pillars they get on the boss, because they already got rid of the Fear guy. So, for example, they decide to get the Spider, which is the second to the hardest one. There's no need to not Bloodlust anything else but the boss. And HMS is actually reaching the third boss, and they're actually using the pillar for that. But
it looks like they're electing to skip those tentacles there.
Yeah, they're skipping because Reknas is actually outside the pillar, and he died. He cannot actually help them with pulling the boss so they get thrown out of the Nazat realm. They have to wait for him unless they actually get out.
You can mass res from inside the pillar. The problem is wherever he is, wherever they mass res from, he's still going to appear there outside of the realm. So he's still going to have to use camo or feign death or something.
Yeah, he just released. They're probably gonna get out of the pillar and try to skip manually with Shadow Meld. It probably wasn't... No, it could have been actually a good idea to release and just wait for him to do the same thing again, just because they have the shortcut available after they kill all the ritualists. They can actually get back to it pretty fast. As for Man Batman, they're done with the boss after 16 minutes 39 seconds. They're finishing off the last ritualists, and from their position I can totally notice they're just gonna use the pillar to skip all of the odds until the bridge.
I'm not sure what happened with High MS here. Looks like they're trying to do the skip.
I'm not sure if they're waiting for Rekness to just try again and pull the boss, but since Camp is waiting at the side of the bridge, it looks like he wants to get out and try to make the skip himself, like pulling everything and shadow melding and pulling the boss for the other team. But as I'm saying, I'm not so sure about it. In the meantime, Man Batman is catching up real quick.
Yeah, they're definitely looking to make up that gap.
Yeah, we can see
there.
Rekness. He's crossing the bridge. So yeah, Rekness is actually, Rekness is inside the realm, and now the guy that is actually enabling the boss is not him, but Camp. Just running, probably pulling everything, leap, and eventually shadow meld, so that he can pull the boss without issues of having aggro of the previous odds.
It looks like he's gonna death skip it and let them res him from inside the realm, because his shadow meld is on cooldown.
Yes, it actually is. But he's actually, because there is a timer for when the boss is enabled. But there's no way he can survive it. For some reason, he couldn't manage to time the shadow meld, and the odds are still on him. And Batman is catching up.
Yeah, it looks like they're gonna elect to pull those onto the boss so the DKs can feed and melt this boss to make up that time.
That was actually intended then, don't you think?
Yeah, I'm not so sure they meant to do it the first time, but noticing how long it took him to get back, it seems they might have adjusted to go ahead and let those DKs feed off to make up that space there, because Lord Stormsong is absolutely melting.
It didn't look like they had it planned. I think just Camp, when he realized they maybe failed for some reason, the Shadow Meld is like, let's just pull it on the boss. And Madman goes down in the meantime. Double! The Colossal Tentacles, the tank was not in melee range enough for them to be casting. Not a single stun went through, not a Thunderclap, not anything, and it's just jumping off. They need to go again.
And that's a rough wipe, because in Shrine, until you kill Stormsong, you go all the way to the beginning of the dungeon. So that is a real bad wipe for them there, having to come back.
Luckily, they still have the shortcut, but it's still gonna be a pretty tight timer right now. They have less percentage, they are starting from the very beginning of the dungeon. Camp gets a perfect reflect on the boss, which does a lot of damage. That's why warriors are almost the perfect class. Let's remove almost. They are the perfect class to play as Prot in this season. Just because of the spell reflect can increase his damage. Right now he's dealing 90k per second, 90k per second on the boss as a tank.
Yeah, that spell reflect just comes in clutch so many times on these bosses, or the big lieutenant adds like the elemental there on that bridge. It definitely makes warriors solidify their top spot in these M+ runs. They get Stormsong down, they're moving on to the next part of the dungeon, and if it looks anything like the run from 3-2-1, they should be able to burn this boss down pretty quick.
No wonder if they actually managed to keep the stacks on the healers.
There they go, you see the Misdirect come out. You have Wreck over there trying to pull that side for the tank. And now Camp is going to go ahead and get ready to pull these other two packs. You see the taunt. Here comes the heroic throw. And it looks like they're going to try the same strat without the denizens. Leaving those denizens is so dangerous coming out of the realm on second phase.
But for some reason, I'm pretty confident percentage is enough, because we really don't need those ads. They have the pillars, they have the heals ready to be killed. I think they're aiming to kill it in one phase, but it's kind of... Oh, Camp goes down from the stacks!
He gets hit by the Urgroth.
Oh, it's actually the tentacle. Crazy gets his stacks, but he dispels himself. He dispelled himself.
Yeah, I think that was a smart play with Camp already going down from the eels. It's just so dangerous to keep him when that happens.
So now they have to deal with 2 pillars, which is no problem for Camp since it's blood and Argrowth. Problem is that the puddles are going to spawn even in the other phases where the DPSs are handling the denizens. So that's also about moving. Since they have 2 DKs which are melee, they really have to be moving them.
Absolutely, but having those 2 melee interrupts definitely makes those denizens easier to deal with on that second phase. As long as they can get these guys down and take them in, they can at least use those other 2, the Blood and the Urgroth, to build Festermite stacks when they come out.
Now they have all the time in the world because DPSs are done with the denizens. They're just gonna go to the tank realm and get rid of all the pillars that they still have left, and eventually just single target the boss. Only problem is that the boss still sitting at 60% and they don't have the stacks on the healer, so I'm not sure if they can actually kill it in this phase. Oh, they seem to be missing some percentage.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to try to deal with these, don't want the interrupts to go out, or the essence to go out. They're going to go ahead and down them, but at the same time, they're just allowing those DKs to go ahead and build some damage.
In the meantime, we have Man Batman approaching the third boss, and they played it safe. They got the spider out, they're killing it and getting out as soon as possible to start the boss. Because of course it has a timer, so it has to be triggered before the boss is enabled.
Yeah, and of course they're playing it really safe. After pulling the spider, they're pulling one side, but Atal'Dazar goes down again.
Yeah, these tentacles, they focus on a random target, and if you're unlucky you can get almost a one shot because of the tentacles all focusing on you. What do you think? Do you think they can pull it? They have Volzit at 60% energy, but still 34% HP. I'm really not sure. They don't have some kind of execute phases that are good enough to just kill the boss.
Yeah, I think they're going to go through another phase of denizens before they kill it, but I think that's still going to be enough to pull them ahead in this map. And Man Batman just having these problems dodging these mechanics or staying on their interrupts, stuns, whatever. Those tentacles hurt a lot going in that part before that second or the third boss here.
Yeah.
And if you get focused and don't have the stuns and interrupts, then it just ticks somebody down.
So they're done with at least the tank is done with the second phase, but it still needs to help the other DPSs to get done with the denizens. Boss sitting at 14.
Keeping his 9 stacks.
Yeah, he's totally gonna solo the boss. Everyone else can just sit in the AFK. And here we come to the last part of the boss. 14% to go.
Here he goes. He pops his way of the crane. That already increases his damage with those 9 stacks. And now you just see Volzit's health just ticking away, and they will take this map.
That was really unexpected, I would say. How many wipes did we have? Full wipes. We had, like at the start, it seemed lost for High MS. Just right from the first pull, I think they lost some hope, for sure.
Yeah, it was a lot going wrong that they had to come back for. And High MS just did a bit better job coming back from them.
Yeah, but they really, I don't want to say they got lucky, but they really did something. They pulled out something out of a hat that was not supposed to be pulled, but that's good for them. Now we have their dungeon in which they actually lost in the upper bracket. Let's see if they actually know what to do now. They're gonna go to King's Rest now. They're probably gonna swap the character since, as you know, King's Rest has Necrotic. So they totally need a character available and ready to handle Necrotic.
Yeah, Necrotic, we've seen this King's Rest already today, and it gets very dangerous. The bursting alone is already pretty dangerous in here, and they're going to have to really make sure they're paying attention to those stacks.
Yeah, I can see them gathering up in King's Rest. That was a huge hit for Man Batman, but they still have a chance here.
Absolutely. They can still bring it back in these next two maps, but they're going to have to work hard at it and make sure they're not having any of those same mistakes again.
You can see them getting ready. Yeah, they're totally swapped characters, at least the tanks to handle Necrotic. They're about to enter the dungeon. I think I took a glance at the third dungeon just in case Mad Batman gets the win on this. It's gonna be another junkyard. And I really want to see some more teams into that dungeon because I'm sure, like, for example, 3-2-1 and Stomp did a really good job. It was a 10 seconds difference, really good, even less than 10 seconds. But eventually 3-2-1 managed to get it. I really want to see what would happen if Man Batman and IMS went to that dungeon now.
I would love to see those teams go into Junkyard. Already seeing the strats from earlier. I love seeing teams go into Junkyard, grab those bots, do some crazy pulls, and just watch them just destroy those pulls. But it looks like they are getting ready, putting their keys in, and getting their buffs ready to go.
Okay then. And yes, they're now starting. IMS 1, Man Batman 0, let's see what happens now. As a reminder, King's Rest, of course, is tyrannical, bursting, necrotic, you've already seen it. You know how punishing that dungeon can be, let's see what happens.
Oh, looks like they body pulled the first Guardian there. And that bursting just ticking away. IMS
Nice.
getting in position to pull this room again.
That's totally a different strat, you can see that. Man Batman is dealing with the Guardians, while IMS decided just to go for the boss room, just to enable the timer so that they don't actually lose anything. They pop Bloodlust and they're trying to nuke them down. Camps Necrotic, goes off because he manages to use his racial. The only problem now is the bursting. They have 6 to 7 stacks, 8 stacks. They're really gonna have to slow down a bit just to reduce the stacks. 2 stacks go through and they hit 9 stacks. Crazy Monk is gonna die from it. He just needs a rest now. They're just gonna waste the first rest. Yes, they're gonna waste it. And Camp has no HP. It's lucky that he's actually being chased by those ads, and he actually can wait for Crazy to be fast and get some heal. On the other hand, Mad Batman is actually just arrived into the room and probably doing the same exact pull. Exactly, it's a 4 packs. Let's see how they actually handle it.
Yeah, HMS did a great job of burning those ads down, making sure they were able to stay up and go straight into Golden Serpent, just like we saw earlier, pulling these Guardians.
We have 2 deaths on Mad Batman. It's just the healer and the DPS and the hunter is just, they're gonna die from bursting even.
This is gonna be a wipe.
It will be a wipe. The healer died and they couldn't manage to heal through the bursting. They have to go again, while HMS is actually pulling the boss on top of the golems. That pack, I remember, in a plus 19, it's pretty not easy, but it's doable. But when it comes to a 21, that's the difference that you're missing. There's no way you can compare a 19 to a 21, even if it's just a 2 level difference. It's totally not how you should play it. You should not play that risky as you did in a 19, because that's really gonna punish you.
Absolutely, and we see Camp sitting at 37 stacks already, but they got those Guardians down, and now they just got to burn the Serpent down, being careful not to pull those gold blobs too close.
AMS is actually getting really unlucky with the casts that are totally going on the healer every single time. The reason of the free hunters is also to feign death, the spit gold, which is an unavoidable mechanic unless, of course, you feign death, and it's a really nasty dot. It's still going on Crazy Monk. It's still getting really a lot of damage, which it means sacrificing some DPS on the boss just to heal himself.
Yeah, and that's just really bad RNG, but on the side of Man Batman here, we see them going into the Golden Serpent, grabbing those 2 Guardians. And it looks like HMS has Golden Serpent down, and they're moving on to the Gauntlet.
Yes, they've actually reached the King's Room and dealing with the first pack already. One single hit from the frontal of those Guardians for Man Batman is gonna one-shot the tank. Because they're both enraged. And he has 30 stacks of Necro, so he's not even getting that much of a healing before the hit.
Yeah, it looks like they did a pretty good job of getting those Guardians down, keeping the stacks over there, or the puddles over there at the stairs. And the 2 Guardians coming in for HMS. They're still working on the King's Room, the Gauntlet here, and they're doing a good job so far, but Camp getting kind of low here.
He got stunned. But no problem for Crazy, he has his Cocoon available, no problem for him. He probably saved it because of these Guardians, they can be so deadly and you can't even notice sometimes.
Yeah, it looks like Camp used his Dark Iron there to get rid of his stacks. The beauty of Dark Iron versus regular Dwarf is regular Dwarf will get rid of those stacks and give you a damage reduction, whereas the Dark Iron is going to get rid of those stacks, and for every stack of a debuff you get rid of, you're getting that main stat, which is big for a tank there.
Yeah, exactly. The real reason why you want to go as a Prot Warrior is, as I mentioned before, is just for the damage. You want to have 5 active players dealing a considerate amount of damage to the ads and the bosses. That's the difference that you're gonna get once you run Mythic Plus. You can also see that Camp and probably all of the other warriors are running some corruption of Twilight Devastation just to get that bit more of a damage.
Yeah, absolutely. And as much health as they have going into this, all this versatility they can stack with the corruption, and then grabbing that Twilight Dev for that damage is just insane.
MS is almost done with the King's Room and moving into the... They're probably gonna skip the pillar. I don't quite remember what happened in the King's Rest a few minutes ago for High MS. I don't know if they actually wiped on the last boss. But I guess we'll see.
Looks like they're skipping the pillar.
Yeah, they're gonna have the Fear guy onto the last boss, which is kinda hard. Mad Batman's still going through the first pack in the King's Room, while High MS is pulling all the uses probably on top of the boss.
Absolutely, and it looks like they're on their way now. They've got everything, they're grouping it up. That includes the construct that was on the bridge there.
But they're not pulling on the boss. Okay, they actually are. The
There's
moment
the
they
boss.
die, they want the damage to get split onto the boss, but Camps dies out of 16 stacks.
Yeah.
And also the construct was casting. They don't have a Batteras available. Dragon goes down. That's pretty much what's gonna happen to the whole party. They're just gonna go down and start again, just like Mad Batman. That was, I think it was too much of a greedy pull. They know that is a really hard pull. That's what I remember for sure from their run in King's Rest. They totally had a really scuffed kill of that boss and of those ads, because they were about to cast the Entomb again, and when it happens, it's pretty much over. Also the bursting stacks, they were not handling correctly.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about before this dungeon started. The bursting in that room is an easy way to wipe and have to start that whole pull over again. Each one of those dies super fast, adding to those stacks, and if they don't have their turtle up or a way to keep camp up, then they're just going to wipe and have to restart.
They still have the lead though, because Mad Batman is still going through the King's Hall. They still have one more pack to do, so it should still be fine for High Mass, unless they do other mistakes. Seems like they're skipping again the construct.
Yeah, and again, that's a dangerous way to go, not pulling that construct, because then you don't have that shortcut to come back again like we just saw from them.
Indeed.
They're still electing to pull the last ooze and this last construct here.
They're actually
know if
gonna
it'll
play
be
it
with the
safe.
balls.
They won't, mostly because they don't have all the odds so that the hunters can reset their damaging spells. So I think they're just gonna go safe since the uses are over, even though maybe now that there's no way they could have done it. You can see if the ad casts Entomb during the boss, it's not just gonna work. They will be entombed and no way to save them from the entomb.
They have one more construct in the ooze, then they'll move on to boss. Looks like Batman moving on to the room now, but they accidentally pulled the construct from the bridge. It looked like Caspi was not expecting to have to fight that.
They probably, yeah, they got an issue with Shadow melding it away. That's gonna cost them a lot of time. Unless they actually manage to pull everything on the boss, that would be the light at the end of the tunnel for them. That would totally ramp up the damage.
Yeah, the big thing here is that time loss fighting it, but having High MS wiped in this room could spell the pull ahead 4-man Batman.
They're actually doing it. They're pulling the boss, but only on one constructor. The other one is still there waiting. And Batman is trying to get ahead of this competition. 16 stacks of busting, 71 stacks. Oh,
and
that's...
he's down.
He's down. We don't know if they're trying to arrest him. No, they won't. They have 3 people down. There's no way they can do it. Again, another team tried to do this pull and they didn't manage to go through it. That's a really risky pull. You really have to time everything correctly.
Yeah, that pull gets very scary for anybody, especially at this 21 key level. And if they don't manage their defenses properly there, they just go down. It's a really hard pull anyways. But since they got that construct down on accident, they do have that skip now to get all the way over there faster.
That's true. I can actually start the boss instantly. But then if you take a look at HMS, you can see the boss is sitting at 10% HP. That's a lot of time that they lost. So, and Man Batman still has to clear the construct. But oh, that's why they actually skipped the construct on the left, because they already got the percentage done by the construct they mistakenly pulled on the bridge. That's why they're actually skipping the last construct. As for HMS, they just finished the boss. They're now pulling the next packs, which is a really dangerous pack, such as the Beastmaster and all of the casters that are just gonna cast Spectral Bolt and the totems that will heal everyone up. They seem to have found a good way to LOS them, stack them up, and nuke them down.
Yeah, they did great so far. Camp going ahead and jumping out, trying to reset his stacks, but he couldn't do it on top of having the stack from the Berserker.
Shouldn't be a big of a deal. This happened as well in the previous round, I'm pretty sure. That was almost a flawless pull, considering how hard it is to do it.
They get him down, get him rezzed up, and it looks like they're going to take Urgroth over to next boss. Yeah, absolutely. They're going to take it to the Council of Tribes, try to drop it there.
Yeah, they seem to have it 100%. Nice skip.
Yeah, looking at the timer
They
here.
feign that, they pull the out on top of Kula. I know they're just gonna... The problem is that the Berserkers, as Crazy Monk just got 1 stack out of the Berserkers because Camp was not close enough to get it, so Crazy has to heal himself. Not a big of a deal for him.
Doing a great job so far of moving Kula the Butcher around, trying to make sure everybody has some space to move around. Man, Batman's still over there working on Machimba.
Yeah.
They're going to have a ways to go to try to catch up, especially if HMS is able to burn this council down fast.
They move on to Zanazal. I'm curious about seeing what they're gonna prioritize into this. If they're actually gonna keep one of the totems alive, such as the Earthshock totem. Because they can actually do it without killing all of the totems. The Lightning one, I think, is the one they can actually keep alive. They move on to the Earthfall totem.
Explosive totem down, moving to the Earth Wall, the Torrent. Yeah, the Thundering totem
This is
isn't
the
that
last
bad.
one, yeah.
Yeah, they elected to go ahead and break it, but it's not the worst thing to go ahead and leave it up.
The meanwhile, Man Batman managed to go through the second boss, and now they have that scary bag that actually killed Camp. Let's see if they're actually gonna do the same exact pull, such as a 3 packs. And they do. IMS
Looks like they're even
got
taking
the
the
last
same
boss.
positioning.
Yeah. Seems to be a really good position for LOSing. That really pays off.
Caspi already using his Dark Iron to get rid of stacks, the Berserker and the Necrotic stacks. And they pulled it off. That was a really clean pull.
Yeah, flawless. Man Batman's damage for 100k, that looks really good on such a pack.
And they're going to do the same strat, grabbing Urgroth, taking him down to the council. They are behind on a little bit of percentage they can make up by grabbing those Berserkers at the top, bringing them down to council.
Camp is actually, all the high MS team is done. With the third boss, they're moving on to the Shadow of Zul. They have 90%. They are totally done. After Shadow of Zul's dead, the remaining percentage will be from the pillars.
Yeah, man, Batman having another wipe going in here to the council. And as long as High MS is clean from here out, they can take this map just from here.
Did they just miss it? Did they die? Again? Man Batman? Did
Yeah,
they
they
have
had a
a...
wipe on council.
I was morely focused on the Shadow of Zul that actually went down, and they're on to the last boss with 4 pillars available. It's 3 pillars. No, it's all 4 pillars. That's let's see if they pull it through again. They will probably be focusing down the Fear one.
Yeah, as long as they're getting the interrupts, I would focus Samrak and then the
Yeah, you
Void
can
Meter
see
with
it going down really fast. So for the first Fear debuff, you can see Crazy Monk just use Revival. For the next, it's gonna be Turtle. They all have it available except Rekna, so I think he's getting a Dispel, unless it's on camp. Okay, now he actually has the Turtle, he can Turtle it away, but it's dead. The pillar is dead already.
Yeah, they just have Urgroth and Blood of the Corruptor, and as long as they are watching their feet, this is easy from here out. Man, Batman back into pulling Council here. The bad part about Council is even if you kill one of those 3 bosses, you still have to start at the first one again. Crazy Mon going down, but they're getting the B-Res on him.
He died out of the
Gotta be
leap.
careful coming up.
Got a really high damage because I think he was too close to the boss, or someone else was close to him when the boss leaped.
Yeah, and you can see High MS here doing that pet taunt strat I was talking about. You taunt right as he goes to do the tank smash, and he'll smash the pets instead. And it paid off great for him there. Camp being able to stay alive after Crazy went down.
Atal'Dazar sitting at 57%, just entered phase 2. They just need to bring down Tazala, and then that's pretty straightforward. The fear damage on a Tyrannical 21 is so nasty. If you get bumped into a tornado with the fear, you get a nasty dot that might even kill you if you're not 100% before that goes through.
Yeah, for sure. And we see another Death Roar going out, but they're doing a good job. Crazy Monk's doing a great job at keeping everybody up here. They're watching out for the tornadoes, keeping the leap away. They're just doing a great job, especially having those 4 pillars. And Tizala goes down. They've already got Raban down, and now they just have to worry about these spears and just have a clean run from here, and they move on.
Look at that hit on Crazy on the leap. That's really high damage for him.
Yeah, not popping the Fort Brew there. I'd say he did the right thing. He doesn't really need it, and he can save it in case something happens where he has to stand in spears or get hit by another leap. And right there, we see Camp get hit by spears, but he had to leap in. Didn't take too much from it.
And I guess we can all say that Hymas, not finally, but they managed to get some progress considering the other run they had on King's Rest. That was pretty good, I'd say. Except the first pack, maybe they had some issues with keeping them alive and the whole party from bursting. But besides that, was actually pretty fine. And so HMS goes to round 2. While we now have to spectate Rabbits going against Stomp to just get an end of round 1. And eventually round 2 we'll finally see some teams that know what to do in Tol Dagor, because kinda really interested in seeing what kind of strats they're gonna use. I'm looking forward to seeing that dungeon, honestly. Let's see if Rabbits and Stomp are getting ready. Yeah, they seem to be entering the dungeon right now. Getting a hand of the affects. This is, as I said, it's gonna be Workshop, which we just seen with 45 busting skittish. Take a look at these teams. Seems like we're having the same issue on Stomp. I think they're being cursed or something. We may need to fix it again. It's a cursed team today. So sorry for the guys. So cursed. They should be getting ready soon. They will be swapping their tanks again, just because of the bursting. Again, we're seeing bursting Canning Workshop and Skittish. But there's no necrotic though. Stomp is getting ready, finally. There's some technical issues, just getting some hang of Stomp. Barbecue rabbits are ready. Stomp almost ready. Really cannot see 3 hunters every single time. God, is it that good? Oh. Okay, here we go. We should have it. Atel? Oh, Atel is already checking on them. That's good. And Stomp is ready.
Alright, looks like they got it worked out.
Yep, we totally have it.
Are
Let's
getting their
check.
keys ready.
Okay, that's good. Yeah. Yes, we can get the Deviant Bull now.
This is our second workshop. We've seen this dungeon give some trouble, slow people down, but hopefully we get some pretty tight race out of this one.
Yeah, indeed. It's a pretty straightforward dungeon, but for some reason you can have so different timers. There are a few packs, but if you don't play correctly, it's just gonna punish you.
A great job moving in there, getting that hammer, doing its max damage. 12 IQ missed one little ad.
Yeah. But that was enough to just trigger the boss, so they shouldn't be losing any time.
Looking like it's pretty close, maybe a second or two difference. Yeah, closer to 10. But as long as they can pull that damage off, making sure they bring those bosses into that hammer. They're close to a minute difference there on their time based off of that hammer.
Yeah, you can see No Mercy being so low HP when it comes to Stomp. But on 12 IQ Rabbits, yeah, now they just had the last hammer on it. They still have one actually, or even two. But they have to make it right. They need 5 people plus the boss, so they have 6 hits and nuke it down so fast.
Looks like 12 IQ got the No Mercy down. Stomp got it down, working on the pummeler.
Yeah. The Rabbits managed to have a really good hit on the pummeler. They just need another one from the remaining hammer. They're all stacking. It's actually only 2 players, but I think it's going to be enough. Exactly, they can just move on.
Yeah, 12 IQ just moving on, looking good on that first boss.
They're now going through the pipe. So, well, they have a 10 seconds difference when it comes to the first boss kill. But shouldn't be that big of a
issue. That was after 12 IQ spawned the boss later. So that was well played on their part.
That's why. So now they have to manage the bursting stacks while killing the wasters and making sure they don't die. We can see 2 different strats. For example, we have Rabbits skipping the ads before the boss and bloodlasting it away, but I see one waste actually went through, while Stomp is still saving the bloodlust while pulling all of the ads before the boss.
Yeah, and Make goes down. It's like Yill's taking some good... Mythi's taking some damage there from the frontal.
Nepa goes down as well, instantly releases. Do they have a battle res already? I did not see.
They released right here pretty much, so it's not that big a loss for him to just go ahead and release and come back. But that is 2 deaths they had just right there.
They should totally be saving the battle reses for later, but yes, having 2 deaths now is just 10 more seconds to the clock. They finally pulled the boss. Stomp and Bloodlasting trying to get the both processor and unit down, as well as the boss. They're gonna have a pretty good timer if this goes down correctly. If they don't bait the frontal in the wrong way and they all die from it.
Yeah, and being able to use those processors to reset cooldowns for those hunters is pretty big. Those processors are down. Now they're just working on Cujo. 12 IQ almost having Cujo down already.
Yeah, but they actually have to come back for the percentage, are they? They seem to be going on. They don't want to pull the living wastes at all.
Yeah, I think they're going to do the same strat from earlier and pull that stuff at the end.
Damage meter
Stomp doing
seems
a good
really
job
good.
recovering from that, though.
Yeah. Hunters from Stomp still managing to get around 100k damage per second, no matter if they had to hide behind the box every time. Pretty impressive. I have a feeling that that missing percentage is totally going to be the key, because 12 IQ rabbits, they, yeah, as you said, they will have to pull the last stats to get the percentage done. But that's not even an easy pack, and they have a lot of HP. Rabbits onto the second wave, almost cleared all of it, while Stomp just handling with the first one. Not a big of a difference in timing wise, just percentage. It's a whole 10%.
Yeah, and Stomp putting out some really good damage there, burning them down to catch up. Moving on to that second set. Of IQ so far, doing a really good job of really clean, burning down that Blastatron.
Upheaval from the Rabbits team is actually owning the damage meter in this fight. Actually being an active member of the team, like 100%. Probably thanks
that
to
Twilight
some
dev
procs. Exactly, had some Twilights, I guess.
It's just insane.
I want their stench removed from my city. I have activated all civic defenses, my king. Rest assured, these organisms will be expunged from our metropolis.
They decide to get the tank ad so that they can avoid it for the last boss. But as I mentioned before in the previous workshop, I don't think there's anything you can do, because you need to skip this trail. There's no way you can go manually and just complete it, because you're gonna waste at least 30 seconds, to say the least.
Yeah, we saw it earlier when they tried to walk through it and just used so much time getting hit by that alarm bot and trying to maneuver through it. Yell having to use his cape there to get rid of the slow from his corruption.
Good, yeah, good reflexes. And Rabbits, are they actually pulling the odds on the boss? Exactly, they pull the odds on the boss. Upheaval gets everyone else away from the Nazar realm and just need to nuke them down. They just need to make sure they do
Pioneer
not
had
put them in
aggro
the...
there, though.
Yeah. That's I'm just hoping they
The
do
danger
not...
of the skittish.
Yeah, they do not... Oh, Pioneer, yeah, he went down, but they still have the battle resist. They just need to make sure that they do not stack the odds on top of the turtles, otherwise they just waste a lot of seconds and a lot of damage. Now both teams on the same boss, and seems like Stomp is actually in the lead with percentage. They are at 80, 78 now. 10% less than the Rabbits. And also more percentage done. That's the only way they could do is just better damage overall.
Burning this boss down real fast here on the side of Stomp. If they burn this boss down first, they absolutely have the chance to come back.
They're getting rid of the odds. rabbits are actually having some issues. Yoshi's almost gonna go down, but he actually cocoons himself and manages to heal everyone now. That was a scary move. Dictated by the bursting, plus they also had to rotate from the fire. They really had some issues into that. But Oshigo manages to get the team up.
Yeah, and that's that benefit on the side of Stomp and getting that percentage early. They can skip at the end here and catch up, whereas 12 IQ Rabbits, they've got to make these pulls like this to try to keep their spot ahead and get those ads down. But Stomp taking the boss down, moving on to the ads now.
They had a 35% more damage. Boss died so quickly, and Rabbits, they even started earlier than them. Probably because the Rabbits also wanted to pull the ads on top of the boss, which Stomp actually avoided and eventually pulled them at the very end of the boss.
Stomp doing a great job of killing these ads, getting them down, going ahead and getting in position to move to the next area. They're going to be able to grab that pillar after clearing that first wave of ads and go straight to last boss.
And Stomp finally just kills the ads and moves on to the last platform. As mentioned, they already have 85%, so they do not even have to clear all of the ads in the path. I cannot say the same though for the Rabbits. They're still sitting at around 60% after the tank is dead. I have a lot to cover.
Yeah, they're definitely going to have to try to pull this whole bridge at the end here. Whereas Stomp just has to pull this first pack, grab pillar, and go.
I'm impressed you made it this far. You are no longer my father. Just a malfunctioning machine that must be shut down. Poor child. If only you could accept the truth.
And you see here Stomp stunning that squirrel so the cast doesn't go off because they did get rid of that shield generator. So now they have to be really careful trying to finish these ads off.
They're still gonna get one cast, which might be deadly to them since it's fortified. But Yilprod manages to rally, and Methys didn't even have to cocoon anyone. And they
Looks like
should
they're
be
gonna do the
skipping.
meld skip here.
Yeah, they have 96.88%, which is supposed to be perfect for the three remaining pillars. While the Rabbits are still dealing with the ads, and they're gonna have even more later on because they're still at 65%. Stomp pulled the boss, they have 3 pillars, they're trying to nuke them down. I think altogether maybe they're actually focusing the blob. The blob goes down, in fact. Spider goes down. They're just about to finish all the pillars. Actually, the blood is alive. They went on the spider. They prioritized the spider because they do not have enough kicks, but Nepa goes down. They need to rest him right away because they're not gonna have enough room to move if they don't kill the blood ASAP. But they also have the charges, so it's really hard to get them up. Waste the turtle, but they're up and running.
Yeah, they're doing a good job of coming back from any hits they take, any unnecessary damage there. And as long as they keep that up, they can still pull this off. Samurek goes down. They just have to worry about Blood of the Corruptor now on top of the aerial unit. Aerial unit going up with a cutting beam. That is a lot of AoE damage going out there, but Methys doing a really good job of keeping everybody up there.
Yeah, so all the pillars are down. They just need to get phase 2 correctly, and they have it.
Pioneer going down on the side of 12 IQ. They get their ads just about down, but they still have to worry about those pillars and the last boss, and they don't have enough percentage. They might still need a little bit.
They still have. They're not gonna have it enough.
How many? They.
And they also have 3 pillars. It's not gonna be enough.
They might be just short.
Ah, because the pillar awards less than 2%. Even if we gave 2% per pillar, it wouldn't be enough.
It'll be just enough percent. Each pillar gives 2.5.
It does?
So they're going to be sitting at about 7.5 off of this pull.
7.5?
Just enough.
Okay, but 7.5 doesn't mean they're actually getting it. It's 93.13. Well, we'll see how it goes. I'm hoping they actually know exactly the percentage. Yeah.
Yeah, that'll be just over 100%. People getting really low, though, standing in those puddles.
Taking a look at Stomp, they have the boss at 18%. They seem to have it done. All the hunters are able to feign death every single cast. That's why hunters are so good for this dungeon as well, for the last boss mostly. And King Macagon goes out. They're one step away from victory and they get it. Stomp gets the win on the first dungeon. That was good. I really enjoyed how both teams played out.
Yeah, 12 IQ trying real hard to bring that wind back out, trying to make up for any time they lost there, and they just couldn't do it in the end. Very well played on the side of Stomp, though.
And now we're up to Waycrest Manor again. And I really love Waycrest Manor. I don't know why, but it's one of my favorite dungeons. And in case the rabbits actually seize the victory, we're gonna go again on Freehold. That's actually going to be really interesting. Let's see, teams are getting ready.
Looks like they're making a character switch here, so they'll be a little bit longer.
Now, Waycrest is also going to be a tyrannical raging explosive. I don't know, for example, witches, pulling ads on the witches the moment they enrage, and if you don't manage to interrupt all of the casts from the witches, you're really gonna have a hard time there.
Absolutely. It's all about managing those interrupts, not only from the ads, but on the bosses themselves, and one missed interrupt could spell wipe.
I can see Upheaval is already in the dungeon. It's waiting for Stomp to move in. Stomp is ready as well, I'm pretty sure.
right, looks like our teams are just about ready.
That's
ready
alright.
to get this
Just
to
gonna
Underrot here.
back on the tank he's having. And alright, looks like Stomp is no longer cursed. We should be fine. And we are found starting. Big pull for both teams, getting ready soon. They're just gonna pull everything on the boss. I'm so sure about it. Exactly, 2 packs, making sure explosive won't kill them. That's why they actually have a hunter, just for those skills. There is one particular thing, I don't know if you noticed, but well, the rabbits are running in 1 mage. That was unexpected.
Heroes, your strength is needed. We must see this evil brought to an end.
We'll investigate the ground while you dispatch our servants. Good hunting.
They seem to be having the same percentage on the bosses. Hard to tell right now since they have shared hull pool. They seem to be same exact level, all the ads are dead already. Even though Stomp has actually less percentage. Stomp manages to get Solena and Malady down. They just have Briard to deal with. It's still a tyrannical, so they might get the cast. They should be able to survive though. It's on Methes, he manages to get Shadow Melding. No, not even that, he just stopped himself up. Briard goes down, so the boss is down for the rabbits in 1 minute 54. As for the Stomp team, there it's 7 seconds later, actually 8. That's a really good timer. But we'll see how the mage comp is actually gonna pull through.
Yeah, I think the mage is definitely. Oh wow, Stomp
Oh.
immediately losing Klaus, jumping into Goliath. Methes go down. This is a wipe going straight into Goliath, an immediate wipe.
Yeah, they have to start all over again. As for the rabbits instead, they're playing around the mage combustion. But still not enough damage to just pair it with the DK. Still enough.
Yeah, the mage is
2.5.
definitely a bold choice. Methes going down again. Nipar going down, and Klaus about to go with him. That's 2 wipes there. That skip, after wiping there, that skip is just rough.
Yeah, that totally is. They paralyze and keep going. As for the rabbits, they're playing really good right now. They have the boss that's sitting at 62%. All the ads from the graveyard are wiped out. They might even want to choose of holding more. Some of the maggots that are quite deadly if you get them spitting during the enrage, but if you manage to do it correctly, you will be totally fine. They might be waiting for any healing cities, but no, they're not. They still have a rally. They can Ring of Frost. Oshigo gets free spits. Needs to top himself out. They can just must on it. They're pulling all of the whole way. Onto the boss. Boss is still at 40%. DK doing all the job here. All this bit seems to be on upheaval, which is good for the healer so that he doesn't have to check on everyone from the team. They actually pulled even the basement from there, which seems to be good for them. It's just one more add, just to be added onto the boss. While as for Stomp, they're still trying to lower the boss below 50, and they still have all the hallway to be pulled. There's a huge adds percentage gap. It's almost 30% between those two teams.
Yeah, getting the big percentage early, it's, as we keep saying, it's smart. You can skip more at the end, but it's also dangerous because at the end, when you do those skips, if you don't pull them off or you mess them up in some way, it can really come back to bite you.
Make sure Lady Waycrest pays dearly for this power witchcraft.
Now 12IQ is actually pulling the boss room probably into the boss. Mage is ready to combust, DK is ready to just pop the hell out of those adds. As long as they manage to interrupt and kill the explosive, they should not have any issue at all. The Gorger is jumping, as long as it doesn't jump during the enrage, yeah, it should be totally dead. And boss brought down to 75% real quick.
Yeah, the damage on those mages, it just can't compete with that DK.
Yeah, there's totally no way. But we'll see how it turns out to be later on. As for Stomp, we can see they just started the boss, same exact pull, same exact CD, and of course they just nuked them down. They have 2 DKs, not even 1. Good for something, bad for something else, but they seem to be getting the job done. And the rabbits actually pulling the adds from the kitchen, proccing the explosive that they're not even considering right now. But they're not getting enough damage to be killed, luckily. Now the percentage difference is now almost even. It's a bit more than 5%. Bosses sitting almost the same HP, just a 15% gap, but still remarkable for both teams. Seems like, yeah, Rabbits totally have the lead for now, but it's not even a huge gap.
Yeah,
Stomp can
Stomp
easily
can
come back.
keep their damage consistent. Try not to get many of those or any of those unnecessary deaths going in. They can still try to catch up and possibly pull off this second map, but it's really going to be tough pulling it.
And third boss goes down for 12IQ Rabbits. They have 85%. They may wanna have to proc 2 pillars at once. Boss down for Stomp as well. Already proc the blob and probably taken on to the next pillar exactly for the tank guy. Both teams are on the same exact page right now. Only difference is percentage and of course a bit of timer.
Yeah, so far Stomp doing a pretty good job of getting these guys down, kiting around the room, filling it a little bit, but now they can back into the kitchen and not have to worry about too much of it.
Data Mage popping the cheat death. He was dead for a second, but that cheat death just saved his life. And DK goes down, he got slowed from the blob puddles. That's why they're so deadly. When you take it on top of the tank ad, you need to make sure that you have enough room to run away from the big circle, otherwise it's just gonna stomp you. Both teams are kiting the pillars onto the basement.
Yeah,
That's,
moving in close again here. They still have a good time gap there with those deaths, but being able to move down, go ahead and get in the basement here, move toward this fourth boss. Looking like 12 IQ Rabbits still taking a pretty good lead there.
Klaustag seems to be getting another way out. Oh, it's actually getting the pillar out of the room because he needs to follow it. While 12 IQ Rabbit is now out of the Nazoth realm, ready to pull the ads, much probably onto the boss. I think that ad percentage gap will be a big issue for Stomp.
Yeah, definitely not having all those ads, all the trash percentage, whereas 12 IQ is already going in. They're on Waycrest, and getting that percentage going down, they can pull all those horrors at the end onto last boss and just nuke them down with that DK. I'm not so sure the Fire Mage was a play here,
But
but
they went for it. Seems
they
like they
they
want.
did it, and so far they are pulling ahead.
They're still going for it, so I don't see it doing that important damage, but they can manage. That's good to me, good to them.
Stomp having a hard time getting Clouds back downstairs. Looks like they're having an issue with getting
but
him to the downstairs. They had to reset the pillar.
yeah, now they have it now, but they really had an issue into the wall because they weren't following the right pattern. Rabbit's reaching the last phase of the fourth boss. Almost over with it. And then it's pretty much all pillar percentage. They don't even have to pull anything else. They can just skip these mollies and reach the last boss.
Yeah, absolutely. As long as they're careful from here, they have this one in the bag, moving us to a map 3. They just have to make sure they're careful on that last boss.
And fourth boss goes down. Rabbit's ready for the skip. We can see Frida actually founting. Ready for the combust. Probably on one of the pillars that which will be the most annoying one.
It looks like they're going to go ahead and meld off those ads. Yep, they got to meld it off.
Something just happened with the dungeon. Let's just check what's going on in this.
Yeah. Yeah, we're having a little bit of an issue here. Not really sure. We'll get it taken care of in just a minute and get back into the dungeon.
The dungeon is still running. Just say what's I don't know if you can see both teams. Just talk about those teams for now.
Nope.
Yeah. Oh, so you also had the same issue. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like we had some technical issues at the almost the very end of the dungeon, but we're getting back at it real quick. So yeah, the dungeon seems to be over for the rabbits, but we still cannot see it on the stream. But rabbits eventually won the dungeon. We're just gonna get it done now.
Yes. All right, 12 IQ did take that. Yes. And Freehold taking us back to the bolstering. They've got to be really careful managing it, and the teams we saw do it earlier, the matchup, they definitely did a pretty good job of managing that bolstering, not bolstering anything too high, including bosses. And I'm definitely excited to see these teams do it. All right, looks like they are just about ready. All right, looks like they are pretty much ready to go. We're seeing the same difference in pulls that we saw earlier. One team decided to do the opener, the other one decided to go straight over by boss and pull those.
Okay then. So we're back, finally having this dungeon ready. And so first pack has been different, of course. First, Stump team decided to go a bit safe, while the Barbecue Rabbits just simply decided to go for the very first boss, pulling everything on top of it. And we can see even the percentage of the boss is like the Rabbits didn't even start the boss, and Stomp is already at 30%. I think from this very first pack, this is gonna impact the game a lot. All the outcome of the dungeon, like we are losing a lot of time when it, according to Stomp, because they're still at 60%, while the Rabbits just killed the boss in 1 minute and 59 seconds. It's gonna take way longer than that. I'm betting 1 more minute, to say the least.
Yeah, I don't know if the 11 extra percent is enough to keep them with how slow this boss is going down here.
It's now taking care of the event, probably pulling the boss with no ads, as Pioneer just goes and activate the event, since it will take a lot of time to get it done with, so the sooner the better. They cannot actually pull anything on the boss until the boss reaches at least 30 to 20% HP, because they will get just bolstered from those ads, since they will die really quick, even if it's a fortified. Stomp managed to finish the first boss, and yeah, as mentioned, yeah, it took them 1 more minute than the Rabbits right now.
Oh, Pioneer goes down there on the council. Looks like they're gonna ignore the B-res since he's already getting pretty low.
Yeah,
That means they're not gonna be able to do a big pull there.
letting the boss soak the damage debuff. And here they go, 12 IQ Rabbits getting all of the packs they missed before pulling the boss, nuking them down. These packs should not be any issue for them at all, since they have Harpooners and Brutes and Jugglers.
So we have Frida going off, starting the ring, going ahead and getting that pig done while they take care of those ads. Stomp jumping in. They're pulling ads now onto Council. They got him just low enough. Already took care of one.
And second boss goes down for both teams 1 minute apart from each other, and also the percentage, you can see that's way different. Well, it's a solid 10% difference.
Yeah, being able to already have that ring done by now is still going to keep 12 IQ ahead, whereas Stomp is just now going over there to start it.
As you can see, we have the rabbits trying to lower the crusher as much as they can so that he doesn't get too much bolstering stacks from the other ads. Same thing happening on the other team. As you can see, crusher has way more HP than the other ads, and if it's not lowered down enough, he's just gonna get too many bolstering stacks, and it's gonna be just too hard to kill and too long.
Yeah, and Upheaval goes down there. Those ads hit super hard once they get bolstered like that, and he just can't take those kind of hits.
Upheaval goes down from the crusher. He actually got destroyed by that smash. Both teams already on the turtle and pulling crushers on top of it. Michael just goes down another time. Do we have even the rest? Yeah, we have a rest available for him.
They're getting him back up, but those same issue as earlier, those turtle shells, they got to be able to dodge those, especially with him getting bolstered like that.
As mentioned, they're trying to do the same thing as they did with the previous pack. They're trying to lower down everything at the same time and equally. For example, for 12 IQ Rabbits, they still have one Crusher, which is too high on HP. I'm pretty sure they're just gonna single target it down soon. But I think it's too late for that, but we just need to consider that they also have 30 more seconds in which the boss will spawn. So they actually have some dead time right now. Stomp eventually going for the back at the start, right before the big event.
Yeah, now you see him using that RP time. Both teams going ahead and using that RP time to stay in combat, getting as much down as they can, and utilize that time smart. Mathis going down though in that pull. Cloud's going to go down. He's down. Those ads get bolstered, and knife jugglers start hitting people, and it just tears them apart.
Yeah, they're sitting at 8 stacks right now. They're just gonna break the tank, and if not him, the scrapper will fixate on a target. Just one melee hit will be enough to just kill a player. That's what just happened to Michael. He just got destroyed by a single fixate. In the meantime, we have the rabbits pulling the Throwthack boss, which should not be an issue since they're done with all the ads. They should not be pulling anything else on top of it. It's just pure boss mechanic. With 3 hunters should be more than simple. It's just gonna be super easy for them.
Yeah, as long as they play this smart, keep those sharks into those puddles, they shouldn't have any problem here being all range except for the healer and tank. So staying out of that Sharknado is no big deal. IQ Rabbit's getting him down, looking like Stomp is going to go ahead and start grabbing more ads. But they got to be really careful because Trophax still has quite a bit of health on that pull.
The boss goes down. Luckily, of course, the boss doesn't boss the ads, so they can get through with them. As long as they didn't die during the boss, they should be fine. Their time is really close. Yeah. They're really close. Third boss down for both teams. Barbecue Rabbits approaching the blob pillar.
Yeah, looks like they're going to take that all the way to last boss and work with that there. Whereas Stomp is looking to go ahead and do the Shadow Meld skip.
Oshingo really is low HP but manages to get through with it with Crane.
Looks like they're not quite going to be able to do the meld skip there on the side of Stomp.
Yeah, we've seen Yulprot trying to get aggro of everything and then trying to meld, but the ads got redirected to everyone else. But they still managed to get the healer alive so that he could mass res. And now they're going for the... But I think Michael just released, so he has to go all the way through it again. He's probably gonna turtle and or even die. Yes, the Mathis is just gonna rest him up. While the rabbits are done with the pillar, ready for the boss, 82%. Both teams want to get rid of the ads before the boss, even though it's a fortified key. They still need the percentage, so best thing for them would be to just finish all the ads in front of the boss so they have more room. But Michael goes down, and again, he got the frontal. They probably don't have any battle asses available.
They probably would have been better off going with the strat we saw earlier, where they bring Harlan down to where he's almost dead, he's in that last bit, and start using the cannon to bring these ads down at the last second.
Indeed, yes. But they kind of decided not to go for it. They wanted to go even safer, but didn't even turn out as they wanted it to be. Rabbits are done with the pack. They just simply have to pull the boss now. They're gonna have 3 pillars.
Oh, and Stomp pulled more. Looks like Michael fell off and pulled more.
That will be a big issue for Stomp, now that they kind of chain pulled into everything now.
Yeah, as long as 12 IQ is careful here and gets this, they have this whole area to work with these pillars.
Two out of 3 pillars.
He's managed to meld and get everybody back up and into this boss pool here.
They're still going for it, but keep in mind, the rabbits still have 1 more minute. Oh, available on the clock, but the tank goes down. They have a battle res available for him, but someone needs to take the aggro. They got him up, and now...
It looks like they pet taunted.
Yes, they totally did, and now the tank just needs to gather all the aggro back. Gilbrot really close to dying, but gets cocooned and survives. Boss sitting at 70%.
Empire goes down, Michael getting low.
This could actually be the wipe that gets the defeat for Stomp. Gilbrot is gonna get feared in 3 seconds. If he gets feared, he's dead into the tank mechanic and is dead from the tank pillar. And I'm afraid this is pretty much it for Stomp. But nothing is sure yet, because the rabbits still have to go through 50% of the boss. Even though at 33% it procs the last phase and damage is doubled up. Gilbro trying to make his way till the boss. But Hanlan's Wheat is almost dead for the rabbits in 2-1, and they actually win this game as well. That means 12 IQ rabbits will finally go into the round 2 and have the last games of the day going against High MS. That was really unfortunate. I wasn't expecting that last fight for some reason. They had a problem with skipping the ads on the very last boss. They got pulled again, then layer fell off and everything else got pulled, and they didn't have Shadow Melt to get out of it. So we're gonna see 12 IQ rabbits dueling IMS. Teams just got notified they are about to enter the dungeon, getting ready. That was such a weird run for me. There was some good pulls and also some scuffed pulls that somehow they managed to get through with them. Unfortunately, Stomp got the issue at the very end of the dungeon, while 12 IQ rabbits, they played safe throughout the old dungeon, and that's what helped them a lot. Also, the very first pack, that was, I think, the only pack in which they didn't actually get safe.
Still waiting for
They're getting ready.
people to get in.
12 IQ rabbits are still, you know, cheering for the win. They're probably gonna join us soon. I see the rabbits are already in the dungeon, just waiting for higher mass to start.
All right, looks like our teams are just about ready to go, getting their keys in.
Yes, I'm noticing they're all ready to start, just getting their keys. We'll be starting in about 10 seconds or so, and we're gonna see who wins in this very first match of Tol Dagor. And teams have started now. Let's see, I think I remember that High Mass actually had already a Tol Dagor run. Yes, they did, but the rabbits didn't yet. That means IMS still has some advantage when it comes to experience in a 21 of this dungeon. Even though they practice for 1 week, but when it comes to the actual competition, everything can happen. So they probably adjusted some of the pulls so that it would match the difficulty. Both teams popping Bloodlust on the Sand Queen, trying to kill all of the odds. And Camp now goes down instantly. All the team goes down.
That is not a good spot to have a wipe right there. First thing, pulling onto the boss. That is a big loss there. 12 IQ so far, doing a pretty good job of bringing those ads down and working on Sand Queen.
Yeah, it looks they're going pretty okay-ish into this. All the ads are about to die. They simply still have some snappers just because they have a lot of HP, just because of that, but they do not have any damaging spells. They have nothing. It's just some more percentage they can use so they can skip later on.
And now Crazy Monk goes down again on the Sand Queen pull. Looks like they're trying to build up for that battle res.
They do not have a battle res. They used it
They
for
don't
camp
have
now.
one.
So it's either they go without a healer, which is not advised since the Sand Queen is still at 90%, or they just wipe it. I don't know if they're confident about handling the damage, but these small ads that spawn every time from the boss, they apply stacks both to the tank and I mean also to the other team.
12 IQ already bringing down Sand Queen, jumping into that first pillar to get that skip. Yeah, looks like he just didn't quite have aggro on those Silk Crabs, and they just chunked Crazy Monk down.
The problem with the crabs is that not only you can die, of course, if you get the aggro, but the one and only spell called Squeeze is actually on a random melee target. So if you're in melee range and you get squeezed so you cannot move anymore, and you also get the traps from the boss, there's no way you can survive it.
And now he pulls these Vice Jaws with it, and those Vice Jaws do a lot of tank damage, as you can see by Camp's health just dropping there.
They also reduce your stamina by 10% per stack and is sitting at 3 stacks right now. Or I don't know if that was the good move, since he doesn't have any sort of healing except for self-healing from damaging, but that's pretty much it. He can still try to kite them, but I see that they're dying. But the problem is that Sanguine is still getting healed by the Sanguine, so he needs to make sure that whenever some ad dies, he just needs to move out before the Sanguine goes in upheaval.
Yeah, for sure. And I feel like the smart move there would have been to just, once Crazy was down, they didn't have a B-res, go ahead and wipe it, run again. They're losing a lot of the the damage and the healing going out, the DKs, and everybody's having to try to heal themselves back up, which is taking away from their own damage as well.
Thankfully, the upheaval damage does not one-shot any of the teammates. Rabbit's doing a really good job on handling these ads so that they do not heal up from Sanguine. All the strikers are the ones that are really hard to move because you always have to LOS, but they seem to be doing the job pretty well.
12 IQ going into that second pillar now, working their way up to Jess Howless's floor.
And IMS managed to go through the boss. They killed it without a single healer. They managed. DKs, of course, they can Death Strike and try to get their health back up, so that's probably what saved them. But they still have one issue. They lost a lot of the ads that were supposed to be pulled onto the boss, so they're trying to cover up the percentage they lost.
Yeah, they're having to go ahead and try to get all this percentage again before they go into the pillar to go up. And that's so much time they've lost now. And they're going to have to really work, push their damage as much as they can to make that time up.
We've already seen a Tol Dagor run. And what actually happened that annihilates some of the teams is just pulling the last pack before Jess Hollis, before the second boss. One team managed to go through it, but the other one just had to die on it, almost.
Yeah, Oshigo going down here. They get the battle res on him. Not sure what happened to him, but not too bad of a loss because they got him up really quick. Yeah, it looks like he stood in the Sanguine there and got quaked. So it's all about foot placement. Tol Dagor is really, really tough with Sanguine quaking. So
Rabbit's probably skipping those ads. Taking the good advice of the previous teams that actually tried to do Tol Dagor and skip them until the boss is dead at least. You can notice there's a huge difference on the boss kills, since Rabbits killed the Sand Queen in 1 minute 53, but IMS, it took them 5 minutes and 20 seconds to deal with the boss. And not just that, they also didn't have the ads dead. So they also had to stay at the start of the dungeon, pull the previous ads that they lost, and kill them for the remaining percentage. Rabbits finally pulling those ads that they skipped. Trying not to get any healing cast, any absorption cast go through. He watered the dome.
Yeah, a single watery dome here could mean a big time loss on the side of 12 IQ Rabbits. We saw it earlier where a dome went through and they spent so much time working getting those domes down because you don't have that Arcane Torrent, you don't have purges, you just have to DPS them down as much as you can.
Barbecue Rabbits pulling the ads on top of Jess Hollies in phase 2. They just need to get their interrupts done correctly. Having 2 melees shouldn't be much of an issue. As for IMS is still getting some of the timer ready to just try and compensate. They just got the pillar and moving upstairs and getting into the second boss room. Boss is already at 20% and High-Mass still hasn't gone outside of the pillar. They still need to pull those 4 packs before pulling the boss. That hole is about to go down in exactly 9 minutes and 21 seconds into the dungeon. IMS doing the same exact strat as they did in the previous run, which failed for some reason because they had a lot of shields going through, but this time they managed to get it right. They got the boss down, the arsonist gonna die, they got that was flawless. The boss really
12
melted.
IQ's they're having a really good run so far. The small mistakes they've made, they come back from, and they're looking to come out of this lower bracket.
Oshigo from Rabbit's going really low due to the debuff from the spotters, but manages to dispel himself and get himself back up. They're doing seems to be the cannon strat, they're just pulling all the ads, get them through the door and shoot them down.
Oshigo goes down, so he can't rob there. Not having that ROP at the beginning really makes it harder for them to group those up for the cannon.
Level goes down as well. This is staggering depths. But it shouldn't be much of a problem to them because they're not facing a bot. But with a full wipe it will be a problem, but there's no way they can survive this. This is going to be a full wipe. As for High Mass, they're done with the second boss now. They just reached the same room as the rabbits. They actually have a shot on it. Just need to get the pillar down unless they want to pop it on the last boss, which is, I don't know, maybe they want to decide to do that. That would help them a lot since the other team, I think they did it. Crazy goes down. Camp is really about to go down as well. He's going solo on HP, gets cocooned.
They're trying to do the same thing. He should be throwing a ring of peace right here, trying to keep them grouped up there. And here come the cannon shots. No ring of peace, so they're just going to rely on the ads moving around there and not coming out. Here comes the Sanguine getting those ads back up. They're trying to keep them gripped out of there.
Nice work from Toshino, just gripping him out.
Very well done there. All they have left is that spotter.
Yeah, they totally reversed the game. They got the lead. High Mass is in the lead right now. They have more percentage, even almost less time on the clock. They still have one more death compared to the other team. But they're close to the third boss now. No, even Rabbits, they skipped the pillar. I think they just want to pull it on top of the last boss. Camp Elf getting the debuff from the suppression fire, it needs the dispel maybe. Dragon almost going down, he has a debuff, he doesn't get dispelled and he dies. Sanguine taking, they just need to LOS it, and they seem to be managing pretty fine.
Quite enough.
Problem is that the cannon ran out of shots, and they still have one marine at full HP. That's gonna waste their time. It seems like they don't even want to waste the batteries, or maybe they don't even have them available right now. But in any case, if it was for me, I would still keep it for the last boss, because you never know, having all those pillars on the last boss in which you cannot even move, like, at all, doesn't sound any good to me than going with 0 battle resses. Rabbit still, they seem to be having the same issue, having one of the ads almost full HP, they have to waste some time single targeting it down. Dragon's about to get rest. Percentage is good, they don't need anything else. IMS is good on percentage. It's just gonna probably skip these ads and pull the boss.
Yeah, they go in, they try to skip. Looks like they didn't quite get that skip off. And Crazy Monk goes down. Looks like he got quaked there.
Oh, that doesn't sound good. They do not have a battle rest for him. Not yet.
Yeah, they're going to have to bring these ads down and then try to get him up. Or wait for him to release and come back.
Oh, in the
There he goes,
meantime,
he's releasing now.
yeah, we can see the rabbits. They actually decided to pull the fear guy so that they would have less problems while facing the last boss. That's such a good idea if you want to play it a bit safer. Oh, not a wonderful job from both DKs. They kind of overlap the grip, but Camp manages to fear them away, and Marine gets out of the Sanguine.
Crazy Monk back in with them. As soon as they get this down, they're going to be able to just jump straight into the Knight Captain here. They got to make sure they watch their placement here to keep this lead.
Hobbit's trying to stack the ads up and cannon them down, which seems to be working pretty fine, except for the Marine that is actually standing beneath the cannon, right beneath it. But he should be still having some shots to nuke them down. He actually doesn't, so they have to manually kill the last Marine, which is standing on a Sanguine pole. They're not even realizing it, they probably meld it. Hunter, I can see the Hunter is messing as bad. It's probably just gonna feign death it away and they all melt. Unless they're just gonna pull it onto the boss. No, they just reset it.
Looks like Pioneer took initial aggro there. Got hit a little bit, but they're recovering. They got aggro back. Moving the barrels.
Valerie is taking to 13% HP, almost going down. But keep in mind that the rabbits have 15 more seconds available on the clock because they died less than high MS. But I'm pretty sure that those 15 seconds cannot cover up for the advantage that high MS is still holding.
Camp going ahead and letting everybody come on in. That way he can move the ads away and shadow meld them off, because those ads right there at the top do have true sight. So even if they meld, if they're too close, they'll just get right back in combat. So that was a good play on his part.
And High Mass pulls the last boss, spawning all of the pillars. It's actually two pillars. One is the Fear guy and the other is the Spider. Having the Hunter interrupting it is a really good thing. But they have to bring the Fear guy down ASAP. And the Camp goes really low HP, 5%, even less. Manages to get through with it with the Cocoon from Crazy. Fear guy almost dead. They managed to dispel all of the fear effects so that wouldn't have any issue with the boss mechanic. Now they just have the Spider to nuke down before they run out of interrupts. Rabbit's just about to pull the last boss. They're done with Valerie. Probably gonna shadow meld it away and eventually pull the boss.
Yeah, they still have an opportunity to take it here if they are super careful and High MS has a hiccup, but it looks like High MS is going to be able to keep going and push through.
Yeah, it totally looks like so. Even though they have less time on the clock, but around 30% less HP on the boss. But it's a particular boss, this one, just that you can die. Even if you don't have any pillars or anything, this boss can actually kill you. Without any other pillar, you don't need pillars to die on this boss. You need to pay attention to your surroundings every single second.
Doing a great job having these quadruple melee here of positioning themselves with the quaking and not hitting each other with that. That will bring us to Shrine of the Storm, I believe.
And yes, IMS just got the win on this. They managed to pull through. Now they're just going to Shrine of Storms and see who's gonna get that one. Oh, as well, I wasn't expecting IMS to ramp up and eventually even win this, considering what happened on the very first boss.
Yeah, that opening wipe was really bad, really big. Having the healer go down, that's a lot of time they used there, but they managed to come back and still take the map.
I bet they're not even believing that they managed to pull it out. There's no way. I would have all my hopes down on the ground if that happened to me on the very first boss. I'd be like, yeah, like, we tried, but I'm not sure if we're actually gonna win this now that we wiped so hard. But good luck for them on this next dungeon, because if they win it, they're just gonna proceed into the lower finals. Unless the rabbits win, and we're gonna see an Underrot taking place soon. Teams are still cheering, they're all logged out, they're like, oh god, we won. No, they're just getting so excited about it. And they're just joining the next dungeon, which will be Shrine of the Storms. Team's almost ready. I can see High Mass getting ready.
Just waiting on one from High MS, and then we will check to make sure they're ready to go.
Okay, we should almost be ready. I can see the ready room. Camp and High Mass team is almost ready. We're just waiting for the rabbits. In the meantime, since this might actually be the last match of the day, because as I mentioned, it's going to be round 1 and round 2 on both brackets, I'd like to remind you to just go and check Firestorm website if you're not playing the server already, because in 2 days we're getting the Shadowlands release. And that's really big news. Oh, they're ready. I can see them ready soon. No, wait, there's the tank still logging in on the rabbits. Still swapping characters. Are we good, Ata? Did you check if they're actually ready? It's good then. Take a peek at that. Right then. The teams are now starting. They both go probably for the same pool. I know that IMS already tried this dungeon today. Let's see if they're actually going for the big pool downstairs. And it seems like it's a yes. They're actually LOSing behind the staircase and just trying to get all the mending rapids cast interrupted, except for one for the rabbits. They need to remove all those buffs to those ads, but they do not have an arcane torrent. They have no one to just remove all these healing.
Yeah, it's the same issue they had in the Tol Dagor earlier of not having any of those purges. But as long as you can DPS through them, they're not that big a deal. Definitely a more successful run here on this Shrine of the Storm. Teams are really, really close on this here.
Yeah, and as you can see, like, I remember that in the first Shrine of Storms, we would see one of the teams bloodlasting the first pack, but the other doesn't. But in here, they both bloodlast the first pack. Oh, and Camp now goes down, Crazy Monk as well. They just wiped on the very second pack of the dungeon. And they're back at it again. That was unfortunate. But they can still recover from this, and meanwhile the rabbits are going super well. They're getting the ads all dead, almost all the kicks are working, all the rapids are being interrupted, no healing goes through right now. Managed to also dodge the rush. Rita goes down. They should have a battle rest for him, but Peter goes down as well. Is this a wipe? Another wipe from the rabbits? It is. It is. This is a wipe for the rabbits as well.
Into a wipe. That is.
That's both full wipes on the first boss. That's really gonna matter a lot at the end of the dungeon, but we still don't know because they both wiped at the same exact spot. So they're trying again. The difference is that the actual rabbits, they managed to clear all the ads except for the ones that they actually skipped, the free ones.
Yeah, Camp got real low there, pulling those ads onto the boss. Had to pop his last stand. They had to pop Cocoon there, so no big defensive cooldowns for Camp here.
Yeah, exactly, and they seem to be running low HP as well. And in the meantime, the rabbits didn't manage to get to the boss, maybe skipping the ads. They wiped again, even before pulling the boss. Pragan goes down as well. They won't have a rest. Ragnar says, well, this is not looking good at all for both teams. This is totally not looking good. I'm not sure how much they have been practicing this dungeon, but I'm sure that if they keep doing this kind of pulls, it's not gonna end up well. Manor goes down again. IMS still going back at it, trying to get it correctly this time, but they do not even have enough defenses for that. Upheaval almost goes down against the rush.
Trying that same pull.
And they won't stop getting the same pull every single time. Luckily for High and Mass, they only have 3 odds alive, so I think they're taking it slow now. Fragan is still dead now. This is not looking good at all.
And 12 IQ wipe in there too. This is a really tough dungeon with these affixes, and they've just got to watch these interrupts and the charge more.
Amper cast goes through, now they managed to dispel it somehow. I'm hoping the teams now just are taking it a bit more safe.
And camp goes down again.
There's no way they can get it done.
Yeah, they've got to slow down, take that pull smaller, kill those ads, and then go for that boss. It's going to be a loss of DPS not having the ads on the boss, but at the same time, with this many wipes, they need to just play it safer, grab those ads, kill them, then go for that boss.
Exactly, which is something that the rabbits actually realized. But High Mass, still they didn't. They're still trying to pull the ads on the boss. Let's see on this try now. Looks like they're going for the same. Yeah, looks like they're going for the same thing.
Yeah, they're going straight up there again. Jumping right to boss again. They're just not giving up with this pull.
While on the other side, for the rabbits, now it's way more clean. They only have a temper which is trapped, as I'm seeing. They simply trapped it. Now they just bumped it away with the Ring of Peace, and they're just gonna focus on the boss. Crazy Monk goes down. This pack cannot be done on the boss, guys. Just realize it. There's no way you're doing it. It's the 3rd time. You need to do something else. This is not going well. But you still have a way to get it done, even before the rabbits. Because Livable just went down and they do not have a bot res.
But having this boss at about half health is still gonna make it. They don't need to wipe, they need to press through, especially with High MS going ahead and wiping there. 12 IQ just needs to press through and keep going. Try to get this boss down, because if they can get it down, they're ahead.
Yeah, Rabbit seems to have the lead right now because they're playing safe, no problem with it, getting a boss. It's just a temper that shouldn't be a big of a deal, it's just a frontal. As long as they can manage, shouldn't be big of a deal. The only problem is that they're missing 1 DPS again. But 1 down is actually better than 5 down, I guess.
They're still going. They still elected to pull some onto this boss here, and
That goes
they've
down.
just got to be careful with these interrupts.
That just went down probably from the rush of the boss. It wasn't able to dodge it. Now they only have 1 DPS to bring down the boss to 0 from 12%. Shouldn't take long, but they're still in the lead for now.
The Templar did get the protective aura off.
Crazy Monk goes down again. They have that wind speaker just ramping the damage on the party, and they have no healer now. Just Fragan goes down. He could not even death strike enough to get his health back up, and the wind speakers just looks like one affix that they're having on the boss. And 2 people down, and one of which is a healer. I don't think they can actually kill it now. They have to wipe it again. They won't have enough
now
DPS.
Rex goes down.
Rabbits are, I think they're trying to reset the Templar. But they eventually change their mind and just nuke it down.
Having Aquasur down is big on the part of 12 IQ here. Being ahead, getting the boss down, now they can start working their way through the rest of this dungeon, whereas High MS is still having to work on Aquasur. They're still stuck at the beginning here.
Moreover, they have 1 more minute available on the clock. And even more percentage because of probably that Templar.
Yeah, and you see some of the issue with quaking here. Fragan runs over and he quakes camp there. You got to be really careful here. That quaking can do a lot of damage. If you do it too many times or get too many people stacked there, you can end up killing your tank and causing another wipe.
It can potentially kill you, exactly. There is no reduction from your armor. It's the only thing that can help you through quaking is just using a personal or any mass defensive, but of course you're not gonna waste it on a quaking. Rabbits are almost done with these ads in the room. Only problem is that the rune carver still has a lot of HP. They could even think of pulling it onto the next pack. Frida's really low on HP but manages to survive it. And that's exactly what they did. I just got the rune carver onto the next pack so that I could benefit from multiple runes now. We have a tough spot for high mass again. Crazy and Fragan really low on HP. Fragan's almost dead. But he still manages to get him up.
And now they finally have Aquasur down. They're moving on. And they're able to start going through the rest of the dungeon.
Let's see if rabbits are actually thinking on pulling everything onto the boss. Shouldn't be such a big deal as long as they manage to avoid all the Tempest casts and the water blasts. And they do. With 2 DKs, they should be dying really soon, but they need that damage now. Tank cannot survive it that long. They pop Bloodlust on this. And seems like we have another issue now with the technical issue with the stream again. Gonna fix it right away now. But I'm pretty sure they're not gonna have a good time talking about the IMS into this dungeon. They really need to cover up a lot of room. Dungeon's still going, we're just gonna get the stream back up. Already got the first team here. And getting the second team now. We are officially back. Finally, stream is gonna be a bit different. We don't have the actual point of view of the characters, but we can still look at the stream quite well. So as you can see, the boss on both teams is still up, except actually no, upheaval, and the zone team just managed to get it through, and they're on Samrak trying to get it done. MS is almost about to kill the Iron Hole, while the upheaval team is already onto the pillar. We just need to get a hold of it. We just have to have a solution into this. But no, we totally don't have a solution for that. We just have to wait and see what's gonna happen now. It will take a while, I'm sorry about that. We're trying to reconnect into the teams. As I said, the dungeon is still going, and still see that IMS is onto the pillar now, onto the blob pillar on the bridge. Should be back very soon, which is now. Yeah, should be up and running in about 10 seconds. We managed to get the teams back. As promised. So we have on the HMS, we can see Camp Nelf about to start the boss, doing the same exact shot, getting some adds onto it while proccing the event. While as for the Upheaval and his own team, they just killed all the tentacles and getting through all the packs actually of tentacles before starting the boss. The event is already triggered. They just need to get done with the adds and actually start the boss. Stormsong is engaged for high mass. They actually did the same thing as the other key. They pulled all the adds on top of the boss. Tocino dropping low, he actually dies from the Void Pulse from the Deathbringer, and if not kicked, they're just gonna chase them. And that's a full wipe for IMS. That's another full wipe. They need to go back at it again. As for the other team, for the Rabbits, they're still going pretty strong on Stormsong, managing the kicks on all of the Stormbolts. Ragnas manages to get through the boss, but he cannot actually rest, so he has to wait for all of his teammates to come back from the graveyard. In the meantime, on the right side of the screen, you can see Rabbits having the boss at 35%, really close to death, and the timer looks way better since it's 19 minutes, more than 19 minutes, almost one more minute than the other team. That will impact the game a lot at the very end, but who knows what's gonna happen on the last boss? That's still unknown. Dropping to 20% right now. Camp team still trying to make it through here. We can see Ragnas is still here waiting for his teammates. Having a hard time though. And Stormsong's about to go down, he's at 3%. It seems like Rabbits really want to get this win so that they will get an even score and go to the very last dungeon, which will be Freehold. Ragnas manages to rest Crazy Monk so they can must rest everyone and eventually start the boss now. And there we go, HMS is about to start it. They still have the tentacles alive though, where they still need percentage, but I don't know if that's what they're going for. As for the Rabbits, they will probably pull the Nizes. No, they're actually pulling the Eels onto the boss so that the DKs can do as much damage as they can. And there we go, boss started, 4 pillars up. The DKs are totally destroying everything, but Upheaval goes down, so they have no tank for now, they just got rest. But they also have one more down probably. And they enter phase 2 with Bolzit reaching 67% of HP. They still have the Eels alive, the Blood of Corruptor alive, even the tank Argroth guy alive. As for the higher mass teams, they're still dealing with Stormsong at 67%. I don't see how Rabbits cannot win this unless they just wipe. I just scolded. No, I just called the wipe on this. Or saw a wipe. And that's where you can actually see both teams into a tight timer right now. Because now even the Rabbits have to go back onto the very last boss again and try to kill it. Even though IMS is really close to killing Stormsong and eventually reach the last boss as well, they do have 33 deaths. IMS. That means they have one less minute on the clock. But it's still looking pretty solid. They have whole 5 people alive. Crazy Monk had a debuff, managed to heal himself through. And eventually the rabbits are now back on the boss, ready to pull it. They have 2 pillars alive. And the boss gets pulled. 2 pillars are about to spawn. Stormsong on the other hand is dead for IMS. They still need to kill the tentacles though. They still have some percentage to take care of. Bullshit on Rabbits is almost about to go into phase 2, but they still have the pillars alive, even though the tank guy is almost down, back to, it's actually at 50%, they still have some road to cover. But this is still an open challenge for both teams. Frida goes down from the tentacle. And it's another wipe for the rabbits. It's another one. I cannot deal with double pillar into phase 2, even though there is no spider to cast on random people. That's off. IMS now is they're just gonna gather up the remaining percentage that they missed, because they didn't manage to pull the ads onto the boss like they did in the very first run of Shrine of Storms. This time they have to pull it later on. They do it now, and once these ads are done, they're pretty much gonna go to the last boss. Rabbits are already back onto the boss thanks to the teleport that they unlocked after killing all the ads. They pull the boss and they try again. Getting the 2 pillars. They're all focusing down the tank guy. They're not even touching the boss that much because they know that they cannot one-phase it right now. They're just trying to get rid of all of the problems that are going to be once they respawn from the phase 2. As for IMS, they are almost going for the last boss now. Ready to pull it. The difference is that they actually have 3 pillars, not 2, so that's gonna be even harder for them than for how it was for the rabbits, even though they still didn't pull it off. They still have the ogre alive right now. Blood of the Corruptor is 100% HP. Almost 100%, it means like over 60%, but they actually don't care. As long as they can move out of the purple zones, they can just focus the denizens with no problem. And IMS is pulling all of these mollies onto the boss, just like they did on the previous run. And they do it now. They just need to make sure they can kill all of the ads and all of the pillars before phase 2 starts. At least these mollies, they need to die. That's why they're bringing 2 DKs into this. I'm hoping they can actually manage. And the Blood Corruptor is almost down for the rabbits, which is a really good thing. Now they're just gonna move on to phase 1 again after the second denizen goes down. Vecnas, on the other hand, from IMS is really low on HP. Tocino as well. Seems they're still holding on, but Cass goes through from the denizens and it's a team wipe. Having 3 pillars in this, it's just so risky. And none of the teams managed, except of course right now after 3 tries for the rabbits. And now they're back onto Volnizit, trying to kill it, but there's no way they can kill it in one phase. It was still at just sub 90%. They have to do one more phase, and the ads are also approaching the boss. If they touch it, it's gonna just generates so much energy that they have to phase into phase 2 again sooner than expected. Also, they don't seem to have a healer anymore. This is really going to be a hard boss for both teams. And High Mass approaches the boss again, trying to get it done. While the rabbits are now back into phase 2, the boss is still at 56%. And yeah, they do not have a healer. They're trying to kill the boss without a healer and also a DPS. And High Mass goes back at it again. 91% from the odds, which will ramp up in a few seconds from the DKs now. They actually decided to pull the odds before the boss so that they have more room to deal for phase 2. And the rabbits only have one denizen to go and try to kill the boss in another phase 1. But I'm pretty confident they have to go through phase 2 again. Unless they actually die from no healer. They don't actually need a healer right now, but any mistake can be fatal to everyone. And they're back. Rabbits are about to interrupt the boss and try to kill it now. Missing a healer doesn't seem to be a big of an issue for them, but they're still having a hard time with boss percentage because they're no longer missing one DPS. They have it now, but just because they don't think they need a healer now. So maybe the boss can actually die, but it's sitting at 76% energy and still 18% HP. They can actually pull it off, but they need to increase the damage right now. There's also a long cast for the phase 2, 10%, but no, they can't. It's still sitting at 9% now. 7, there's no way. They have to do another phase. As for High Mass, they actually have to come back to the boss again and try their luck. If Rabbit managed to go through this last phase 2, they totally have the victory in their hand. One denizen's about to go down, second denizen's still up above 60%. Shouldn't be a big issue if they manage to interrupt both of the odds. IMS is back onto the last boss, probably ready to pull it. Second denizen goes down. They now need to kill the sunken denizen, which is the tank phase, because there's no way the tank can solo the denizen in such a short time. And they have it. They have to just interrupt the boss, kill it, and finish the percentage, because they're still missing 1.44, which should not be an issue for them. They can just pull the remaining odds and it. 1% missing, 6 minutes on the clock, and there we go. Rabbit managed to get the victory into this dungeon. We're trying to get the POVs correct now for the last dungeon of the day, which is going to be Underrot. And we're just waiting for the teams to be ready. We should manage to get the POVs correct now. I have to admit that was, I think, one of the worst outcomes for this dungeon. We had so many deaths on both sides. Mostly on the first boss, both teams were a bit stubborn onto pulling both packs into the first boss, even 3 packs with the wind speaker, and they kept going at it, even though they kept on dying. And that's what probably, like, the rabbits understanding that that was not the right move was actually the key to win the dungeon. They managed to get it just because they stopped pulling everything onto it before HMS realized it. Oh, it's yeah, it's actually Underrot. It's Underrot. Next dungeon is Underrot. It's not gonna be Freehold. And teams are about to get ready. I can see the IMS team, almost all of it inside the dungeon, getting their characters ready. I can say almost the same for the rabbits. They're just taking a bit of time to get the characters and CDs.
All right, hopefully we got our technical difficulties out of there.
Yeah, we probably have both teams ready. And this time we shouldn't have any issue at all with the commenting part of the stream.
Looks like they're gonna need another minute or so to get ready here.
Yeah, I can see that rabbits just need their tank to join the dungeon. Just waiting for him. Just a few more seconds, waiting for the rabbits to join the dungeon.
Yeah, they're having a little issue with the tank, so
Yeah.
get that figured out really quick.
Okay, they seem to have sorted it out. I see that the team is ready. We can go check on them now and we can actually start it. Let's see.
All right, looks like they are just getting their keys in there and are ready to get started.
And we're finally starting.
All right.
So this is the very last dungeon of the day. Finally, because it's really late. We didn't think it was gonna take that long. But as we can see, we have both teams literally pulling all of the packs that are at the start of the dungeon, but in two different spots. Because we can see that High MS is not risking that much, but still hitting 45 stacks of Necrotic. Manages to get through with it. Crazy One gets charged by an enraged Matter and still manages to be alive. But we can see, oh god, they keep on dying, the rabbits. They cannot do that pack onto the mask. I think that was a bit of too much. They wanted to pull everything onto the mask in a +21 with raging. They have to make sure they do not get enraged ads into charging, which it obviously failed. Maybe going for a more safe approach would have been better. This time IMS is playing safer, not like the Shrine of Storms that they both did. It's looking way better right now. The difference though is that the rabbits still haven't popped their bloodlust yet, and the High Mass is already on the first boss.
That wipe on 12 IQ is definitely going to cost them going into this one, having that wipe early and looking like they might wipe again. He's at 49 stacks. He can't really be healed. He goes down. Luckily, the respawn is right here, so he just has to go ahead and come back. Pioneer taking the aggro there, having to go ahead and start kiting around. Whereas IMS is on the boss, bringing Elderly Exit down pretty quick and almost ready to move on to the second room.
Yeah, Zelda the Axe is already hitting 25%, but rabbits still need to make sure that the ads die. They're still having some issues before pulling the first boss. The Matron's still alive, and when it hits Enrage, if it charges on a player, it can actually kill it. So hunters need to be fast on probably dispelling the Enrage off of the Matron the moment it pops out. And here we go. Rabbits popping the Bloodlust while a High Mass is doing the usual big pull into the second boss room, having probably it's a double, even triple spider onto them. And Tocino gets mind control. He needs a dispel. He gets it. Fragan doesn't have a dispel ready. It does actually. He has to. I really have no idea how they managed to get that dispel ready. He probably healed it off. Good job from Crazy.
Yeah, they did a good job of working that there and making sure they had the dispels and interrupts there. Looks like they're going to just go ahead and grab those Guardians there and start the next ad pack. 12 IQ getting Elderly Exit down and starting to move on to this same room. They're behind on time after that wipe in the beginning there, but they're doing everything they can to pump the damage and work their way back up here.
Yes, and now they have the last pack before second boss available for higher mass. I'm sitting on 40 stacks of necrotic while being fixated by at least one of the spiders. Same goes for Crazy, which is healing from far away from those spiders, trying not to get hit because they're gonna get enraged soon. Camp is getting a nasty debuff from the skeletons, and if he gets one of the enraged debuffs, that's really gonna hurt him. The rabbits eventually managed to get through the first boss and started pulling the adds into the second boss room. They're not going that super greedy right now. They don't even pull a spider onto this. Oh, actually there is a spider. While higher mass is doing the same strat as before, which is just pulling the boss onto the back. Let's hope it doesn't go south just like last time, because as I remember, during one of the tantrums, they all wiped.
Yeah, they're gonna have to be really careful here having those ads, giving him those necrotic stacks, because once they get those ticks, it's just gonna keep adding stacks. He manages to clear him right there with his Dwarven Racial. So it's not too bad. They get all those blood ticks stepped on, so they're not gonna spawn up, and they get to just keep doing damage. See the rally cry come out here for the tantrum. That's the big thing, is you gotta use self cooldowns for defensives there, personals. You gotta use those externals like rally cry, and they're doing just a great job of it so far.
Indeed, that rallying cry really helped them through this tantrum. So it seems like the rabbits are not gonna pull the boss onto the odds simply because they still have 2 spiders available. They're not gonna risk it pulling them onto the boss. That would be too risky. You can also see a small gap on percentage just because higher mass managed to pull the skeletons right before the boss. That's exactly what they're gonna do. They're pulling the skeletons onto the second boss while higher mass is already sitting at 23% of the boss. Shouldn't be a big of a deal as long as they manage to control the death speaker so that the tank doesn't get the debuff, which an enraged debuff, it's really gonna hurt him.
Yeah, being able to get rid of those ads ahead of time is definitely a big plus there, but they're still going to be a little behind on percentage as High MS moves on and starts working their way to Sport Caller.
Do you think they're pulling the skeletons onto the Spore Caller? I'm pretty sure they're just gonna do the same.
I think they will. I don't think they'll take the Defilers just so that they can play it safe. After last dungeon, they want to play something safe and secure that spot in the lower finals.
But we can actually see a difference from the previous round High MS did. They were not pulling double skeletons at the start of the third boss. They were only pulling one of the packs. This is kind of different, and they actually have to control 2 Death Speaker now. Also,
they did pull the Defilers.
Okay, that's gonna be interesting. First interrupt is from Ring of Peace.
Great work on Crazy Monk for popping that Ring of Peace to cancel those Withering Curse casts. There's the Dwarf Racial from Camp trying to get rid of those stacks, popping his Spell Reflect to try to get rid of some of that spell coming out. Great job on them getting those ads down.
He has no defensive anymore. He has Avatar actually. He managed to heal himself up with the proc of Twilight Death while being up to 35 stacks of necrotic. That Twilight Death simply healed him up to full. even through necrotic. But as we can see from Rabbits, Livable just died onto the boss. Shouldn't be a big issue since the boss is at 5% now.
Yeah, they're gonna have to res him though. They don't want to burn a battle res here, and they don't want to wait for him to run all the way back. So they're gonna have to wait until Kragmaw's down and go ahead and get the actual res out.
So here's the first difference. One of the first difference about pillars. I don't remember having high mess starting the tank pillar. I think they simply pull it on the last boss.
Yeah, they're just running straight through and pulling all those with last boss on the Unbound Abomination.
Instead, the rabbits just activated it. They just want to get rid of them.
High MS has Spore Caller down and they are moving on. They don't have a lot of percentage they have to try to get there. They could honestly get it with a couple of the Conquerors and the Worms at the end. Looks like they're going to grab Death Speaker and some of these Guardians to take with them though.
Yeah, they actually left this back on purpose so they could just pop them onto the last two Corruptors. Just to have more resets on the Hunters, because the damage onto the tank should be bearable for camp. Shouldn't be such of an issue. While the Rabbits are doing almost the same pull, getting a 2 packs of Skeletons, but no Defilers this time. They do not want to risk it. Upheaval reaching up 50 stacks of Necrotic. He still has his Racial, he pops it, goes back to 0 and gets cocooned.
Yeah, and High MS does a great job burning these ads down. They've got that Conqueror just about down, just have to worry about that Guardian. And they can jump through, head down to last boss, and get this dungeon finished.
Yeah, they're really ahead of time. They also have 1 more minute on the clock because they didn't die as much as Rabbits did. They're ready to pull the boss with all 4 of the pillars available. That will be interesting to see if they manage to kill all 4 before they kill the entire team. So they seem to be focusing the Spider down just for the interrupts, because as for the Fear, as you know, we have 3 Hunters and 1 Monk, so they can revival and just turtle everything away. So they can actually survive at least 40 seconds the Samrak debuff. No problem. Actually, we seem to be cleaving everything because Hunters, unless they cannot go super AoE right now, they just need to single target the boss so that it lowers down as fast as they can. They managed to pop Lawless. He just got ready now. Camp sitting at 46 stacks on Necro. He cannot reset them. He just needs to get away from them. He manages to reset. He's just waiting for a heal from Crazy.
Oh, and Camp goes down. Camp and Crazy are both down on the side of High MS. Down goes Taos. This is looking like it's going to be a wipe.
That's for sure a wipe, and they only had 2 of the pillars alive. That was going pretty well for them. But now the game is on for the Rabbits, because they're really close to pulling the last boss. They're just getting rid of the last percentage now, and they will probably chain it into the It seems like they want to go with the pillar, these spiders, so that they don't have any more issues. They're pretty confident on just clearing most of the pillars before the last boss, because they don't want to have any troubles.
Yeah, it looks like they managed to get the B-res off on Crazy Monk, and he held it until everyone went down so he could mass res. They're getting buffed up again, and they're going to jump back into the Unbound Abomination here.
I'm pretty sure that if they wipe again, there's a high chance the rabbits can actually take the lead, don't you think?
Yeah, if rabbits are just clean from here and with taking it safe, there's no reason they shouldn't be able to. And we just have to wait and see if High MS can jump in here. And looks like Frag actually released, so they're having to wait on him to come back.
So rabbits will have half of the pillars and also a Bloodlust ready for the boss. That's literally gonna nuke it.
Yeah, so Rabbit's pulling these two Corruptors here, these two Conquerors. And they're going to be just enough, it looks like, to be able to push them to the percentage they need to go down.
And they started again, they have the pillars spawning. They have no Bloodlust now. That's gonna be way harder to deal with. They might even want to think about switching onto Samrak now, since they don't have the damage to survive all the fears. First fear goes off, gets revival from Crazy. Tocino's missing a turtle, so if he gets the debuff, he cannot avoid it unless dispelled. Camp sitting at 31st stacks, he just reset them with his racial. Camp really going down, Crazy dies and Fragan as well. This smells like another wipe for their team, while on the other hand we have the Rabbits just nuking down Samrak and eventually the Blood of Corruptor with no problem. They don't have a tank guy, they do not have a spider that they have to chain and interrupt. They can simply damage the boss with no issue, since it's just the blood now being alive for them.
Yeah, they don't need the percentage off those pillars, so as long as they can focus that boss and avoid these puddles, they can absolutely take the win here and move to those finals. It looks like High MS is going the safe route. They're going to go ahead and get rid of Samrak. That way they don't have those fears pushing them all over the place, into the puddles, into the orbs.
I
And
don't
they're
know
able
if
to
that's
use
gonna
him
be
as a
enough.
skip.
They're really wasting a lot of time now, just because they thought they could manage to have all those pillars onto the last boss, but now just even thinking about killing one of the pillars on the way, it's gonna cost them a lot. Probably even the whole event.
For sure, that's a lot of time they're using DPSing him down, and it looks like they might even be trying to use him to get closer to that skip area into the shortcut. They have to go ahead and come out, but they have this shortcut here. After you kill Spore Caller, this spot opens up. You can skip all the way to the area after Spore Caller. They can still take the same route they took, but they still have those other three pillars on last boss now.
And even if they can actually manage with the new pillar mechanics onto the boss, not just about that, it's about the damage they need to pull out for just to match the other team. They're gonna have to waste a lot of damage onto the pillars. While the rabbits are already into the last section of the boss's HP, they just need to bring his energy back to full, and they will have this dungeon.
So they get Void Weaver down. They still have these other two pillars to work on, where 12 IQ rabbits are working on the last bit of the abomination. They have the last blood visages up. As long as they kill those with no problems, they take this and they will move on to the lower finals.
Yes.
And there it is.
12 IQ rabbits brings it home. They're just going to be the lower finalists now. That will be really interesting match for tomorrow, and this outcome was totally not expected. So many wipes into Shrine of Storms and also Underrot. Tol Dagor was actually better, even though HMS got their first wipe onto the first boss. But overall, that was a pretty interesting dungeon, this Underrot that we just foresaw.
Yeah, for sure. They worked hard. Those wipes in the beginning made it look like 12 IQ Rabbits was going to have some problems there and that High MS would take it, but High MS wiping on that last boss, that is not a forgiving dungeon to have a boss wipe on. Even though the first one, they got the mass res off after the battle res, got to try again. The second wipe there, running all the way back is just too much time, especially after trying to take out another pillar.
Yeah, exactly. And that was the key. High MS couldn't manage to get all those 4 pillars onto the last boss, and I think they've been risking a lot. Both in Shrine, both in Tol Dagor, and even in Underrot now. Having those 4 pillars was not a really great idea for them. And besides that, that's pretty much it for today, guys. We've run a lot. It was more than 4 hours as expected, but we will see you tomorrow at the same time at 6 p.m. to witness the upper finals, lower finals, and eventually the grand finals. Have a good night, everyone.